No Weather for Leaving. By Aressa. Chapter 1. The Art of Not Being Looked At. The first observation of the day happened at 5:47 a.m., same as always. Cade Rourke climbed the 4 steps from the sleeping level to the cab, pulled the observation log from its nail, and uncapped her pen without turning on the overhead light. She didn't need it. She knew where everything was in the dark the way she knew the ridge lines through smoke, not from memorizing them, but from having watched them long enough that they had become part of her own interior geography. Outside, the mountain was doing what it did at this hour. The sky above the eastern ridge had gone from black to a deep, mineral blue, the color of something almost but not quite luminous, and the pines below the tower were still shapeless and dark, a mass darkness that would resolve into individual trees once the light arrived. It had not arrived yet. Cade noted the cloud cover, the barometric reading from the instrument shelf, the direction and approximate speed of the wind. She recorded these in the log with the unhurried precision of someone who understood that accuracy was a form of patience. The handwriting was careful. It always was. She had been at this station for 3 seasons now. 3 July through October rotations in this particular box of glass and steel at 4,000 and change feet elevation, this specific vantage point on the ridge above Cold Creek drainage. She had requested it each time. The request had been granted each time, which she attributed to the quality of her fire reports and Gil Turiendi's pragmatic management style. Gil did not ask unnecessary questions. This was one of the things she respected most about him. The Osborne fire finder occupied the center of the cab on its rotating table, a tool of angular, military elegance that Cade had appreciated from her first day. You looked through the sight and turned the alidade until the crosshairs bisected the smoke, then read the azimuth. Simple in concept. Demanding in execution. The execution required that you pay attention all day, every day, without the distraction of wondering whether someone across the room was forming an opinion about you. This suited Cade precisely. She finished her morning entry and set the log back on its nail. Outside, the sky had moved another shade toward light. She went downstairs to make coffee. The stove was a 2-burner propane unit, serviceable, and Cade had arranged the small kitchen area with the same economy she brought to everything. The things she needed were where she could reach them, in the order she would reach for them, and nothing else was on the counter. The coffee tin lived to the left of the stove. It was dented on one side from a supply run incident she didn't remember clearly, only that it had involved a Forest Service truck and a poorly secured crate and a significant amount of noise. The dent had no effect on the coffee. She had kept the tin. While the coffee heated, she did her morning check of the tower structure, the guy wires, the observation deck railing, the equipment cabinet with its battery backups and spare radio parts. Everything was where it should be. The east window latch was slightly loose. She had fixed this in May and again in June, and the fix never quite held, because the issue wasn't the latch but the window frame, which had warped slightly over years of mountain winters. She knew this. Fixing the latch was what she had to work with. She tightened it now with the small adjustable wrench she kept on the windowsill for this purpose. The wrench was there because she kept putting it back. She kept putting it back because the latch kept needing attention. This was a closed loop and she had no problem with closed loops. They were honest about what they were. The coffee was ready. She poured it into the enamel cup she'd had since her 2nd season, carried it back upstairs, and stood at the south-facing window to drink it. This was the hour she had built the rest of her life to protect. Below, the drainage was still in shadow. The creek invisible beneath the tree canopy, audible on still days if you opened a window and waited. The ridge to the east was beginning to glow at its crest, the light arriving the way it always did up here, not gradually, not all at once, but in a series of small, irreversible advances. First the ridgeline. Then the upper slope. Then, if you were watching carefully, the exact moment the light broke the crest and became something that moved. Cade was watching carefully. She was always watching carefully. It was her professional qualification and her primary pleasure, and she had structured her life so that these two things were the same thing, which struck her as one of the more successful arrangements she'd made. She thought about this sometimes. About the particular mercy of a job that asked everything of your attention and nothing of your self-presentation. Nobody up here had opinions about what she was. The mountain had terrain data. The sky had weather patterns. The trees below moved in the wind the same way regardless of who was watching them, without assessment, without the slight recalibration she had learned to perform in every other kind of room she'd ever walked into. She had walked into a lot of rooms before she found this one. The radio crackled from the instrument shelf at 7 a.m., on schedule. Hawksbill, this is Ridgeline Base. Morning check. Ridgeline Base, Hawksbill. Go ahead. Weather report. Gil's voice. Unhurried, precise, the specific flatness of a man who communicated data without editorializing. Cade matched his register without thinking about it. She gave him the readings: temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, cloud cover, wind direction and speed. He read them back. She confirmed them. This exchange had a particular quality she valued, the same quality she valued in good field guides. It described what was actually there, without interpretation, and trusted the listener to draw their own conclusions. Anything else to report? Gil asked. Negative. Clear watch. Copy that. Ridgeline Base out. She set down the radio handset and picked up her coffee. The exchange had taken 90 seconds. This was also a closed loop. She had no problem with it either. The morning moved into itself the way mornings did up here, with a kind of deliberate unhurrying that Cade had spent 3 seasons learning to inhabit. She made a second entry in the log at 9 when the cloud cover changed. She ate breakfast at the small table, oats with dried fruit, methodically, because the body required fuel and she was practical about her body's requirements. She cleaned the stove grate. She did a full rotation on the Osborne, slow and thorough, the crosshairs sweeping the tree canopy below from northwest to south to east and back, looking for the pale thread of smoke that would mean something had started, and she was the one positioned to see it first. Nothing. Blue sky. Good. She sat with the novel for 20 minutes. It was a paperback. She had a paperback on the shelf she worked through each season, supplementing the field guides that were her actual reading, and it was a novel Teddy had pressed on her during last season's closeout with his particular expression of low-key coercion, the one that meant he'd thought about it and had decided she needed it. She'd started it 3 times. The problem was that it required her to inhabit someone else's interior, to follow the logic of a consciousness that was not her own, and she kept coming out of it the way you came out of a bad map, not lost, exactly, but aware that the territory didn't match the document. She set it down spine up on the windowsill, which was where it had been living between attempts. The field guides didn't do this. A field guide described conditions and named them and indicated what those conditions meant. This was honest. This was the kind of language Cade trusted. Outside, the light was full now, the morning well underway, and the mountain was doing what it did best, existing without comment, indifferent and entire, offering the specific mercy of its indifference to anyone who stayed long enough to understand it as a gift. Cade picked up her log and made another entry. She did not find this lonely. Not yet. The afternoon brought a fire report from the station 15 miles southeast, a controlled burn that had briefly gone hot before the crew got it back under management, no threat to her territory, logged and filed. She spent an hour on equipment maintenance, cleaning the lens on the Osborne, replacing the battery in the backup weather station, checking the water supply. The work was familiar and complete in itself, and she moved through it with the ease of someone who had simplified their life until its demands matched their capacity perfectly, with nothing left over that needed explaining. By 4 o'clock the clouds had built over the western peaks in the way they sometimes did in late July, big cumulus columns that didn't mean anything yet but bore watching. She watched them. She made a note. She would watch them tomorrow too, and if they developed into something she would report it, and if they didn't she would make a note of that as well. This was the work. She had never found it insufficient. The evening came in clean and cold, the way evenings came in up here regardless of the day's heat, a drop of 15 degrees from the afternoon peak that made the sleeping bag necessary even in July. Cade ate dinner at the table, reviewed her day's log, and read 3 more pages of the novel before setting it down again. Before bed, she did one more check of the east window latch. It held. For tonight. Chapter 2. The blueprint she left behind. The apartment was precisely what it was supposed to be. Priya Mehta stood in the middle of her living room at 7:30 on a Wednesday morning, fully dressed, holding a coffee she had not touched, and understood this with the specific clarity of someone who had just woken up inside a building they designed themselves and couldn't find the door. Light came through the west-facing windows at the correct angle. The furniture was arranged to the proportions of the room. She had sourced the rug herself from a weaver in Oaxaca whose work she had loved for years, had specified the wall color through 4 iterations with the painter until it achieved the exact warm gray of fog at the edge of a coastal city, had installed the shelving at a height that made the books feel like a considered element rather than a storage solution. The apartment was, by any reasonable assessment, beautiful. She looked at it and felt nothing that belonged to her. This was the 3rd morning in a row this had happened. The first morning she had attributed it to the previous evening, which had been difficult. The second morning she had attributed it to adjustment, to the particular unreality of the first days after a significant decision. The third morning she stopped attributing it to anything and let it sit there in the middle of the well-proportioned room and looked at it. Sasha had been gone for 9 days. The engagement had ended on a Tuesday in the exact way it was always going to end, not badly, not with any dramatic finality, but with the slow, certain unwinding of a knot that had been tied incorrectly from the beginning. Sasha had cried briefly and then reorganized, had begun making practical arrangements with the same energetic efficiency that was one of the more exhausting and admirable things about her, had called 3 people before she left the apartment. Priya had sat on the sofa and watched the organized departure of someone who had many places to be and had simply identified a new one. She had loved Sasha. She was fairly certain of this. What she was less certain about was whether the apartment, in its current form, constituted evidence of that love or of her own inability to locate herself inside any space she shared with another person. She looked at the rug. She looked at the shelves. She looked at the single large art print above the sofa, abstract, architectural, something she had bought at a gallery show 4 years ago and had lived with so long it had become invisible. She could not identify a single object in this room that was purely, stubbornly hers. Every choice had been made in relation to something, to the space's proportions, to Sasha's preferences, to the image of the life they were building. She was an architect. She built things for other people. It had never occurred to her to interrogate what that habit had done to her own rooms when she brought it home. Her phone lit up on the kitchen counter. "Simone, are you standing in your apartment staring at it like it owes you money?" Priya looked at the message for a moment. "Priya, how did you know?" "Simone, because you've done this every time you've ended something. You stand in the space and look for yourself in it, and when you can't find yourself you blame the furniture." "Priya, the furniture is genuinely not mine." "Simone, obviously it's not yours. You designed it for someone else's version of you. That's not the furniture's fault." Priya set her phone down and finally drank her coffee. It was good coffee, because she was precise about coffee regardless of what else was happening, and the precision of it was briefly steadying. Simone called 30 seconds later. She always did this, sent the provocation by text to give Priya time to absorb it, then called to be there when it landed. "Tell me what happened," Simone said, without preamble, her voice carrying the mild crispness of a Nigerian-British accent smoothed by 12 years in American cities. "I told you what happened. You told me the facts. Tell me what happened." Priya walked to the window and looked out at the street below, which was doing its San Francisco morning thing: fog, muted light, the particular gray gold of the city before the sun fully committed. "I stood in her apartment, the new one she's going to, and I helped her map out where the furniture would go. Because she asked me and I'm good at it. And I did it, and it was a perfectly fine apartment, and then I came home and I sat down and I thought, I have spent 6 years being very, very good at making space for someone else, and I don't know what I would make if I wasn't doing it for someone." A pause. Simone let it breathe, which was one of the things she did that Priya had come to understand as a form of love. "You're brilliant at building things for other people," Simone said finally. "When are you going to build something for yourself?" Priya pressed her forehead briefly against the glass. It was cold. "That sounds like something you put on a canvas print." "It's also true, which is why it sounds like a canvas print. The true things often do." Another pause, shorter. What's the job thing? You mentioned a job thing. Site survey. Northern California, the wilderness territory north of Redding, up in the mountains. The firm landed a contract to assess feasibility for a new ranger station complex. I volunteered for the survey. The wilderness. Temporarily. A few weeks of fieldwork, then back. You, Simone said, with the precision of someone choosing words as tools, who schedules her grocery delivery and has a preferred route to the coffee shop, and told me last March that you'd rather do a controlled demolition than camp. You volunteered to spend several weeks in the woods. The assessment requires someone with structural engineering credentials. Priya. And she stopped. Go on. I needed to be somewhere I didn't know the proportions of yet. Somewhere I hadn't already arranged. A longer pause. When Simone spoke again, her voice was different, still precise, but underneath the precision was something warmer, more careful. That's actually a reasonable thing to need. As long as you know you're running away on foot. I'm not running. I'm doing a site survey. You're doing a site survey, Simone agreed, in the tone she used when she was agreeing with the surface of a statement while declining to endorse its foundations. When do you go? 3 weeks. Team leaves July 21st. We'll drive up, do the survey, I'll be back in 10 days or so. And in the meantime? Priya looked at the room again. The rug. The shelving. The print above the sofa that had gone invisible through familiarity. In the meantime, I have 32 billable hours of work on the Tenderloin mixed-use project and a contractor dispute on the Oakland Commission that I've been avoiding for 2 weeks. And the apartment? She thought about it. I'm going to move the sofa. That's a start, Simone said. After the call, Priya stood in the middle of her living room for another 2 minutes. She was good at stillness. It was a professional asset, the ability to inhabit a space quietly and read its intentions before imposing her own, but this stillness was different. It was the stillness of a question she didn't know how to answer yet. The question was not about the apartment, not really. The apartment was a symptom. The question was the same one she had been circling since she'd sat on the sofa and watched Sasha's efficiently organized departure. What did she want, when no one was asking her to want anything in particular? She didn't know. She had been good for so long at wanting the right things, the productive things, the things that would build toward the blueprint life, that she had misplaced the habit of wanting something purely because it was hers. She crossed to the sofa and shoved it 8 inches to the left. It looked, marginally, better. Less considered. More inhabited. She stood back and looked at it for a moment, then went to get her jacket and her bag in the day's worth of work that waited for her in the clean, functional office 2 miles from here, where she was excellent at her job and where no one would ask her to account for the hollow feeling she carried from room to room in her own home. The survey would be fine. It was fieldwork. She had done fieldwork before. She would do her assessment, file her report, come back to the city, and by then she would have figured out which pieces of this room were actually hers. She had always been better at working things out in unfamiliar territory. This was not running away. She picked up her bag and told herself this with enough conviction that she almost believed it, and went to work. Chapter 3. Elevation. The week moved through itself like all weeks did up here, in weather patterns and observation cycles and the small, useful work of maintaining a station that was designed to run on one person's sustained attention. Monday brought a dry wind from the northeast that dropped the humidity to 12%, which Cade noted and logged and kept her eyes on the ridge all afternoon. Nothing came of it. The wind backed around by evening and the humidity recovered by midnight. She recorded this as well. That was the work, not just the events, but the near events, the patterns that resolved before they became problems, because a lookout's best day was a day in which the only thing they produced was a log of what hadn't happened. Tuesday she did the full maintenance inventory she ran at the start of each week: radio batteries, fire extinguisher, first aid kit, the structural check of the tower platform and its anchor points. The southwest corner of the observation deck railing had developed a slight flex over the winter and she had addressed it in May, but she checked it again now because structures under repeated stress required ongoing attention and she didn't trust prior repairs more than current inspections. The railing held. Wednesday, the satellite phone connected cleanly for the first time in 10 days. The signal up here was capricious, governed by atmospheric conditions she could document but not predict, and Teddy's voice came through with the mild static-edged warmth of a man who communicated equally well in person and at distance because he didn't perform in either register. "You still alive up there?" "Apparently." "Any action?" "Controlled burn southeast." "Nothing in my territory." "Good." A pause. She could hear wind on his end. He was somewhere outside, probably the valley station he rotated through in late summer, the lower elevation posting that required different skills and a different kind of attention. Teddy adapted to different postings with the ease of someone who genuinely liked the work regardless of where it was being done. This was one of the things that made him useful as a friend. He didn't need her to justify her choices, because his own choices weren't driven by anything that required justification. "How's the reading going?" "Poorly." "The Le Guin?" "I don't know what her problem is with conventional narrative structure." Teddy made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "That is a thing to say about Ursula Le Guin." "I mean structurally. It keeps collapsing in on itself." "That's the point." Cade looked at the novel on the windowsill, spine up where she'd left it 3 days ago. "I'm aware it's the point. I find the point frustrating. Because it doesn't move in a straight line." "Because it doesn't move in a straight line," she agreed. "You should try it anyway." This was Teddy's primary mode of recommendation, not enthusiasm, not argument, just a repeated low-key statement that something was worth doing. He had been saying she should try the Le Guin for 2 seasons. She had been trying it for 2 seasons in the sense that she kept picking it up. This seemed to satisfy him. "How's the station?" "Good. East window latch is still giving me trouble." "You need a new frame." "I know." "Submit a maintenance request." "I have submitted a maintenance request." "It's in the queue." "The queue," Teddy said, with the specific neutrality of a man who had been submitting maintenance requests to the same agency for 2 decades and had developed a philosophical relationship with the pace of institutional response. "The queue." A comfortable silence. This was one of the things about conversations with Teddy, the silences were part of the communication, not gaps in it. Cade had known people who couldn't tolerate silences, who rushed to fill them with anything available, and she had always found this exhausting. Silence was information. A person who didn't know that hadn't been paying attention to the right things. "There's a survey team coming through the valley," Teddy said eventually. "Week after next, maybe the week after that." Gil's got the schedule. "Feasibility study for the new secondary station complex." "I heard. Gil mentioned it in Tuesday's check-in." "They'll be 3 miles below you at most. Won't affect your watch." "I know." She glanced out the south window toward the valley below, the drainage she had memorized from this angle over 3 seasons. 3 miles below the tower, the terrain flattened briefly before the next rise, a natural pause in the topography, the kind of spot that would make a reasonable secondary station site, accessible without being easy. "What's the timeline?" "Week to 10 days on the ground, then they report back and the agency decides whether to fund the full study." Another pause. "Mostly architects and engineers. Civilian contractors." Gil said one of them is coming up alone to do an elevation assessment first. "When?" "Few weeks. He'll radio ahead when it's confirmed." "Fine. Just so you know." "I know," Cade said. What she knew was that it was 3 miles away and a week's duration and of no relevance to her watch territory. She filed it under the same category as the controlled burn southeast, information received, no action required. After the call she made an entry in the log and then, because it was a Wednesday and the weather was clear and the afternoon still had 4 hours of usable light in it, she did what she sometimes did on clear afternoons. She took the Osborne site and ran a full 360-degree scan of the territory, slow, methodical, the crosshairs moving from one named landmark to the next. She had named them herself, the landmarks, not their official designations, which she knew, but her own working names, the ones she used in her interior accounting. The double-topped pine she called the fork. The rocky outcropping to the northeast that was the anvil. The saddle and the western ridge where the wind behaved differently from the terrain on either side, which she called the notch. This was not official nomenclature. It was, she had admitted to herself sometime in her first season, her way of claiming the territory, not ownership, but familiarity. The mountain didn't need her to name it. She needed to name it. She rotated through the full circle and found nothing burning. This was good. This was the work. She picked up the novel from the windowsill. The problem with fiction, she had decided, was its insistence on interiority. Field guides moved outward, they described what was there, what it meant, what to look for. Novels moved inward, and the movement was endless. The further you followed a character into herself, the further she receded, as though the self were a terrain without a boundary. She found this epistemologically uncomfortable. She read 4 pages. Something was happening with 2 characters on a ship that she couldn't quite place in the narrative's larger structure. She read the 4 pages again and then put the book down and looked out the window instead, where the mountain was doing what it always did at this hour, becoming more defined as the light went oblique, each ridge and drainage sharpened by shadow until the landscape looked like a topographic drawing of itself. She watched it for a while. There was a theory she had developed over 3 seasons and not shared with anyone because there was no one to share it with and because it might have sounded strange, that the act of watching, done consistently and with full attention over sufficient time, changed you. Not the watcher's relationship to the watched thing, though it changed that too, but something more fundamental. You became more patient. More specific. Less interested in the things you couldn't verify. She couldn't prove this. She had only her own experience of being someone who had spent considerable time watching things carefully, and the observation that she trusted what she saw more, and what she was told considerably less. She had come here because of this quality of attention. Because the work required it. Because requiring it gave her permission to have it, and having it up here, in this place, meant that no one could call it a personality problem or a communication failure or a symptom of something that needed addressing. Up here it was just the job. She was very good at her job. The field guides on the shelf were arranged by category: flora, fauna, geology, meteorology. The geology guide she had read twice all the way through and could navigate without the index. The meteorology guide she had mostly memorized, not intentionally but through use. She'd referenced it often enough that its contents had simply organized themselves into available memory. The flora and fauna guide she consulted regularly, updating her own understanding of the territory's living systems with the same ongoing attention she brought to its weather patterns. The novel sat on the windowsill. She would finish it eventually, she supposed. Teddy's recommendations had a track record. The field guide to high-altitude wetland ecosystems he'd pressed on her 2 seasons ago had been genuinely useful, both professionally and in some quieter way she hadn't quite found language for. The chapter on indicator species, on what the presence of particular plants in particular combinations told you about the underlying conditions, had struck her as applicable to things beyond wetlands. Maybe the novel would be the same. Maybe it would tell her something she didn't know she needed. She'd try it again after dinner. Outside, the sky was beginning its evening sequence, the western peaks catching the last direct light while the drainage below fell into blue shadow, the particular gradient that preceded full dark up here, lavender and gold, and then a deepening that came from the east. She had watched this gradient hundreds of times. It was never exactly the same. She noted its variations the way she noted everything, not analytically, just carefully. With full attention. This was the thing no one from her previous life had ever understood, that full attention was not a burden. It was a privilege. The people who had looked at her careful watching and called it intensity, called it difficulty, called it something requiring management, they had misidentified the nature of the thing. Attention was not a problem. The problem was that most people, in most rooms, did not want to be looked at that carefully. Up here there was nothing that didn't want to be looked at. She made her evening observation entry, checked the east window latch out of habit, and set the kettle on for tea. 3 weeks until the survey team. 3 miles below. No relevance to her watch. She turned the page on the Le Guin and settled in. Chapter 4. Uninvited guest, incoming weather. Cade had been watching the western sky for 2 days. The system had started as the usual late July cloud activity over the coastal ranges, big cumulus columns building in the afternoon heat, usually dispersing by evening, the standard pattern for this time of year. But something about the upper-level flow had changed overnight on Tuesday, and by Wednesday morning the columns were taller and more organized than they should have been, and the barometric pressure had dropped 4 millibars in 12 hours, which was not the standard pattern for anything. She called it in to Gil on Wednesday's morning check. "I've been watching it," he said. "Pressure drop is significant." "I know." A pause. She heard him exhale, not a frustrated sound, more the sound of a man doing calculations. National Weather is tracking a system off the coast that came in 2 days ahead of the modeling. If it couples with this interior heat event. What's the classification projection? Not confirmed yet. Could be a 3. Could be worse. Another pause. "I'm going to need you to verify your emergency supply inventory today." She was already moving toward the supply cabinet. The survey team, she confirmed during the same call, had pulled back to the Valley Station the previous afternoon when Gil had flagged the developing weather, all but one. One member had gone up the Eastern Fork Trail that morning to complete a preliminary elevation assessment, alone, ahead of the main group, because the feasibility contract had a deadline and the assessment needed high-elevation data before the rest of the team could begin their modeling. "She's 45 minutes out from your tower at her current pace," Gil said. "I've tried to raise her on the radio but she's out of range. She has a compass and a topo and she's on the marked trail." Cade processed this. "Send her up," she said. "I'll bring her in. Road'll be impassable in 6 hours from now if this couples the way I think it will." "I understand." "Could be 3 weeks, Rourke. The drainage road doesn't drain in a sustained system, it'll flood at the lower crossing and stay that way until the water table drops." "I understand," Cade said again. "Send her up." She heard him not quite exhale. "Her name is Priya Mehta. Structural architect, civilian contractor. She knows the trail. She doesn't know the storm." "No," Gil agreed. "She doesn't." Cade added 3 days of emergency rations to her mental checklist, confirmed the propane reserve, and went upstairs to watch the trail from the observation deck. The storm was visible now in a way that it hadn't been at dawn. The western sky had darkened to a greenish-gray along the horizon, the kind of color that meant the system was organized and moving, not building randomly. The wind had shifted. She tested it from the deck, coming from the southwest now, which confirmed the track. She had maybe 4 hours of clear conditions before the leading edge arrived, and after that it would be what it would be. She turned south to look at the trail. The figure appeared at the switchback below the second rock outcropping about 8 minutes after Cade came upstairs to look for her. Even at distance, even picking her way over a trail that was rocky and steep and not designed for luggage, she moved with a deliberate confidence that Cade recognized as the specific gait of someone who operated from the assumption that they would arrive where they were going. There was also luggage. There was, specifically, a roller bag being dragged over a section of trail that had not been graded for wheeled luggage, the bag catching on every rock and root and being resolutely yanked forward. Cade watched this for approximately 20 seconds. The wind picked up. She went down to meet her. The trail from the observation deck to the ridge access path was a 10-minute walk at pace, and Cade covered it in 8. Moving with the unhurried efficiency of someone who knew the terrain well enough to let it dictate the route without consultation. She came around the last boulder at the top of the switchback and found Priya Mehta at the point where the trail narrowed and the roller bag had finally caught hard on an exposed tree root and was declining to be freed by the methods being applied to it. She was smaller than Cade expected, or perhaps just more precisely made, lean and exact in her proportions, wearing a down vest over what looked like a silk undershirt and a blazer that had clearly been purchased for a San Francisco autumn rather than a mountain August. Her dark hair was pulled back in a low knot that had begun to escape its pins. She had one pair of earrings in, small and silver. She was very busy trying to disengage her luggage from the root and did not look up when Cade stopped 3 feet away. "Priya Mehta," Cade said. She looked up. Her eyes were dark, nearly black in the flat pre-storm light, and her immediate expression was the specific one of a person recalibrating who had expected something slightly different and was deciding how to adjust. It happened fast, a brief reorganization, and then she had adjusted and was looking at Cade with the composed attention of someone who had been startled but would not be showing it. "Yes," she said. "Hi. I'm sorry, the trail," she indicated the luggage situation. Cade bent and freed the roller bag from the root in one motion, lifting it clear and setting it beside her on the flattened earth above the switchback. "It's a trail," she said. "Not a sidewalk." A pause. "I can see that. I'm Cade Rourke. I run the Hawksbill lookout. Gil Turrientes sent me down to meet you." She looked at the sky. "We need to move. The storm is going to hit the ridge in 3 to 4 hours and I want you inside before the leading edge." Priya turned to look at the sky too. The shift in her posture told Cade that she had been reading weather the way she'd been reading the trail, processing the information available and concluding it meant what she had been told it meant and not necessarily more. She looked at the greenish-gray on the western horizon now and her jaw tightened briefly, then released. "That's a significant weather event," she said, not asking. "Classification 3 minimum." Cade picked up the roller bag. "We can discuss specifics inside." "I can carry that." "I know you can." She started up the trail. "Keep up." There was a small pause behind her that she read as the moment of decision, whether to argue the point or simply move, and then Priya moved. She was faster than Cade expected, which was recalibrated data filed without comment. They moved in silence up the last section of trail to the tower access, Cade carrying the roller bag and Priya keeping pace, the wind building around them as the sky continued its slow, inevitable change. The tower was exactly what it was, a cab on steel legs bolted to a concrete foundation, functional, weather-worn, elevated to give the long sight lines that were the only reason it existed. The exterior stairs ran up the south face of the platform to the cab door, which Cade unlocked and pushed open. She held the door. "There's a boot scraper at the threshold," she said. "Use it." Priya looked at the boot scraper, then at her footwear, ankle boots with a modest heel, genuinely not suited to the trail she had just climbed, and scraped her soles. She stepped inside. She stopped just inside the door and looked at the cab with the particular quality of professional attention Cade would come to recognize over the next 29 days, the look that moved from structural assessment to functional mapping without quite pausing for aesthetic appreciation along the way. The Osborne fire finder on its central table. The instrument shelf with the radio and weather equipment. The small kitchen area against the south wall. The sleeping platform down the 4 steps to the lower level, half visible through the interior hatch. "It's compact," Priya said. 412 square feet. Cade set the roller bag down near the sleeping hatch. "The cot is below. I sleep in the chair." "You don't have to." "I sleep in the chair," Cade said. Not harshly. "Just finished." Outside, the wind hit the platform railing with a sound that was different from the usual wind, lower, more sustained, the sound of something that had decided what it was doing. Priya heard it. Cade watched her hear it. "How long?" Priya asked. Cade went to the instrument shelf and checked the barometric reading. The pressure had dropped another millibar since she'd last looked. She did the mental calculation, rate of drop, projected trajectory, her 2 days of observational data against the incoming system's characteristics. "The road is closed," she said. "Probably as of tonight. It'll flood at the lower crossing." "When will it reopen?" Cade looked at the sky through the south window, at the organized darkness advancing from the west, at the particular quality of the light that said this was not a system with a quick resolution. 3 weeks, she said. Maybe more. A silence. She turned to look at Priya. Priya was standing in the middle of the cab with her roller bag beside her and her blazer still on and her hair still mostly escaping its knot, and she was looking at Cade with an expression that was doing considerable interior work. Cade could see it, the processing, the architectural mind identifying load-bearing walls in an unfamiliar structure, and then, over the course of about 4 seconds, the expression resolved. "Right," she said. "Okay." Not question. Not protest. Assessment received, conclusions integrated. Cade turned back to the instrument shelf. Coffee's on the left burner if you want it, she said. I'm going to call Gil and confirm you're in. Behind her, she heard Priya set her bag down properly, not the leaving it where it landed in a crisis way but the settling it somewhere intentional way, the sound of someone identifying a system and choosing to operate within it. She made the radio call. Gil's voice was steady and unsurprised. She confirmed the guest was in and accounted for. Gil confirmed the road situation, the projected storm duration, the protocol for emergency communication. She wrote none of it down because she didn't need to. When she turned around, Priya had found the coffee and was pouring a cup. She had not found the second mug, which was in the cabinet above the stove. She was using the extra mug from the lower cabinet, the one with the chipped handle that Cade had been meaning to retire for a season. Cade opened the upper cabinet and retrieved the good mug. She set it on the counter. Priya looked at it. She looked at the chipped one in her hand. You can use that one, Cade said. The handle's chipped on the left side. Don't put your thumb there. Priya looked at her. A consideration. Then she moved her thumb and drank the coffee. The first rain hit the east window at 3:14 p.m. By evening the wind was 40 miles per hour and climbing. Outside, the road was already closing under the water that came down the mountain drainage in sheets, filling the ditch at the lower crossing until the crossing itself became part of the stream. Nobody was coming up. Nobody was going down. The tower flexed very slightly in the gusts, not alarmingly. It was built for this, and the sound of the storm against its glass and steel was a frequency Cade had learned to read the way she read everything, as information, specific and ongoing, telling her what was happening and what to expect. She noted the wind speed in the log. She noted the time. She noted the barometric pressure. She did not note that there was someone else in the cab, listening to the same storm, learning to read the same frequency for the first time. She didn't need to note it. She was already aware of it. Chapter 5. Storm Protocol, Personal Edition. The rules sheet appeared on the table the morning of day 2. It was a laminated card, which meant it had been made in advance, which meant Cade had anticipated this possibility at some point, a person stranded, a set of protocols required, and had prepared for it. Priya picked it up and read it. The sheet was formatted with the economy of someone who communicated in declaratives. 8 rules. No preamble. Weather observation takes priority over all other activity. Do not interrupt during log entry or instrument check. The Osborne fire finder is not a telescope. Do not use it as one. The coffee ratio is 2 tablespoons per 6 ounces. This is not a discussion. The sleeping platform is yours. The chair is mine. Radio check-ins happen at 0700 and 1900. They are not conversations. The east window does not close fully. This is normal. Emergency equipment locations are on the laminated chart on the cabinet door. Familiarize yourself. Do not touch the weather log. Priya read Rule 8 twice. Then she turned the card over, found the back blank, and wrote in the margin of Rule 3, 3A. The coffee ratio is a matter of professional opinion. She slid it back across the table to where Cade was making her 0700 radio check. Cade finished the check. She set down the handset. She picked up the card and read it. She read it the way she read everything, completely, without expression, the information going somewhere interior that didn't communicate back. Then she set the card down beside the radio and went to make coffee. She made it at the prescribed ratio. Priya said nothing. She filed this as information. The storm outside was ongoing and serious. She had understood this abstractly when Cade had told her 3 weeks, and she had understood it more concretely when the rain hit the east window in horizontal sheets on the first evening and the wind had made the tower structure produce a low, engineered groan that she recognized as load redistribution, the building doing what it was designed to do under stress, which was reassuring in a technical sense but was also just a building groaning in a storm. She had lain on the cot for the first hour listening to it and doing the structural calculations in her head until she arrived at the conclusion that the foundation bolts and the guy wire specifications and the cab's overall engineering were appropriate to the conditions, and then she had stopped doing the calculations because they were no longer useful and had tried to sleep. She had slept adequately. This surprised her. The tower was small enough that its smallness had its own kind of logic. Every object was within 3 steps of every other. The ceiling pressed the space into a forced intimacy that should have been claustrophobic and instead was, oddly, like being held still. She was not a person who was often held still. Her apartment, her office, her entire life had been designed with movement in mind, the efficient flow from task to task, from meeting to meeting, from one version of herself to the one required by the next room. Here there was one room. There was nowhere to flow to. She had expected anxiety. She was familiar with the particular quality of her own anxiety, which presented as logistics, lists, contingency planning, the emergency competence of someone who managed fear by converting it to tasks. She had composed a mental task list during the first night: contact the firm, get word to the team, assess supply situation, identify the structural integrity parameters of the cab. In the morning she had woken up and the list had been there and she had noticed something strange about it. She didn't feel urgency about any of it. The firm would manage without her call. The team knew what had happened. The supplies were clearly adequate. She had taken mental inventory of the cabinet during the previous evening's quiet. The structural integrity she had already assessed. The list had nothing left to do. She had lain on the cot for several minutes in the pre-dawn dark, listening to the storm and to the sound of Cade in the chair above the sleeping level, not sleeping, from the quality of the silence, just sitting, looking at something through the dark window, and she had thought, "I'm not anxious." This was an unusual condition and she approached it with the caution appropriate to unusual conditions, the way you approached an unfamiliar material in a structural context, carefully, with instruments, testing its load-bearing capacity before you built anything on top of it. Day 2 moved in a different rhythm from Day 1. Day 1 had been emergency management, the arrival, the storm, the orientation to the space and its systems. Day 2 was the rhythm of staying. The 0700 check-in. The coffee. The weather log that Priya was not permitted to touch. The long stretches of Cade at the Osborne or the instrument shelf, doing things with practice competence while the storm continued outside, and Priya at the table with her notebook doing her own work, which was partly the elevation documentation she'd come up here for and partly, increasingly, something else. She was sketching the tower. Not for the feasibility report, those sketches would be precise, dimensioned, professional. These were different, quick assessments, structural notations, the things of builders I couldn't turn off even when the builder had nowhere to be. The junction of the cab's roof where it met the observation deck structure. The way the steel frame was bolted to the concrete platform base. The east window's warped frame, the specific pattern of the warp that explained why the latch never quite seated. Cade noticed her sketching at some point in the late morning. Priya registered the noticing, not intrusively, just the shift of attention that people with good spatial awareness exhibited, the way the room's weight redistributed when someone changed their focus. She didn't look up from her sketch. "It's structural," she said. "I'm not going to reproduce any classified information." A pause. "There's no classified information in a fire lookout." "Then I'm not going to reproduce that." She heard what might have been, under other circumstances, a laugh, a sound very briefly present and then absent, like a door opened from the other side and immediately closed. She filed this too. They ate lunch separately and simultaneously, which was the particular quality of sharing a 400-square-foot space with someone who had not agreed to be social. You occupied the same surfaces in parallel, close enough that you were aware of the other person's breathing, far enough that the parallel was maintained. Cade ate efficiently and did not make conversation. Priya ate her own rations. She was pleased to note, packed a more reasonable emergency supply than her outerwear had suggested, the habit of logistical preparation persisting even through a chaotic departure, and thought about the warped window frame. "The frame's warped on a diagonal bias," she said, to her notebook as much as to the room. "It's pulling the latch strike plate out of alignment. If you reset the frame at the top hinge, the plate would reseat." She felt the quality of attention in the room change. "I know," Cade said. Then why are you fixing the latch? Because I have a latch. Priya looked up. Cade was at the instrument shelf, not looking at her, doing something with the radio housing that involved a small screwdriver. And the frame? Maintenance request. It's in the queue. The queue. The queue. Priya looked at the east window for a moment. The warped frame was visible if you knew to look for it, the slight bowing at the upper left corner, the gap at the lower right where the weather seal had separated. What would it take to reset it? Temporarily. It needs proper fitting. I know. But temporarily, if you remove the upper hinge plate and reset the frame by hand, aligned it to the strike plate, then reseated the hinge, it would hold until the permanent repair. A pause. The hinge screws are stripped on the upper plate. Priya thought about this. What do you have for stripped screws? The silence lasted long enough that she wondered if she'd overstepped some protocol she hadn't identified yet, some rule that wasn't on the laminated card. Then, larger gauge. Different thread pitch. Would they bite? Another pause, this one with a different quality, the pause of someone running a calculation rather than deciding whether to engage. Probably. So we could reset the frame. You're going to help me reset a window frame. Priya looked at the window, then at Cade, who had turned from the instrument shelf and was looking at her with an expression that was evaluating something she couldn't quite read. I'm going to be here for 3 weeks, Priya said. The window is going to bother me for 3 weeks. I'm a structural engineer. It seems efficient. The expression shifted, or almost shifted, the closest thing to a shift that Cade's face appeared to do. Architect. Structural architect. With a civil engineering concentration. She paused. I know what a hinge plate is. Cade looked at her for a moment more. Then she turned back to the radio housing and resumed her work with the small screwdriver. Tomorrow, she said. When the wind drops. Fine. They didn't speak again until dinner, which Priya cooked because she was a good cook and had determined that Cade's approach to cooking was functional to the point of austerity and that this was going to be a long 3 weeks. Cade ate what was put in front of her without comment. Then she said, the lentils needed more time. The lentils were perfect. They were slightly firm. They were al dente. A pause. This is not pasta. Al dente is a texture descriptor, not a pasta-specific term. The lentils were appropriately textured. Cade looked at her plate. She looked at it for long enough that Priya had begun to wonder if the conversation was over, and then she said, they were acceptable. It was not, Priya thought, what most people would consider a compliment. She found herself choosing to take it as one. That night she lay on the cot and listened to the storm, which had not diminished in the second day and showed no intention of doing so, and she thought about the margin note on the rules card and whether Cade had actually read it or had simply noted it and moved on. She thought about the window frame conversation and whether offering to help had been the right read or whether she had miscalculated the dynamic and would wake up tomorrow to a different quality of quiet. She was good at reading dynamics. She had always been good at reading dynamics. She had spent years in rooms making rapid assessments of what was required and providing it, and she was good at the assessment and good at the provision. The question she was currently sitting with, the one she had been sitting with since her apartment, since the hollow feeling, since Simone's voice saying you're brilliant at building things for other people, was whether being good at reading what other people needed had somehow made her bad at knowing what she needed. She didn't know the answer yet. She would know it in 3 weeks. Or she would know something, which was perhaps all you could ask for from 3 weeks in a box in a storm with a woman who communicated in declaratives and kept fixing the same latch knowing the latch wasn't the problem. She thought about that. A closed loop, she thought, was honest about what it was. Outside, the storm settled into itself, and the tower held. Chapter 6. 48 hours without a plan. On the morning of day 3, Priya stopped waiting to be rescued. This was not a dramatic decision. It arrived the same way most practical decisions arrived for her, as a recognition of conditions already in place, the way you recognized a soil composition from the core sample rather than from a reading. The storm was not breaking. The road was not opening. She had received a 7-second burst of satellite signal the previous evening, barely enough to confirm with her firm that she was alive and stranded and not missing, and the 3-word reply from her project manager had been reassuring in its specificity. Understood, take care. Not, we're coming to get you. Not, can you get to lower elevation? Just, understood. Which meant the situation had been assessed and found to be what it was. She was here. She had 24 days remaining, minimum. She could be here badly or she could be here well. She chose well, which for Priya meant beginning to look at the thing directly. She started with the structure. The tower was a air motor L, for standard cab design. She had identified this on day 1 from the platform base configuration and the cab dimensions, though this particular installation had several non-standard modifications she found herself cataloging with increasing interest. The original L, for spec, called for a single observation deck running the full perimeter. This one had a partial deck on the south and east faces only, the west and north deck sections replaced with reinforced wall panels that suggested someone had made a deliberate choice about prevailing wind exposure. Smart. The cab's south-facing window was slightly larger than the standard specification, and the framing around it had been reinforced, also non-standard, also clearly intentional. The southeast corner had a secondary equipment mount that would have been added after original installation, the bolt pattern a different generation from the original hardware. She wrote this in her notebook. Not for the feasibility report. For herself. Then she closed the professional notebook and opened the one she used for other things, the smaller one with the soft cover that she had carried in her bag since graduate school and that Sasha had once called her feelings journal, which was not what it was. It was a thinking journal. The distinction mattered. She wrote in it when she needed to understand something, not when she needed to feel something, and what she needed to understand this morning was what she was actually doing here, in this specific space, at this specific juncture in her life. She wrote for 20 minutes. She did not share what she wrote with anyone, but its general conclusion was this: she had arrived here running from something, and she was still here because a storm had made the running impossible, and that was perhaps the most useful thing that had happened to her in 2 years. She closed the journal and looked up. Cade was at the Osborne fire finder, running her morning observation rotation, and she was doing it with the specific unhurried attention that Priya had been watching since day 1. The rotation was slow. The crosshairs moved through the territory's arc without rushing. Each landmark in the 360-degree sweep received the same quality of attention as the one before it, and this, Priya had observed, was not method, it was character. Cade did not prioritize. She watched everything with equal care. She had a theory about what this produced. "Can I ask you something?" she said. Cade did not look up from the sight. "You can ask." "The morning rotation. You do it the same way every time, same pace, same arc. Is that protocol or preference?" A pause in the rotation. Not stopping, just the slight quality of consideration that preceded Cade's answers. "Protocol is 30 minutes at start of watch. I do 45. The extra 15. My own." "Why?" Cade finished the current arc and straightened from the sight, which for her required a very minor adjustment, a slight unbending of the lower back that she did without appearing to notice it. She looked at Priya for a moment. The smoke from a new fire is pale. White or gray. It blends with cloud cover, with dust, with the way light scatters at certain elevations. The protocol rotation catches it if it's developed. The extra 15 is for the fires that haven't decided yet. Priya held her pen. The fires that haven't decided yet. The ones that are going to be fires. They look like almost nothing. She glanced back at the Osborne. You have to move slowly enough to see almost nothing. Priya wrote this down. Cade looked at the notebook. That's in your feelings journal. Thinking journal, Priya said. The distinction matters. The closest thing to an expression moved across Cade's face. She returned to the Osborne. Priya looked at the south-facing window, at the gray-white that was all that was visible today through the rain, low cloud, driven rain, the mountain entirely invisible below the tower's elevation. She thought about almost nothing. She thought about the things that presented as almost nothing that had turned out to be something, the first week of stillness in her apartment that she'd attributed to adjustment. The last year with Sasha that she'd called contentment. The way she had arrived at this tower expecting a brief professional inconvenience and found herself, 3 days in, less anxious than she had been in months. She looked at the window's construction. The larger-than-standard south window and its reinforced framing were the detail that interested her most. The reinforcement had been added at a different time from the original installation. She could see it in the layering of the paint, 2 distinct generations of exterior finish. Someone had looked at the original design and decided the south view needed more. Had submitted a request, or made the modification themselves, or both. Had chosen, deliberately, to look at more of the mountain. Who modified the south window, she asked. A pause from the Osborne. First season. You. It's in the maintenance log if you need documentation. I'm not asking for documentation. She looked at the window, then at Cade's profile above the fire finder. It makes the cab take on more light. More exposure to the weather too, but more light. Yes. You made the trade-off deliberately. No answer. Which Priya had learned, in 3 days, was itself an answer. She turned a page in her thinking journal and began sketching the window's framing. Not dimensioned. Not professional. Just the shape of it, the proportions, the way the reinforcement distributed the load of the additional glass across the modified frame. It was a good piece of engineering. Whoever had done it, and she was reasonably certain she knew who, had understood that the point of the reinforcement was not to make the window stronger against the weather. It was to make the window possible at all. You had to reinforce the frame before you could open it further. She wrote this in the margin of the sketch. It was the kind of thing that could belong either to structural notation or to thinking. She left it where it was. The afternoon brought a lull in the rain, not clearing, just a pause, the storm gathering itself, and Cade did a walk around the exterior platform to check the guy wires and the drainage channels at the platform's corner points. Priya watched through the south window, Cade moving around the narrow platform deck in the wind, her work jacket open, not bothering with the hood of it, checking each anchor point with the manual assurance of someone who trusted her hands more than her eyes in familiar territory. She was completely at home. This was the thing that had been accumulating in Priya's observations since day one, collecting in the thinking journal and fragments. Cade was not performing competence. She was not performing anything. The economy of her movement, the directness of her communication, the way she occupied the tower's small space without either shrinking into it or dominating it, these were not presentations. They were just the shape of her. The way a well-designed building worked, efficiently, without apology, because it had been built for exactly the conditions it was standing in. Priya thought about her own apartment, which she had built for a life that had turned out not to be hers. When Cade came back inside, dripping slightly, she went straight to the instrument shelf and recorded the external readings without taking off her jacket first. Then she took off the jacket and hung it on its specific hook with the practiced motion of someone who did not have to think about where things went because everything had already been assigned its place. The south drainage is clearing well, she said, to the instrument shelf and therefore to the room. North is slower. I'll check it again tonight. I can do the north check, Priya said. Cade turned. The look was not surprise exactly, more the same recalibration she'd done at the trailhead, the brief update to the model. You haven't been on the exterior deck. I know what a drainage channel looks like. In a storm. I grew up in Chennai, Priya said. I know what a drainage channel looks like in a storm. A pause. Cade looked at her for a moment, then at the window. The rain had restarted, lighter this time, a steady gray curtain rather than the horizontal violence of the storm's main cells. Stay on the leeward side. The west rail is reliable. The east is manageable if you keep one hand on it. She paused. Don't lean. I wasn't planning to lean. People always plan not to lean. Priya looked at her. She looked back. It was, Priya thought, the closest they had come to the same joke. She filed it in the thinking journal mentally and went to get her rain gear. The north drainage channel check took 8 minutes. It was, as Cade had indicated, running slower than the south, partial debris from the first cell's wind damage, a branch across the upper channel diverting the flow. Priya cleared it with the channel rod that was mounted beside the north staircase access, noted the current flow rate with the mental estimating tools of someone who had assessed drainage capacity on 100 construction sites, and came back inside with her jacket soaked through the shoulders. She did not tell Cade the specific flow rate. She said, "It's cleared. Running adequately now." Cade looked at her jacket. "You leaned. I reached. There's a distinction." The door that had opened slightly on day 2, the one Priya had thought about, the small door, the one that neither of them had commented on, opened another fraction. She changed her jacket and made coffee and did not comment on the fraction. But she noticed it. She was very good at noticing things. That evening, after dinner, Priya had made rice and dal from the emergency rations, which were better stocked than she had expected, and Cade had eaten 2 portions without annotation, which Priya had decided to interpret as a compliment. They sat on opposite sides of the small table, the lamp between them, and Cade read the Le Guin and Priya read her elevation notes. At some point Priya looked up and said, "What are you reading?" "Le Guin." "Which one?" Cade turned the spine to show her. Priya recognized it. "That one took me 2 attempts." Cade set the book down fractionally. 2. The structure is circular. It kept frustrating me until I stopped trying to find the through line and started reading it as a collection of moments. A long pause. Cade looked at her book. She looked at it in the specific way she had of receiving information that she was running against some internal catalog, a stillness, a quality of interior processing. "A collection of moments," she said. Without resolution. She picked the book back up. She had turned back 3 pages, which meant she was rereading something. Priya watched her do it and then looked back at her elevation notes and thought about the south window and the almost nothing and the drainage channel and the door that had opened another fraction in the wind-scoured cab at the top of the mountain. She did not have language for it yet. That was fine. She had 24 more days. She turned the page and kept reading. Chapter 7. The B story arrives in a satellite call. The satellite phone connected on day 5 at 11:22 a.m., which Cade knew because she noted the time the way she noted everything, and Priya knew because she had been watching the signal indicator with the specific fixed attention of someone who had been out of contact with the world for 4 days and had managed this better than she expected and was not entirely sure what that said about her. The phone connected for 40 minutes. Priya got it first by virtue of being closest to it when the signal indicator went solid, which was not a system Cade would have designed but which she accepted without argument. Priya took the phone to the lower sleeping level for privacy, which Cade also accepted, though the 4 steps between the sleeping level and the cab did not constitute meaningful acoustic separation in a 412 square foot tower in a sustained storm. She did not mention this. She went to the instrument shelf and made a note in the equipment log and then made another check on the barometric pressure, which had not changed since the check 20 minutes ago, and then did an Osborne rotation that she had already done 90 minutes prior. She was not listening. What she heard, unavoidably, because physics was physics and the tower was what it was, came in fragments. Priya's voice in a register she hadn't heard before, the professional composure stripped away by static and distance and the particular honesty that bad signal forced on you. A laugh, not the suppressed one, not the social one, a third kind, brief and rueful and involuntary. I know. Don't. Then, she's, I don't know. Competent. Very competent. She communicates in complete sentences, which is more than I can say for most of the people at my firm. A pause while the static ate whatever Simone said in response. That is not what I said. Another pause. That is absolutely not what I said. Cade moved to the opposite side of the instrument shelf and turned her back and paid close and careful attention to the exterior weather readings. When Priya came back up the 4 steps, her composure had reassembled itself, but there was something at the edges of it that hadn't quite finished reassembling. She set the phone on the table and looked at it for a moment. Signal's still open, Cade said. If you need more time. I'm done. She sat down at the table. Then, your turn, if you want it. Cade had not been planning to make a call. Teddy was on the radio schedule for the afternoon, and the radio was more reliable up here than the satellite phone, and she did not have anyone else she needed to talk to with particular urgency. She looked at the phone. "I'll use the radio," she said. Priya nodded. She picked up her notebook. She looked like she was thinking about something that was not the notebook, which was not unusual. She frequently looked like she was thinking about two things simultaneously, the one in front of her and the one underneath it, but the quality of this particular distraction was different from the professional version. It was personal. It had the specific texture of someone who had just been told a true thing and was still adjusting to its weight. Cade filed this and returned to the instrument shelf. The radio connection to Teddy at 1 p.m. was clear and brief, the way most of their conversations were, which was one of the things that made talking to Teddy fundamentally different from talking to almost anyone else. He didn't require setup. He didn't require performance. You called him and he answered and you said what needed saying, and that was the conversation. "How's the guest?" he asked, after the weather exchange. "Managing." "Yeah. She cleared the north drainage channel yesterday." A pause. "On the exterior deck." "In the storm." "The leeward side." "Right." Another pause, with the specific quality of Teddy not asking what he was actually curious about. "She's useful, then. She knows what a drainage channel looks like." "That's a skill set." "It is." The silence that followed had a different texture from their usual silences. She was aware of it in the way she was aware of a change in barometric pressure, not consciously registering each unit, just the overall shift. "Roads are closed for at least 3 more weeks, Teddy said. His voice was even, informational, delivering the data with the same register he used for weather. "I know. Just making sure you know." "I know," Cade said again. She turned off the radio and set the handset on its cradle and looked at the east window for a moment. The latch was holding. The frame, since Priya had identified the specific nature of the problem on day 2, had been fixed on day 3 as promised, the stripped screws replaced with the larger gauge, the frame reset to alignment, the latch seating cleanly for the first time in possibly years. She had not thanked Priya for holding the frame. Priya had not required thanks. This was, she had noted, unusual. Most people who did something useful required at minimum acknowledgement. Preferably appreciation. Priya had held the frame perfectly aligned for 45 minutes, neither speaking nor shifting, and when it was done had simply straightened up and said, "The seal's going to need replacing in the spring," and gone back to her notebook. Like it was just a thing that needed doing and she had been available to do it. Cade looked at the window. She looked at it for longer than the window required. Below, in the drainage she couldn't see through the storm, the road was closed and the water was up and the mountain had made its ordinary, seasonal, entirely impersonal determination that nobody was going anywhere, and this was information she had received and filed and was not currently examining. She was not examining the 3 weeks. She was not examining Teddy's specific inflection when he'd said 3 more weeks, the informational tone, yes, but underneath it something that in anyone else she would have called a gift, the gift of fact that meant something other than itself. She turned from the window. Priya was at the table with her notebook, not the thinking journal but the professional one, making small, precise drawings that were probably elevation schematics for the feasibility report. Her hand moved over the page with the same quality of attention that Cade had noticed on day 1, not effortful, just present. She was frowning slightly at something she'd drawn. She erased it. She drew it again. She had done this exact sequence, draw, frown, erase, redraw, at least 6 times in the last 2 days, on what appeared from Cade's angle to be the same section of the same drawing. This was either perfectionism or genuine structural problem solving. She had begun to suspect it was both, which was a combination she recognized. "The site assessment," Cade said. "The secondary station location. You have a problem." Priya looked up. "What?" "The terrain in the valley flattens at the site Gil flagged. You'd want to build there. But the drainage pattern is wrong for a permanent structure." She paused. "The water table in a sustained weather event, what you've been experiencing for 5 days, would saturate the soil to a depth of 4 feet minimum within 2 weeks. A structure on that site would require either deep piering or remedial drainage that would double the construction cost. Priya was very still. She had the look she'd had on day 2 during the window frame conversation, the look of someone receiving a structural assessment and running it against their own calculations. How do you know the drainage pattern? I've watched the drainage in this watershed for 3 seasons. You know where the water goes? Yes. A pause. She turned to a blank page in the professional notebook. Tell me. What followed was a 20-minute conversation that Cade had not planned, and that was, from her experience of conversations, unusually functional. She described the watershed's drainage behavior during sustained weather events from 3 seasons of direct observation, and Priya asked precise questions that she answered precisely, and Priya's hand moved over the page in the spatial, gestural way she had, tracing routes, sketching relative elevations, blueprinting in the air and then on paper. She wasn't writing notes. She was building something. When it was done, Priya looked at the page for a moment. The site 200 meters east of the flagged location. The slight rise. Better soil structure. The water routes around it on 3 sides and drains through the creek bed to the south. That's a better building site. Yes. You've known this for 3 seasons. It wasn't my report to write. Priya looked at her. There was something in the look that Cade didn't immediately catalog, not professional assessment, something different, something that arrived and was briefly visible before Priya looked back at her notebook. It is now, she said. If you'll let me cite it. Cite the drainage observation records. They're in the station logs. Public record. I'll do that. She paused. Thank you. Cade looked at the instrument shelf. The information was just sitting there. A lot of useful things are, Priya said. She closed the professional notebook and opened the thinking one. Cade went back to the instrument shelf. The signal held for 3 more hours, then dropped as the afternoon weather built. She did not call anyone. There was no one she needed to call. Teddy's voice was still in the recent memory, the even delivery of the factual gift, and she sat with it the way she sat with a weather pattern that hadn't resolved yet, watching it, not moving toward it, waiting to see what it became. 3 more weeks. She checked the east window latch. It held clean. No movement at all. She went back to her chair and picked up the Le Guin, which she had turned back 3 pages the previous evening to reread the section Priya had referenced, the one about reading it as a collection of moments without resolution, and had found that she was reading it differently now and that the difference was not the book. She read until the light went. She did not examine what the difference was. Not tonight. Chapter 8. How to fix what isn't broken. The east window latch broke properly on the morning of day 7. Not the gradual loosening that had been its history, the slow drift from aligned to misaligned that Cade addressed with the wrench every few days, but a clean failure. The latch pin had sheared at the collar, likely from metal fatigue compounded by the temperature cycling of the storm. The latch lay in 2 pieces on the sill when she checked it at 5:47 a.m. The window would not lock now. In normal conditions this would be inconvenient. In a sustained weather event it was a structural concern, because the east window, even imperfectly sealed, was part of the cab's weather envelope. She looked at the 2 pieces for a moment. Then she went to the tool cabinet. The cabinet was a converted equipment locker she had reorganized in her first season into a tool storage system that made sense to her, fasteners by gauge on the top shelf, hand tools on the hooks on the door's interior, the specific kit she used for tower maintenance in the lower drawer organized by task type. She had the replacement latch pin in the second drawer, because she had known this would happen eventually and had ordered the part on last season's supply list. She set the parts out on the counter. She knew exactly what she was doing. The issue, as Priya had correctly identified on day 2, was that the latch was not the problem. The frame was the problem. The frame had been temporarily corrected by the hinge reset they'd done on day 3, which had bought approximately 4 days of clean function, which was better than she'd expected, honestly. Before the ongoing temperature cycling had worked the frame back toward misalignment and put stress on the latch pin that it hadn't been designed to absorb. She had a replacement latch pin. She did not have a replacement frame. She sat down at the table with her coffee and thought about this in the practical, sequential way she approached mechanical problems. What do I have? What do I need? What can I do with what I have? The answer was that she could replace the pin, retension the hinge, and extend the working life of the current repair by another few days. This was the latch solution applied to the latch problem, which was honest about what it was. Priya came up from the sleeping level at 6:30, which was earlier than usual. Day 6 had established a rough morning rhythm, Priya up by 7, Cade up by 5:45, the hour between them Cade's, and she was carrying her thinking journal, which meant she'd been awake for a while and had been working something through. She saw the disassembled latch on the sill and the parts laid out on the counter in one efficient sweep of assessment. The pin sheared, she said. Yes. You have a replacement. Yes. She set the thinking journal on the table and came to look at the parts. She picked up the replacement pin, examined the thread pitch and the collar diameter with the hands of someone who understood fasteners in a tactile way, then set it back down. She looked at the window frame. She looked at the window frame for a long time in the way she had of looking at structures, not casually, with full professional attention, building a case from what she observed. The frame needs resetting again, she said. I know. So why are you replacing the pin? Cade picked up the pin and the collar wrench. Because I have a pin. A pause. She could hear Priya forming something, not a counter-argument, something more considered, the way she assembled her thinking journal entries in the air before committing them to paper. Then, the frame needs to be held during pin installation or the replacement will shear in the same place for the same reason. I know. I can hold the frame. Cade looked at her. You held it for 45 minutes last time, she said. I can do it again. The realignment was temporary. Then we should do it better this time. Priya moved to stand beside the window and put her hands on the frame, not casually, with the specific pressure and positioning that someone used when they understood what they were holding and why. She looked at Cade with an expression that was simply practical. Tell me when you're ready. Cade looked at the window. She looked at Priya's hands on the frame. There was a quality to this, to someone stepping up to hold something without being asked, without making a performance of the offer, just presenting themselves as available for the work, that she was not used to receiving and did not immediately know what to do with. She filed it under practical and uncomplicated, which was accurate, and got her tools. The upper hinge first, she said. I need it set at the top left corner, 8 degrees clockwise from vertical. You'll feel the frame seat when it's right. I know what it feels like when a frame seats. She didn't doubt it. What followed was 45 minutes of the kind of close physical collaboration that required very little speech, Cade working the hinge plate, replacing the stripped screws with new ones of the correct gauge, torquing them to the right tension while Priya maintained the frame in precise alignment. She could feel the pressure Priya was applying, not from physical contact but from the way the frame responded when she worked it, the steadiness of the hold, the small, immediate adjustments when the frame tried to drift. Priya was strong in the specific way of someone who worked with their hands in a fine motor context, not raw force, controlled precision. Left side's drifting, Cade said. The pressure adjusted. The drift stopped. She reset the lower hinge. She replaced the latch hardware with the new assembly. She ran the latch through its full range of motion, close, seat, lock, unlock, open, close again. Clean. No play. No gap at the lower right where the weather seal had been separating. She stepped back. Try the lock, she said. Priya moved her hands from the frame and tried the lock. It seated with the specific clean sound of hardware correctly aligned, a small, definitive sound that Cade had not heard from that window in longer than she could accurately estimate. That's right, Priya said. Yes. A pause. They were both standing at the window, close enough that the warmth of proximity was a physical fact and the silence between them had a different quality from their usual silences, not comfortable exactly, just alive. The window held the clean lock. Outside, the storm was ongoing, rain on the glass, the mountain invisible in the gray, but the cab was sealed the way it was supposed to be. The frame will drift again, Priya said. Probably faster now because the hinge screws are at their maximum load. You're out of gauge options. I know. What you actually need is for someone to fabricate a new frame insert that corrects the warp at the structural level rather than compensating for it at the hinge. That's a job order. Fabrication requires a machine shop. I know that too. A pause. She was still looking at the window. The dimensions are straightforward. I've already sketched them. If you wanted to order the fabrication for next season's supply run, I can give you a drawing with the exact specifications. Cade looked at her. You've been planning to give me those specifications. Priya turned from the window. Her expression was the even, professional one, but underneath it was something that was almost amused. I've been planning to offer them. Whether you want them is a separate question. Cade looked at the window. At the clean lock. At the weather seal seated properly for the first time and she didn't know how long. She thought about the 45 minutes, twice now, holding a frame that needed holding while someone else did the work. I want them, she said. Priya went to her notebook. They spent the next hour, Cade with her maintenance log, Priya with her professional notebook, working in the parallel quiet that had become, over 7 days, the texture of their mornings. The rain continued. The tower held. Cade made notes on the fabrication specifications as Priya developed them, clean and precise in Priya's handwriting, which was not what she had expected. She'd expected something architect bold, large and gestural. It was small and exact, with clear dimensioning and a neat abbreviation system that was entirely its own. Your writing is small, Cade said. Priya didn't look up. My drawings are large. Is that a spatial thing? I think more in space than in text. A pause. Your writing is also small. It fits more information on a page. So does mine. Cade looked at her own weather log entry. She looked at the specifications Priya was producing. They were both, she observed, people who fit more information into smaller spaces than strictly necessary, by preference, not constraint. She did not comment on this. She went back to her log and made the next entry, and the morning moved forward in its rain-steady, wind-noted rhythm, and the east window held clean and locked against the storm, and neither of them said anything about what it had taken to make that happen, which was, Cade thought, the right way to handle a thing that had been handled. You did the work. The work was done. That was what the work was for. Chapter 9. The Hierarchy of Laughs. By day 10 the storm had settled into a rhythm, and so, cautiously, had they. This was different from the first week's careful parallel occupation of the same space, the deliberate distance maintained while the terms of cohabitation were being silently negotiated. The first week had been provisional. Day 10 was something else, not settled, not comfortable in any soft sense of the word, but established. The rhythms had found each other the way two different time signatures eventually resolve into a common pulse, not by either one abandoning its own tempo, but by finding the beat they shared. The mornings were Cade's. She had the cab to herself from 5:47 to 6:30 while Priya slept, or thought in the dark with her journal, or lay on the cot in the particular stillness that was not sleep and that Cade had stopped trying to classify. The 0700 radio check happened with Priya present but quiet, drinking her coffee, which had, by day 8, shifted to a ratio of 1 3/4 tablespoons per 6 ounces, split between their two positions in a negotiation that had never been explicitly conducted and had arrived at a result that satisfied neither of them entirely, which Cade privately thought was what a negotiation was. After the check, Cade did her extended rotation on the Osborne. Priya worked. The afternoons had become more porous. Priya had finished her elevation documentation by day 6 and had pivoted to working on the feasibility report itself, which she was apparently able to do from observational notes and sketches and the drainage information Cade had given her, supplemented by occasional specific questions that she asked with the directness of someone who had decided the politeness of not asking was less efficient than the ask. Cade answered them. They were good questions. The evenings were shared in the way evenings naturally became shared when there were two people in a small space and the options were silence or conversation. They had both, in roughly equal measure, and the quality of both had changed from the first week's careful parallel to something that was less managed on both sides. There was also the question of what Priya read. Cade had known, abstractly, that people who read simultaneously from multiple books existed. She had not previously shared a living space with one, and the phenomenon turned out to be more disorienting than expected. Priya had 3 books on the go: her own novel, which she read in the evenings, a short essay collection from Cade's shelf that she'd asked permission to borrow on day 6 and that Cade had agreed to without quite understanding why she had personal feelings about her field guides being borrowed, and the Leguin, which she read in fragments, picking it up and setting it down and returning to it as the mood warranted. She was, Cade had established, approximately 80 pages into each of them simultaneously and showed no indication of finishing any in the near term. "You're going to finish none of those," Cade said on day 10, which was a clear statement of observable fact and not a criticism. Priya looked up from the essay collection. She had the Leguin beside her elbow, spine down, which Cade had been not looking at for 3 minutes. "I'll finish all of them." "At that rate you'll finish them in 9 months. "I don't read to finish things." "Then what do you read for?" Priya considered this. She considered it with the genuine quality she brought to questions she found interesting, not the performing consideration quality that people sometimes deployed as a social courtesy but the actual version. She stopped doing everything else and thought about it. For the moment when a thing you already knew becomes something you understand. It doesn't matter where in the book it is. You can put the book down after that. Cade thought about this. And then you pick it back up. Because there might be another one. She looked at the Leguin. She looked at the spine-down placement, which she had decided on day 6 was a fixable offense and had fixed by sliding a bookmark in from her own supply without comment. The bookmark was still there. Priya had used it. "That's not how books work," Cade said. "It's how they work for me." Priya turned a page. "How do they work for you?" Cade picked up her own copy of the Leguin. She'd had it for 2 seasons, read 4 pages at a time, set it down again, and looked at it. "I want them to have a point." "They do have a point. You have to sit inside them long enough to find it. You have to sit inside someone else's head." "Yes." A pause. "You find that uncomfortable?" It was not a question. Cade looked at the field guides on the shelf, the arranged categories, the organized specificity of knowledge that moved outward, describing conditions, naming things that existed. "I find interiority unreliable." "Whose?" "Anyone's." Priya set down the essay collection and looked at her. Not the professional assessment look, not the thinking journal look. Something else, the look she had when a structural problem had just clarified, when the nature of the stress point had become visible. "You read field guides." "Yes." "But you write a hand-drawn weather log when there's a digital system." Cade set the Leguin down. "What's your point?" "The digital system records the data. The hand-drawn log records what you noticed." Priya tilted her head very slightly. "That's not describing conditions. That's interiority." The silence that followed was the specific kind that arrived when someone said a true thing and the person they'd said it to was processing its accuracy against their expectations of themselves. Cade looked at the weather log on its nail. She looked at it for a moment. "The digital system has error margins," she said. Priya said, which was not agreement exactly, more the sound of someone filing the response under noted but unconvinced. She picked up the essay collection. The Leguin remained at her elbow. They read in silence for 20 minutes. On day 11, it rained differently, a lighter, steadier rain, less aggressive, not the horizontal assault of the storm's peak but the persistent gray drizzle of a system that had committed to duration rather than intensity. Cade logged the change. It meant nothing yet, the road was still impassable, the water table still elevated, but it was information. At some point in the mid-morning she found herself explaining the firefinder's sight line calculations to Priya, who had asked a precise question about the azimuth table that was partly about mathematics and partly, Cade thought, about something she was working through in the feasibility report. The explanation went longer than she expected, partly because Priya asked follow-up questions that were genuinely insightful, partly because the sightline mathematics connected to the drainage watershed discussion from day 5 and Priya was building a composite picture that Cade found herself wanting to make complete. The fork, Priya said, at one point. Cade looked at her. The double-topped pine. You called it the fork on day 5 when you were describing the drainage routes. That's my name for it. You have names for all of them. They needed names. Priya was quiet for a moment, turning the azimuth chart in her hands. The fork. The anvil. The notch. She said them with the quality of someone filing them in a specific interior location, not casually. Those are precise names. They describe exactly what they are. That's what names are for. Some names describe what something is. Some names describe what something does to you. She set the chart down. Yours are both. Cade looked at the fire finder. At the sight that pointed outward, always outward, toward the territory she had named the way you name things you had committed to knowing. She did not respond. She did not have a response that felt accurate. Priya went back to her notebook. The morning continued. Day 12 brought the laugh. It happened in the evening. They had been talking about imprecise weather prediction. Cade had been explaining the specific frustration of a forecast system that assigned probability percentages to outcomes that were, from a lookout's perspective, essentially binary. Something burned or it didn't, the road flooded or it didn't, the water table recovered in 3 weeks or it didn't. The probability percentage was the forecaster's problem. The lookout's problem was the actual event. So the entire point of your job, Priya said, looking up from the essay collection, is to watch for something that the prediction systems can only tell you might happen. Yes. And the better you are at it, the more precisely you can tell when something that is only a might happen becomes something that definitely will. Yes. So you're watching for the exact moment a probability becomes a certainty. Cade looked at her. That's one way to put it. But you can't predict when that moment will be. No. So the job is essentially, watch very carefully for something you can't predict, so that when it happens you're ready. Yes. And the entire rest of your day, when it doesn't happen, is also watching. Priya looked at her for a moment. That, she said, is the least commercially viable job description I have ever heard, and I once worked with a client who described their company's purpose as strategic pre-emergence facilitation. Cade had not been planning to react. The description arrived and the specific absurdity of the comparison, a fog of corporate non-language against the blunt mechanics of fire watch, landed with a precision that she hadn't accounted for, and something surfaced in her chest without asking permission and came out as a single exhaled sound before she had time to manage it. Not a full laugh. Less than that. But recognizable. Priya heard it. The change in Priya's expression was not large. It was the suppressed version, the smile she tried to contain that always made it worse, and beneath it was the real laugh. The one Cade had heard once before when she'd stopped it almost before it started, the quiet one, the one that meant something had gotten through. This time it got through. Priya laughed. A short, involuntary burst of sound, she clapped her hand over her mouth immediately, the gesture of someone ambushed by their own amusement, and shook her head. I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at. I know what you were laughing at, Cade said. A pause. Priya's hand came down. The laugh was over, but its aftermath was there, the particular brightness that followed, a quality of openness that her composure hadn't quite reassembled around. She was just her face, for a moment. Just the actual thing. Cade noticed it. She noted it with the same attention she brought to all data, cleanly, completely, and then set it aside in the specific interior location she reserved for information she had received and was not yet ready to examine. Strategic pre-emergence facilitation, she said. They were a real estate speculation firm, Priya said, the composure coming back but more slowly than usual, less armored. They wanted to be described in terms that sounded like they were doing something useful for the planet. Were they? They were not. Cade looked at the Osborne fire finder, at the azimuth table, at the particular elegance of a tool that did exactly what it said and nothing else. The job description is commercially non-viable, she said, because the commercial value of a thing that doesn't happen is very difficult to invoice. The absence of disaster, Priya said. Most of the time, yes. That's actually extraordinary. She wasn't performing it, it was the real version, the sincere version. You're watching for the thing that doesn't happen, every day, and the fact that it doesn't happen is proof you did your job. And nobody's invoice is the non-disaster. Gill's. Gill invoices the non-disaster. The agency does. The season report. Cade paused. The log is the invoice. Priya looked at the hand-drawn weather log on its nail. She looked at it for a moment, the thinking journal look, the one that meant she was building something. The hand-drawn one. The hand-drawn one. They looked at the log. Cade did not look at Priya. She was aware of the laugh. She was aware of the open face. She was aware of the way the evening had moved from careful to unguarded and then back to something that was almost the same as careful but had a different quality now, a different temperature. She filed this. She picked up the Le Guin. She read it as a collection of moments, the way Priya had told her to. She found, around page 47, the moment she already knew becoming something she understood. She did not put the book down. She kept reading. Chapter 10. Day 15, what does it feel like? The stillness arrived on day 15 without announcement. Priya noticed it first as an absence. The white noise of the storm had been so constant for 2 weeks that it had become environmental, the way city traffic became environmental, something you stopped hearing by the third day because your brain had reclassified it as background. When it stopped, not fully, not a clearing, just the first cell's energy finally spent, the rain dropping from horizontal to vertical, the wind dropping from 40 miles an hour to something moderate and steady, she noticed the absence the way you noticed the cessation of tinnitus. A new quality of air. She was downstairs when she realized it, lying on the cot not sleeping, thinking about the feasibility report's load-bearing section, which had a problem she hadn't solved yet. The access road gradient was fine for standard service vehicles, but the secondary station would need emergency vehicle access, and the gradient tolerance for a ladder truck was meaningfully different, and the soil composition on the recommended eastern site, while better than Gill's flagged site, had a clay content that would affect. She stopped. The tower was quiet. She came up the 4 steps into the cab. Cade was standing at the south window. She had not moved toward it with any urgency. The quality of her posture was the still, watchful one, not the emergency kind, but she was fully present to what she was seeing. Which was, through the window, the mountain. The first direct view in 5 days. The upper canopy below the tower, the ridge across the drainage, the peaks to the west with new cloud building at their base that was lower and softer than the storm clouds had been. The particular quality of light after sustained rain, everything washed, the green more saturated, the rock faces showing their colors, a sky that was gray-white but luminous. It's stopping, Priya said. First cell. Second cell builds in 48 to 72 hours. Cade didn't turn. We have today. Priya stood beside her at the window. They both looked at the mountain. She had looked at the mountain through rain and cloud for 2 weeks, and the mountain had been theoretical. She'd known it was there, had its contours in the topographic map she'd memorized for the survey, but the visual reality had been hidden. This was different. This was the actual thing. Can we go out? She asked. Yes. The exterior deck in the post-storm lull had a specific quality she hadn't expected. The air was cold and dense, carrying the smell of wet pine and stone and something she had no exact name for, the smell of altitude, she thought, the smell of the specific height above the world where the atmosphere thinned and everything that came from below was concentrated in it. She breathed it and felt something in her chest open slightly. Cade came out after her and went to the observation deck railing and stood at it with the specific stance she took when she was looking at the territory, feet slightly wider than the shoulder, hands easy at her sides, face turned toward the sight lines with the unhurried patience of someone who had been doing this long enough that the looking itself was a form of rest. Priya stood beside her and looked at what she was looking at. The territory was extraordinary. She had known this from the topographic data and from what was visible through the cab windows, but topographic data did not produce this, the full visual sweep of the drainage below, the ridgeline to the east with the fork visible now, the double-topped pine. She could see it from here. Unmistakable, the anvil outcropping to the northeast, the western saddle where the notch was, where Cade had told her the wind behaved differently. She could see the watershed in its entirety. She could see what the water did. She could also see what Cade watched. "Show me," she said. Cade looked at her. "The sight lines. From here. Show me what you're watching." Something shifted in Cade's posture, not large, a slight opening, the quality of someone deciding to share a thing they usually kept to themselves. She turned to the territory and began, the northeast quadrant first, the fork as a reference point, the tree canopy below it where fuel load was highest because of the slope aspect and the dry northeast exposure. The point of the anvil where she could gauge wind behavior by watching the canopy's movement. The notch in the western saddle where a fire moving from the southwest would be funneled and accelerated. The areas of the drainage where she'd seen the fastest smoke development in previous seasons, a controlled burn that had briefly run hot 2 summers ago, the location logged in the station records. She named things as she went. Not performing the knowledge, giving it, the way she gave the drainage data on day 5, practically and without ceremony, because it was there and it was useful and Priya had asked. Priya listened with the quality of attention she brought to structural briefings when she was genuinely learning, completely quiet, fully present, filing as she went. She did not take notes. She had learned, in some contexts, to trust her own memory. When Cade stopped, the silence was the kind that followed the completion of something, not the absence of something. "What does it feel like?" Priya said. Cade looked at her. "Watching for it. Being the only person who would see it if it happened." She paused. "What does it actually feel like, not functionally?" Cade was still. This was the tell she had, when something landed, the stillness before response, and this was the full version, the complete stillness that meant the thing had landed deep. She looked at the territory. "Useful," she said finally. "Like I'm worth the position." Priya waited. She had learned to wait. She had learned it from Cade, in fact, the discipline of not filling silence with the first available thing, the patience to let a thought complete itself before it was named. Cade looked at the fork, the double-topped pine that had needed a name and now had one. "The work requires everything I have," she said. "And while it's requiring it, it doesn't ask anything else." A pause. "It doesn't ask what I am. It asks whether I'm watching and whether what I'm watching is accurate." Another pause, longer, the kind that had a different quality from the weight, something building in it. "I've had jobs that asked more and required less. The difference is, if the job requires all of you and only asks about the job, you can be all of yourself without anyone noticing." She stopped. She had not planned to say that last part. Priya heard it in the way she heard things, completely, without visible reaction, filing it in the location she kept for things she wasn't going to address immediately but had fully received. "I'm sorry," Cade said. "Don't be. That was more than you asked for." Priya looked at her. At the profile, the gray-green eyes on the territory, the set of the jaw. "That was exactly what I asked for." She turned back to the view. "Keep going." The pause that followed was different from the usual kind. It was the pause of someone who had not been asked to keep going in this specific context by anyone, not by anyone who meant it this way, not by anyone who was waiting because they actually wanted the answer and not because they were performing the courtesy of waiting. "I was in a relationship," Cade said. "For 4 years. She needed me to be different in rooms. Not different in a simple way. Just slightly. The edges managed." She paused. "I'm good at adapting. I did it. For 2 years after I should have stopped." The territory was still, the drainage below motionless in the post-storm air. "When it ended I spent a lot of time thinking I'd given something away that I couldn't get back." She looked at the notch. "I came up here to find out if that was true." "Is it?" "No." The word was simple, factual. "It's here. It just needs to be somewhere it doesn't get managed." Priya did not say anything immediately. She stood at the railing and looked at the territory and thought. Cade could see her thinking, the jaw tension that appeared and released, the quality of interior assembly. When she spoke it was without the professional frame, without architecture, without the building a case quality that her voice had when she was analyzing. It was the direct version. "The mountain doesn't have an opinion," Priya said quietly. Cade looked at her. "That's why you're here. Not just the work." Priya met her eyes briefly, then looked back at the view. "Because the mountain doesn't look at you and see something that needs managing." The silence was very long. Cade turned back to the territory. The fork stood in the washed clear air, its double crown distinct. The anvil sat on the northeastern slope where she had always known it to be. The notch held the western saddle, the wind funneling through it right now and the post-storm light, visible in the canopy's movement. She had been watching this territory for 3 seasons. Nobody had ever said it back to her. "Yes," she said. Priya was quiet for the rest of the time they stood on the deck, not a retreating quiet, a present one, the kind that meant she was staying with what had been said rather than moving past it. She asked 2 more questions, both specific, both about the territory's fire behavior patterns. Cade answered them. They were good questions. They were questions that came from listening. They went inside when the temperature started to drop, which it did steeply in the post-storm lull, the cold front behind the first cell arriving without the storm's kinetic heat to mask it. Cade made the afternoon observations. Priya sat at the table and wrote in the thinking journal for a long time. At some point Cade looked over and found Priya had stopped writing and was simply sitting, the journal closed on the table in front of her, her hands flat on its cover, looking at nothing in particular. "The access road gradient," Priya said, without looking up. "For the feasibility report. The secondary station needs emergency vehicle access. Ladder truck tolerance on clay substrate. I can pull the drainage cycle data from the station records," Cade said. "The clay content estimates for the eastern site. That would help. I'll pull it tomorrow." Priya nodded. She looked at the thinking journal. She did not open it again. The evening came in cold and clear, a window between storm cells, and they ate dinner with the south window uncovered for the first time in 2 weeks, the mountain visible in the last light, the drainage below showing its colors, the sky going from the washed luminous gray of the day to a deep, specific blue that had no equivalent at lower elevations. Priya looked at the sky for a long time. "I've never seen that color before," she said. Cade looked at it. The specific blue of the high-altitude dusk, the color she had been watching for 3 seasons without finding a name for. "No," she said. "You don't see it from below." They ate in companionable quiet, and when dinner was done Priya washed the dishes and Cade made the evening log entry, and outside the mountain held its cold, clear, opinionless self, and inside the cab the lamp made its small island of warmth, and Priya picked up the Le Guin from where it had been living at her elbow for 5 days and read it, and Cade picked up her own copy and read it too, and neither of them said anything about what had happened on the observation deck. They didn't need to. It had happened. It was in the territory now. You didn't need to name a thing that was already in the log. Chapter 11. Maeve calls. The satellite phone rang at 9:14 a.m. on day 17. Cade knew it was Maeve before she picked it up, the same way she always knew, not from any particular premonition but from the timing. Their quarterly calls had a gravitational regularity to them, arriving within the same 2-week window every 3 months, and the window was now. Maeve ran their relationship like a maintenance schedule, which was not an unkind observation. It was simply the truth of how they operated, and Cade had long since made her peace with the mechanics of it even if she had not made her peace with everything the mechanics contained. "Hey," Maeve said. "Hey. You sound the same. I am the same." There was a quality to Maeve's pause that Cade had been translating since childhood, the particular silence that meant she had something she wanted to say and was deciding how to say it, which usually meant she had already decided and was now deciding whether to feel guilty about having decided. "Mom asked about you. At Sunday dinner last week. Tell her I'm fine." "I did. She wants to hear it from you. She has the station number." Cade. Maeve. Another pause, this one more resigned. From the sleeping level below, she was aware of Priya's presence, the quality of stillness that came from someone who was not asleep and was not moving, the specific absence of sound that was its own kind of sound. The 4 steps between the sleeping level and the cab were not a meaningful acoustic barrier, and she had never pretended otherwise to herself, only to the dynamic of the phone call, which required the pretense that she was alone. "Are you eating properly up there?" Maeve asked. The non-question that contained multitudes. It meant, "Are you okay?" and also, "Are you doing this to yourself again?" and also, "I don't know how to ask the real question, so I am asking about food." "I'm eating fine." "You always say that." "Because I'm always eating fine." A sound on Maeve's end, something domestic, a chair or a cabinet, the ambient architecture of her sister's life in Sacramento, the house with the good kitchen and the husband who was perfectly adequate, and the children Cade visited twice a year and found herself loving with a specific helpless intensity that didn't resolve into anything she knew how to use. "Kieran got into the accelerated math program," Maeve said. "I know you'd want to know." "That's good. He's good at math." "He is. He gets it from Dad." Cade said nothing. The territory was visible through the south window, the second cell still 2 days away, the mountain doing its clear light between storms thing, each ridge and tree distinct, the drainage showing its structure, the fork visible on the eastern slope. She looked at it. "There's a family thing," Maeve said. "Thanksgiving. I know you're usually on your way down by then. End of season is when?" "October. So you could come. It would just be us and Aunt Bridget and the kids. Nothing big." The way she said nothing big carried the specific weight of someone who had learned, over years of these calls, to offer things at reduced size. Not a family gathering. A small family gathering. Not the holidays. Just Thanksgiving. The offers had been getting smaller for a decade, as though Maeve had been running the same calculation Cade ran and had arrived at the same conclusion from the opposite direction. That connection required compression, that asking for less increased the probability of getting something. She was not wrong about this. She was not entirely right about it either. "I'll see where I am in October," Cade said. "That means no." "It means I'll see where I am in October." Maeve let this sit. "Then, I ran into Elena last week. At the Safeway on Morrison, of all places. She looks good. Really good, actually. She's got a new place in No Valley," she mentioned. And she stopped. The stop was careful, which meant she had said more than she intended, or had said exactly what she intended and was watching the space after it. Cade was very still. This was the tell, and Maeve knew it, had always known it, even if she had never been able to correctly interpret what it meant. The stillness was not indifference. It was not residual feeling either, not in the way Maeve would have understood it. It was the way she received any piece of information that had more weight than its surface suggested, completely, without reacting until she had understood what she was actually receiving. What she was receiving now was not information about Elena. It was information about Maeve, the specific way her sister still hoped that the subject of Elena would produce something legible, something that could be addressed, something that was the kind of wound that healed in recognizable ways. The wound Cade carried was not about Elena. It had never been about Elena. "Good for her," she said. "Yes." Maeve's voice was careful now, recalibrating. "I thought you'd want to know. I appreciate you thinking of me." It was the most diplomatic thing she could have said, and Maeve knew it, and there was a brief silence that was the sound of 2 women who loved each other across a distance they had never quite managed to close. It was not an angry silence. It was a tired one. Cade felt the tiredness in it and recognized it as her own as much as her sister's. "Come home for Christmas," Maeve said. "Not Thanksgiving. Christmas. The kids ask about you." "I'll think about it." "You'll think about it." "Maeve." "I know." A breath. "I know." "Okay." The familiar withdrawal, the practiced retreat to safer ground. "You sound tired." "Not bad tired, just like you're in the middle of something." Cade looked at the south window. "I've got a stranded guest. Storm isolated us. She'll be out when the road opens." "Oh." A pause, recalibrated. "She? Is she?" She's a structural architect doing a site survey. The storm caught her on the trail. Is she nice? Cade looked at the window for a moment. She knows what a drainage channel looks like. A small silence. That's not really an answer. It's the most accurate one I have right now. She could hear Maeve deciding whether to push this and deciding not to, the same decision she made with most of the things Cade said that didn't resolve into anything she had a category for. It was one of the ways they were similar, she had always thought, the pragmatic retreat from territory they didn't know how to map. The difference was that Maeve's retreat came from wanting to preserve the surface of things, and Cade's came from something else entirely. Call Mom, Maeve said. Or I'll tell her you've got a houseguest and she'll spend all of November imagining scenarios. Tell her I'm fine. Cade. Maeve. A pause. I'll call her. Okay. A soft sound, something like relief, but careful. Be safe up there. With the storm and everything. Always am. I know. And then, with the specific quality of sincerity that surfaced in Maeve occasionally like a clean thing breaking through, I miss you. That's all. I know, Cade said. I know you do. After the call she set the phone on the instrument shelf and stood at the south window for a moment, looking at nothing in particular, the mountain doing its indifferent clear day thing outside the glass. The sound from below was the cot. The particular creak of it, the quality that said someone was sitting up rather than lying down, reorienting. Then footsteps, quiet, unhurried, on the sleeping level. She heard the kettle being lifted, the burner clicking on. The sounds of someone who had decided what was needed and was providing it without any ceremony about the decision. Priya came up the 4 steps with 2 cups. She set one on the counter near Cade's left hand without a word. She did not ask how the call had gone. She did not offer a face arranged in careful sympathy, the kind of sympathy that required you to confirm you needed it. She did not perform having heard nothing and she did not perform having heard something. She simply set the cup down, with the matter-of-fact precision she brought to everything structural, and went to sit at the table and open her professional notebook. Cade looked at the cup. The coffee was at the negotiated ratio, the 1 3/4 tablespoons, the compromise that satisfied neither of them entirely, which was what a compromise was. It was hot. It was there. She picked it up. The specific quality of what she felt in that moment did not have a word she knew in any language she spoke fluently. It was not gratitude exactly, though it contained gratitude. It was not recognition, though it contained that too. It was the feeling of receiving care that did not require her to be smaller to accept it, care that did not ask her to confirm the wound before offering the tending, did not require the wound to be legible or appropriately sized or expressed in a way that warranted response. The cup had simply arrived. She held it with both hands and drank from it and looked out at the mountain, and behind her she could hear Priya's pencil moving on the page, the small precise sound of someone who was present and not watching her and not requiring anything from the fact of her presence. She thought about what Maeve had said. Not the Elena piece, she put that down the same way she put down a maintenance issue that had no current solution, filed under known but not actionable. She thought about the smaller offers. The Thanksgiving reduced to nothing big. The Christmas instead of Thanksgiving. The years of recalibration as Maeve tried to find the right size of ask that Cade might actually say yes to. The thing Maeve had never understood, because Cade had never found a way to explain it that didn't sound like accusation, was that the size of the ask was not the problem. The problem was what happened inside her when she walked into those rooms, the specific recalibration she could feel starting before she even arrived, the preemptive compression, the way she became slightly less herself in proportion to how carefully everyone was trying to love her. It was not malice. It had never been malice. It was the specific harm of being loved by people who could not see what they were actually looking at. Behind her, Priya turned a page. Cade finished her coffee. She thought, this is what careful looks like. Not the managed careful, not the careful of someone arranging the shape of the room so the thing in it isn't too visible. The other kind. The careful of someone who had been paying attention and had therefore understood what was needed before it was asked. She did not have a word for how much it cost her to receive it. She set the cup down on the counter and turned back to the instrument shelf and made her mid-morning log entry, recording the temperature and the barometric pressure and the wind direction and speed, the ongoing data of a system between storms, information received and recorded with the unhurried precision of someone who understood that accuracy was a form of patience. The pencil continued behind her. The mountain held its clear opinions-free light. Cade made her entry. She did not examine the cost. Not yet. Chapter 12. The second cell. The second cell arrived at 3 a.m. on day 18. Cade had been awake since 2. She had been tracking the barometric pressure since midnight, the slow, steady drop that meant something organized was coming rather than something chaotic, a system with direction and intention, and she had known by 1:30 that the second cell was going to be worse than the first. Not dramatically worse. Just worse in the way that second rounds were often worse than first ones, because the first had already done its preparatory work on the terrain, had saturated the soil and loaded the trees with water and softened the ground around the tower's foundation anchors, so that what hit now hit something already worked on. She had checked all the guy wires at midnight. She had checked them again at 2. At 2:45 she woke Priya. She said, "Get dressed. Storm's here." Priya came awake the way she had, Cade had observed, since the first cell, fast, without the extended surfacing that some people required. Whatever disorientation accompanied the waking happened in the first 2 seconds and was gone. She sat up, located herself, looked at the window above the sleeping level where the quality of dark had changed. The second cell. Yes. How bad? Bad enough. She passed Priya the spare headlamp from the hook beside the sleeping hatch. "Put your layers on. I need you in the cab." She went back upstairs. The instrument shelf, barometric reading, radio check, the battery backup status on the emergency panel. Everything in order. Everything where it should be. She had been maintaining this station for 3 seasons and she knew its stress points the way she knew the watershed's drainage patterns, not from study but from sustained attention, from being the person who had been here when things went wrong and had made note of what went wrong and had fixed what could be fixed and had accepted what couldn't. The window above the east face was the one she watched first. She was still watching it when the leading edge hit. The sound was different from the first cell's arrival. The first cell had built wind increasing over hours, the pressure dropping steadily, the storm assembling itself as it moved. This one hit the ridge with the sound of something that had already decided what it was. Not a wall exactly. More like a sudden revision of the atmosphere's terms. The tower flexed. This was normal. The structure was designed for flex, the platform's anchor system allowed for lateral movement under load, distributing the force across the guy wires rather than demanding the frame absorb it statically. She had read the engineering specifications her first season and had watched the tower demonstrate them in every major weather event since. She trusted the specifications. She trusted the demonstrated evidence. She trusted them the same way she trusted field guides, because they described what was actually there. The tower flexed again, harder. Priya came up the 4 steps in 2 layers of fleece and the rain jacket she had draped over the sleeping level's hook and stood in the cab doorway looking at the instruments, then at the east window, then at Cade. The pressure. I see it. How fast is it dropping? Fast enough. Get to the south wall. Away from the east-facing glass. Priya moved to the south wall without argument, which was one of the things Cade had noted about her in emergency conditions. She did not require reasons for structural instructions. She understood load paths. She positioned herself where the structure would perform best and she stayed there. The wind hit 60 miles per hour at 3:23. Cade was at the instrument shelf, running the emergency protocol she had drilled and revised and drilled again over 3 seasons. Radio check with Gill's emergency line, battery backup confirmed, the Osborne fire finder locked down on its table mount, the loose items on the counter secured. She moved through it efficiently, without urgency that served no purpose, the way she moved through everything that required full competence without panic. She was aware of Priya at the south wall. She was aware of her the way you were aware of a load-bearing element in a structure you were moving through under stress, not because you were watching it, but because you had already assessed it and it had been assessed as sound. The wind hit 70. The tower did not just flex this time. It flexed and held and flexed again in a rhythm that was the structure's conversation with the force being applied to it, a low, continuous negotiation conducted in the language of steel and cable and the concrete foundation bolted to the ridge. Cade heard it. She heard it as information, how much, what kind, whether it was within the parameters she had learned to trust. It was within them. Just. Cade. Priya's voice was even. Not calm exactly. Cade could hear what was underneath the evenness, the specific quality of control that people applied when they were scared and had decided that being scared was not going to be useful. She knew this quality. She had used it herself, many times, in conditions like this and worse. She crossed to the south wall. "I've got it," she said. She put her hand on Priya's arm. Not the reassuring grip of someone managing another person's fear, the hand of someone saying, "I am here, and I know the structure, and I have been in this tower in wind like this before, and I am telling you that the information I have is that it holds." She could feel the tension in Priya's arm, the held quality of it, the way her body had organized itself around controlling something that wanted to not be controlled. "The guy wires are rated to 90, Cade said. "The foundation anchors are rated to 110. We're at 70. I know what this sounds like. The tower is fine." Priya looked at her. "I've got it," Cade said again. Something in Priya's arm released, not completely, not the full letting go, but the particular release of someone who has been given accurate information and is choosing to believe it. The choice was visible. She made it the way she made structural decisions, by running the data, assessing the source, and extending trust based on track record. The wind peaked at 3:47 and began its slow recession. They stayed at the south wall for 11 minutes, until Cade's reading of the barometric data told her the worst had passed and the second cell was now in the business of sustaining rather than peaking. She moved back to the instrument shelf. She made her log entry. She noted the peak wind speed, the time, the barometric floor, the performance of the structure. Priya stayed at the south wall for another 2 minutes, processing. Then she straightened and came to the table and sat down. She was very still for a moment. "You've done this before," she said. Not a question. "Several times." "Worse than this?" "Once." She did not elaborate. The once was in her logs, which were public record, for anyone who needed the data. Priya looked at her hands on the table. She turned them over and looked at the other side, the way people sometimes did after their body had been through something it had organized itself against. She was doing an inventory. Cade recognized the gesture. "I'm fine," Priya said. "I know." A pause. "How do you know?" "Because you're conducting the inventory, not conducting the emergency." Something in Priya's face shifted, the professional composure that had been doing its job all night softened slightly at the edges, not collapsing, just becoming more permeable. "I didn't think I'd be scared." "Why not?" "Because I knew the engineering. I ran the numbers on the structure in the first week." She turned her hands back over. "Knowing the numbers and being inside the thing while it moves are different." "Yes," Cade said. "You didn't look scared." "I was running the protocol." She paused. Being scared and performing being scared are different things. I find being scared useful. It tells me the thing in front of me is real. She looked at the instrument shelf, the numbers settling into their post-peak readings. I was scared at 60 miles per hour. I was working at 70. Priya was quiet for a moment, looking at her. The look was not the professional one. It was the look she had when she was receiving something and didn't have immediate language for it. "That's a useful distinction," she said finally. "The useful ones usually are." They were both awake, now, with the particular quality of alertness that followed adrenaline, the body still slightly ahead of the moment that had passed. The storm continued outside, not the peak, the sustained middle, the cell's long, grinding main body, and the tower continued its conversation with it, and Cade made her log entry and pulled the emergency rations from the cabinet because it was 4 a.m. and they were awake and the body required fuel regardless of circumstance. She set crackers and dried fruit and the peanut butter on the table. Priya looked at this arrangement for a moment. An occasion. Protein and complex carbohydrates. The body burns through reserves in sustained stress response. I know why you're doing it. I'm appreciating the gesture. Cade sat down across from her. She opened the peanut butter and pushed it toward the middle of the table. They ate in the particular quiet of two people who had just been through something together and were now on the other side of it, in the changed atmosphere of a shared experience that didn't require comment because it had already been lived. The storm raged and steadied and raged and steadied, and the tower held, and the lamp on the instrument shelf threw its small orange light over the table. At some point, past 4 o'clock, the sky showing no sign of lightning yet, Priya said, "Tell me about the engagement." She had not planned to say it. Cade could see this, the slight quality of having gotten ahead of herself, the brief pause that came after as she decided whether to take it back. She did not take it back. "Mine or yours?" Cade said. Priya looked at her. "You were engaged?" "No." A pause. "I was asking." "Oh." A beat. "Mine, then." She turned the cracker over in her hands. 6 years. We met at a project opening. She was a client's communications director, very organized, very charming. Good at parties. Always good at parties. She paused, not performing nostalgia, just organizing the material. I knew, probably, after year 4. But I didn't know that I knew. What did you think you were doing? Building something. The word came out with a slight edge of self-recognition. I'm very good at starting projects. I'm good at the architecture of a thing, the structure, the plan, the way it's supposed to function. I had built a version of us that worked, from the outside. That functioned. She looked at the cracker. The problem was that it was designed for someone else's specifications. She needed to be surrounded. Always surrounded. And I'm good at surrounding people. I know how to fill a room, how to arrange the social geometry so that, she stopped. So that whoever is at the center feels held. And you were at the center. I thought I was. I was doing the holding. A pause. That's not the same. Cade said nothing. She looked at the peanut butter jar. It wasn't a bad relationship, Priya said. That was the hardest part. I don't have a clean story. I have a very long, very polished story about two people who were good at presenting a relationship and considerably less good at having one. She turned the cracker over again. When I finally said it, the actual words, she cried, very briefly, and then she started organizing. Which tells you something. What? That we were the same, actually. Both of us very good at making structure where there was feeling. Both of us more comfortable with the architecture than with what it was supposed to be holding. A dry, brief sound that was not quite a laugh. An architect and a communications director. Two people professionally trained to shape how things appear. She set the cracker down. I miss the shape of it. I don't miss her, which is a terrible thing to say but is true. You already knew, Cade said. Priya looked at her. You just told me, you knew after year 4. You stayed 2 more years. She paused. You already knew. You just had to wait until you knew that you knew. The silence that followed was the kind that came when something accurately named arrived. Priya looked at her with an expression that had gone still in the way Cade's own face went still, not absence, presence, the particular alertness of someone receiving something that had landed exactly where it was supposed to. Where did that come from? Priya said. I don't know. And then, because accuracy mattered, yes I do. Priya waited. For years, Cade said. Staying 2 years longer than I should have. For the same reason and the different one. She looked at the window, the east face, the storm moving against the glass, the dark outside. I knew what I was doing. I knew what it cost. I thought the cost was worth not being alone. And then at some point I had paid so much of myself that the math stopped working, and I left. A pause. And then I came up here. Where no one asks. Where no one asks, Cade said. The storm outside made a sound like a sustained exhale, a long steadying after the peak's extremity. The barometric pressure was slowly, fractionally, recovering. Not opening, the second cell had days left in it, but the worst of it passed. I didn't give you advice, Cade said. No. Because I don't have any. I know. Priya looked at her. You didn't need to give me advice. You gave me something more accurate than advice. She picked up the cracker she had set down. You gave me the thing I already knew, back. Cade looked at the table. She looked at the peanut butter jar, the crackers, the dried fruit, the entirely functional emergency meal at 4 in the morning in the middle of a second storm. Eat something, she said. Priya ate something. The lamp held its small circle of light, and the storm continued outside with the sustained intention of something that had made up its mind, and inside the cab the conversation moved on to easier things, the construction tolerances of fire lookout towers in general, the specific engineering decisions made in the original L4 specification and the non-standard modifications Priya had catalogued, the question of whether the 1970s-era cab design could be adapted for modern satellite communication requirements without compromising the structure's elegant economy. They talked until the sky began, faintly, to distinguish itself from the storm. Cade made her dawn log entry. Priya went back to the cot, not to sleep, just to be horizontal, and Cade sat in her chair and watched the sky show its colors through the gray and thought about 4 years and 2 years and the math that stopped working and the woman sitting across from her at an emergency meal at 4 a.m. who had said, "You gave me the thing I already knew, back." She thought about that for a long time. She did not examine what she was thinking. Not yet. Chapter 13. Sasha, in fragments. 23 days. Priya had been counting without meaning to, the way you counted things that had become environmental, the way she had counted the storm's days in the first week, the number accruing in the background whether she tracked it consciously or not. 23 days since the roller bag had caught on the route. 23 days since the first sight of the tower through the pre-storm trees, its cab visible above the canopy with the specific quality of something built to endure being looked at. 23 days of 412 square feet and propane meals and the hand-drawn weather log in the east window and the Le Guin they were both reading and the coffee at the negotiated ratio that still satisfied neither of them. She did not find this information alarming. She found it, if she was honest with herself, which she was trying increasingly to be, in the way that the thinking journal required honesty, in the way that being away from the city and its reflective surfaces had made honesty feel more possible, she found it clarifying. The post-storm quiet had settled over the second cell's aftermath by day 20. The wind had dropped to something moderate and steady, the rain falling vertically rather than sideways, and the particular exhaustion that followed sustained weather, not physical exhaustion but the exhaustion of sustained alertness, of a body and mind that had been in low-grade readiness for days, had given way to something closer to ease. Not comfort exactly. Ease. The edges of their routines had merged without either of them officially agreeing to it. This was the thing she found herself noting, in the thinking journal and elsewhere, the way the routines had found each other not through negotiation but through accumulated proximity, the same way the coffee ratio had found its compromise, the way the morning silence had organized itself so that the first hour belonged to Cade and the lamp schedule had organized itself so that the evening lamp was positioned between them, available to both. She had not proposed any of this. Neither had Cade. It had simply happened, the way load-bearing elements in a well-designed building found their efficiency, not because anyone had specified it but because the structure's logic had sorted itself out. She was writing about this, or trying to, in the thinking journal, when she caught herself. The pen was moving through the structure metaphor with the ease of long practice, load-bearing elements, structural logic, the way a building found its equilibrium. She was doing it again. She was analyzing the thing as architecture. She stopped. She put the pen down. She sat with the notebook closed and looked at the phenomenon directly, without the professional lens, without the framework of design and load tolerance and spatial efficiency that she deployed around everything that needed understanding. She looked at it the way Cade looked at smoke, directly, from stillness, waiting to see what it actually was rather than what her prior experience told her it should be. What it actually was, she had been treating Cade as a structural problem. Not maliciously. Not even consciously. But the habit of assessment, the automatic cataloging she did in every room she walked into, every relationship she entered, the rapid architectural reading that told her where the stress points were and what they needed, had been running its analysis on Cade since day one. The notes in the professional notebook. The observations in the thinking journal. The way she had been building a case, assembling evidence, arriving at conclusions about the nature of the load-bearing elements in a person she had not been asked to design. She thought about what Simone had said, "She sounds like the kind of person you have to deserve." She had been treating deserving like a project. The pen was in her hands again. She put it down more deliberately this time. She thought about Sasha. Not with the grief she no longer entirely felt, but with the analytical distance she had earned in the weeks since the trailhead and the storm and the 4 a.m. emergency meal. She thought about the way she had known Sasha, completely, in the architectural sense, the way you knew a building you had spent years designing. She had understood Sasha's load tolerances and stress points and aesthetic preferences and the specific social geometries that made her feel held. She had been, professionally and personally, excellent at building Sasha's comfort. And she had never once asked what it felt like from the inside. Not because she was incurious. She was deeply curious. But the curiosity had always been directed at understanding the structure, not at inhabiting it. What does it mean? How does it function? What are the structural requirements for maintaining this? Not, what does it feel like to be you, from the inside, unreduced to anything I can design around? She had asked Cade that question on day 15. On day 10 she had asked it about the work. What does it feel like, watching for something that hasn't happened yet, being the only person who would see it if it did? And Cade had answered, haltingly and then not haltingly, for 40 minutes. With the specific quality of someone who had been asked a real question and was providing a real answer rather than a managed one. She had not been analyzing the stress points. She had been asking about the feeling. The difference was the difference between designing a building and living in one. She had not known, before that conversation on the observation deck, that she was capable of the second kind of asking. She had spent long enough doing the first kind that the habits of assessment had obscured the possibility of the other. She put the thinking journal away. She looked across the table at Cade, who was writing in the weather log with the careful handwriting that had been one of the first things Priya had noticed and could not stop noticing, the handwriting that was not what you expected from the rest of Cade, from the economy and the declaratives and the work-built solidity of her, and that was therefore one of the truest things she knew about her. The handwriting was precise and small and careful and unexpectedly beautiful. Cade was fully at home in her own body. This was the thing Priya kept returning to, the thing she kept trying to understand and then reminding herself not to try to understand. The way Cade occupied space without apology and without performance, without the slight self-consciousness that most people carried in their bodies at least some of the time. Not obliviousness, she was. The least oblivious person Priya had ever spent time with. It was something else. It was what you looked like when you had gone to a great deal of trouble to find the conditions under which you could be entirely yourself, and had found them, and had been in them long enough that the being yourself had stopped feeling like effort. She was the most expensive kind of peace, Priya thought. The kind that had cost something real. She thought, I don't want to design this. The thought arrived clearly, without ambiguity, without the quality of a conclusion she had reasoned her way toward. It was just there, present, a simple fact in the middle of the afternoon. She didn't want to analyze the load tolerances. She didn't want to map the stress points. She didn't want to understand it in the way she had always understood things she cared about. She wanted to live in it. The distinction was architectural and personal simultaneously, which she supposed was the only way things ever were, for her. She did not write this down. She was not going to reduce it to something that could be analyzed. She picked up the Le Guin instead, the book she had been reading in fragments, the way she had told Cade on day 10 she read everything, for the moment when a thing you already knew became something you understood, and she read 2 pages, and then she stopped because something had happened on those 2 pages and she wanted to sit with it. The evening came in. The lamp was lit. Cade closed the weather log and set it on its nail and came to sit in the other chair. Not the working position but the evening position, the chair angled toward the lamp and the small circle of warmth it threw. She picked up the Le Guin. For a while they both read, the tower quiet around them except for the steady rain and the moderate wind and the sounds of a structure managing weather with the practiced efficiency of long experience. The coffee tin was on the counter. The good mug was on its hook. The east window held clean in its corrected frame. At some point Priya looked up. Cade was already looking at her. Not the accidental kind, not the glance over that resolved into something else. Cade was looking at her with the same quality she brought to the morning rotation on the Osborne, directly, without the slight self-consciousness that most people brought to being caught looking. Just the look, held, and then something in it that was not the professional watching. Something quieter and more specific than that. Priya held it for a moment. She was aware of her own heartbeat. She was aware of the table between them, the lamp, the 412 square feet, the 23 days. Then Cade looked away, back at the book, with the quality of someone executing a deliberate choice. Her face gave nothing. The weather log pen was on the table between them and she picked it up and set it on the counter, the movement having no necessary purpose except to have something to do with her hands, which was Cade's tell. When something landed, she found something to do with her hands. Priya knew this now. She turned back to the Le Guin. She was on the page she had been on before she looked up, the same page she had been on, the same words she had been about to understand the significance of. She read the page. She turned it. Outside, the rain came down in its steady, sustained way, and the mountain held its particular quality of being entirely itself, and inside the cab the lamp made its small circle between them and they read their books in the evening quiet that had become, over 23 days, one of the most familiar things in Priya Mehta's experience. She had not expected familiar to feel like this. She had not expected this to feel like anything she recognized. She thought about the wall in her apartment, the print above the sofa that had gone invisible through familiarity. How familiarity, in the wrong conditions, was the same as erasure. She thought about familiarity in the right conditions. She did not have a name for it yet. She was learning to be comfortable with that. She kept reading. Chapter 14. I think you're beautiful. Day 25 arrived cold and uncommon. The storm system had not broken, it would not break for another 4 days, the second cell's trailing edge still organizing over the western ranges, but the evening opened. A gap between cloud layers, narrow and specific, the kind of atmospheric accident that produced light of a quality unavailable in any other condition, low, gold, arriving at an angle that caught the mountain structure and threw it into relief the way a raking light caught the texture of a stone wall. Every ridge a line of brightness. Every drainage a line of shadow. The whole territory redrawn in an hour. Cade had been watching the gap build since 4 o'clock. At 5:30 she said, "Come see this." Priya was at the table with the feasibility report's final sections, a lamp at her elbow, her reading glasses pushed to the top of her head in the position she used when she needed to look at something and return to the page quickly. She looked up, read the quality of the light, and came to the south window. They stood side by side. Below, the drainage held its particular evening colors, the creek invisible but implied by the shapes of the canopy above it. The fork was lit from the west, both crowns visible, the light making it briefly monumental. The anvil was in shadow, which threw its outline into greater clarity than daylight usually permitted. The notch in the western saddle was a precise dark shape between two lit ridgelines. "There," Cade said, and indicated the western saddle with a motion of her chin. "You can see the wind in the notch right now. Watch the canopy." Priya watched. After a moment she saw it, the trees below the saddle moving differently from the trees on either side, a subtle directional shift in the way they shed the wind. "It's funneling through the gap in the rock, then down the eastern slope. In a fire moving from the southwest in these conditions, the fuel load on that slope, the gradient, the acceleration would double the spread rate in under 20 minutes. Priya was quiet, watching. She had the quality she got when she was genuinely learning something, the stillness she had, as Cade had observed over 25 days, only when the information was arriving through a channel she had not pre-mapped. "Do you ever think about it?" Priya asked. "About which?" "The fire. The one you're watching for." She paused. "You watch for it every day." Do you think about what it would actually be like? Cade considered this. I think about the procedure. The report, the coordinate, the alert chain. The actions. Not what it would look like. I know what it would look like. You've seen one. I worked suppression. Before the lookout posting. She paused. 11 seasons. Priya turned slightly to look at her. She did not ask the obvious follow-up question, why did you stop, what happened, the questions that most people would have asked because they were the obvious questions. She waited, instead, with the quality Cade had come to understand as one of her most specific and costly skills, the patience to let a thought complete itself without accelerating its arrival. I'm better at this, Cade said. The watching. Then the fighting. Then all of it. The suppression is about managing something that's already started. The watch is about the earliest sign. The moment before it decides. She looked at the notch. I like the moment before it decides. Because you can still change what it becomes. Because I can see it, Cade said. In suppression, by the time you're there, the thing has already become what it's going to be. You're just negotiating with its consequences. She paused. Up here you can see the almost nothing. The pale thread before its smoke. Before its fire. Priya looked at the notch for a moment longer. Then she turned fully back to the window and looked at the whole of it, the lit territory, the gap light reaching across the drainage, the particular clarity of a mountain in winter light catching its last moment of the day. This is the most beautiful place I've ever been, she said. Not performing it. Just the factual version, the direct delivery she used when she wasn't building a case. Yes, Cade said. They watched the light go. It went in stages, the way it came in stages, not gradually, not all at once, but in small irreversible advances, the ridgeline going first, then the upper slope, then the fork losing its monumental quality and becoming simply a tree again. Cade had watched this sequence hundreds of times. The watching was the same as it always was. Something about the specific quality of it tonight was different. She did not examine the something. They ate dinner when the light was fully gone, Priya cooking. She had taken over dinner construction on day 6 and had shown no indication of relinquishing it, which Cade had accepted as the division of labor it was, the same way she had accepted the coffee negotiation and the lamp position. Priya cooked with the same quality she brought to structural problems, not performance, just technical engagement, the pleasure of a person who was competent at a thing and found the competence itself satisfying. Tonight she had made something with the reconstituted chickpeas and the dried tomatoes and the garlic from the spice kit that was better than the supplies warranted, and Cade ate it with the quality of attention she brought to things that deserved it. The garlic, she said. What about it? Where was it? The emergency supply kit has a small spice tin. Bottom shelf, behind the water treatment tablets. Priya pushed the serving spoon back toward the pot. You've been up here 3 seasons and you don't use the spice tin. I didn't know it was there. It's on the supply manifest. I don't read the supply manifest like a menu. Priya looked at her with an expression that was the suppressed version of something. You read field guides the way most people read novels and you don't read the supply manifest. Field guides contain accurate information about existing conditions. So does a supply manifest. Cade looked at the chickpeas. They were, she had to admit, significantly improved by the garlic. She looked at the chickpeas for long enough that Priya apparently decided to interpret the silence as agreement, which was not inaccurate. After dinner, Priya washed the dishes and Cade made the evening log entry and they settled into the post-dinner quiet that had become its own established rhythm, the lamp, the chairs at their respective angles, the books at their respective stages. Cade was at page 112 of the Le Guin, which was further than she had ever gotten, and she had been reading it for 11 days now without finding the approach she had always used for novels adequate to what was happening. She had started reading it the way Priya had described, as a collection of moments. She found she was not fighting it the same way. Priya set her book down. This was unusual. Priya put her books down frequently, but always to think about something, to make a note, to ask a question. This had a different quality, deliberate, like something decided. Cade kept reading. "I think you're beautiful," Priya said. Cade went still. "I just wanted to say it." Priya's voice was even, the direct delivery, not the building a case version. "Because I don't think anyone says it to you enough." She picked up her book. She kept reading. Cade was completely still. This was the full version, the complete stillness that meant the thing had landed deep, but this was more than the tell. This was the stillness of someone whose entire internal accounting had encountered a number that did not fit into any existing column and had therefore stopped the calculation entirely until it could be understood. She looked at the fire. The stove gave its small orange light. The lamp gave its warmer, broader light. Outside, the mountain was in the dark of its between storms gap, all that gold and clarity extinguished, nothing visible through the glass but dark and the occasional pale suggestion of cloud moving. "I think you're beautiful." She turned the words over. She was methodical about this the way she was methodical about everything, which was not the right word for what was happening because what was happening was not methodical. What was happening was that she had received a statement that she had no procedure for receiving, and in the absence of procedure she was doing the only thing she could do, which was to be still and let it move through her and observe what it did. What it did was this: it did not reduce her. Every compliment she had received in her life that she could remember receiving, the ones that were supposed to mean something, the ones that were supposed to be evidence of being wanted, had arrived with a qualifying architecture. "You're so capable. You're practically one of the guys. You're strong. You're intense, in a good way." Each one describing her in relation to a category, affirming one facet while implying a management of the others. The ones from Elena had been the worst because they had been the most practiced, carefully deployed observations about her being impressive, being competent, being exactly what you needed in a crisis, all of it true, all of it reducing her to the functional, all of it saying, "I see what you can do." Not, "I see what you are." "I think you're beautiful." It did not reduce her. It did not come with an architecture. It did not arrive hedged or qualified or directing her toward a category she was supposed to fit into. It arrived directly, with the quality Priya brought to direct things, factual, specific, addressed to the actual thing rather than to its useful aspects. It was a sentence that looked at her, at the whole of her, not the catalogued parts, and said, "This." She was aware, in the particular way she was only aware of it in emergencies, of her own heartbeat. She looked at the fire. Her hands were in her lap. She did not find anything to do with them. She had always found something to do with her hands: a bolt, a map, a cup, in the moments when something landed and the landing needed to be managed. She looked at her hands in her lap and found them simply there, empty, with no bolt or map or cup to occupy them. She did not reach for anything. She stayed still for a long time. A long time that was also a short time, the kind of duration that measured itself in something other than minutes. The fire settled. The lamp continued. Priya read her book, quietly, with the complete and focused presence she brought to the things she did, and did not look over. Cade thought about the specific quality of that. She had spent a decade in the company of people who had opinions about her. The opinions had ranged from good to bad to indifferent, from loving to careless to actively unkind, but they had all shared one quality: they were about her. They were assessments. They were people reading the evidence of her and arriving at conclusions, and the conclusions, even the generous ones, required her to be what they had concluded. Manageable. Useful. Impressive. One of the guys. Priya had said, "I think you're beautiful." And then she had picked up her book. Not as a gambit. Not as an opener. Not with the quality of someone who had said a thing and was now waiting to see what it produced. With the quality of someone who had said what was true and then returned to what she had been doing, because the truth had been worth saying and required nothing from its reception. She did not make it a thing. This was, Cade understood, the most intimate thing anyone had done for her in years. Possibly longer. The specific discipline of it, to see something clearly and say it and not make it into anything more than what it was, because what it was enough, and she did not need the reception to confirm the truth. She looked at the fire for a long time. Her hand stayed in her lap. At some point she picked up the Le Guin and found her page. She read 3 pages. She retained none of them. She read them again. She retained them the second time. Across the table Priya turned a page. The lamp gave its light. The mountain held its dark between the storms, and inside the cab the fire and the lamp made their small shared warmth, and Cade sat in her chair with the Le Guin and her empty hands and the specific feeling of having had something rearranged in her chest. She did not put the book down. She kept reading. She found, on page 115, the moment when a thing she already knew became something she understood. She did not put the book down. But she knew what the moment was. She had been given it 6 minutes ago. Chapter 15. Everything she hasn't said. Day 26 arrived in silence. Not the silence of the storm, that had been an active thing, a presence with weight and frequency, white noise at such volume that you stopped hearing it in the way you stopped hearing traffic in a city. This was the other silence, the one that arrived in its wake, the particular quiet of aftermath, a space where something had been and the absence of it was now the loudest thing. The second cell was trailing off. Not gone, it would rain for another 3 days, steadily, moderately, without the first and second cell's violence, but the worst of it was past. The barometric pressure was recovering. The road was still closed and would remain closed for several more days, the drainage keeping its water table elevated, but the crisis quality had left the weather and been replaced by the long, gray, patient middle. Cade felt the shift before she consciously registered it. She went to the equipment cabinet and checked the battery backup inventory, which she had checked 2 days ago. She reorganized the supply shelf, which was already organized. She did a full structural check of the observation deck railing, including the southwest corner that she had addressed in May and addressed again in October, and that was, as she knew it would be, holding. By 9 a.m. she had done 4 things she had already done and 2 things that did not need doing. She went to the Osborne and did her morning rotation. Priya was at the table. She was working on the feasibility report, which she had said 2 days ago was nearly complete, which meant that the professional container she had been operating inside for 25 days was about to conclude and be replaced by. Cade did not think this through to its completion. She did the rotation. She moved the crosshairs from the fork to the anvil to the notch and back, looking for pale smoke in the gray wet morning, finding only gray wet morning. The coffee tin was on the left burner. She made coffee at the negotiated ratio without thinking about it, which was the thing she was refusing to think about. She thought about it. I think you're beautiful. The words had arranged themselves into a kind of low-level frequency in the background of the last 24 hours, present below conscious thought the way the storm had been present below conscious hearing, informing the quality of everything without requiring direct acknowledgement. She had woken at 5:47 with them present. She had made her first log entry with them present. She was currently doing her rotation with them present and the rotation was accurate. She was watching with full attention, but the attention had a quality to it that was divided in a way it was not usually divided. She did not look at Priya. She was aware of Priya at the table with the specific quality she had developed over 26 days of being in the same 412 square feet, the weight of her, the location of her, the sound of her pencil and her thinking. She was aware of Priya with the same acuity she was aware of the fork and the anvil and the notch, as a known element of a known territory, occupying its specific position with its specific behavioral characteristics, notable when it changed. She had changed. Not visibly, not in any way that would appear in a log. The feasibility report was open. The pencil was moving. The coffee cup was at the standard position to the right of the notebook. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. She put this down. With the deliberate care of someone setting down a piece of equipment they needed to not drop, and went to the instrument shelf and made her weather entry. I think the south drainage estimate needs revision, Priya said, without looking up from the report. For the eastern secondary site. Given the soil profile from the October drainage event. The October event was atypical. I know. But the report should account for atypical. A pause. Do you have the variance data from the station records? October 2 years ago had a similar pattern. Cade had the data. She pulled it from the log archive on the instrument shelf and gave it to her, and Priya took it with the professional briskness of someone doing work, and Cade went back to the instrument shelf, and they occupied opposite corners of the cab with the careful deliberateness of two people who had agreed, without discussing it, to not discuss the thing. Day 27 had the specific quality of the day after a thing goes unsaid. Cade cleaned the Osborne lens, which she had cleaned 6 days ago and which did not need cleaning. She reorganized her field guide shelf by publication date rather than category, which was less useful as an organizational system and which she switched back before dinner. She went out to the exterior deck in the steady rain and did a full guy wire inspection, starting from the north anchor and working clockwise, taking twice as long as usual because she was being thorough, which she was being because thoroughness was available to be performed when other things were not. She was too careful now. This was what excessive carefulness looked like from the inside, the deliberate tasks, the things given attention they didn't require, the professional focus deployed at double its usual intensity toward objects that could withstand it. She recognized it because she had done it before. She had done it before every time something arrived that she could not convert into a procedure, that did not resolve into protocol. She filled the space with competence. It was the only thing she had ever found that reliably held. On the evening of day 27, she made the coffee. This was not unusual. The coffee making had settled into an irregular rotation. Cade made it in the mornings, Priya sometimes made it in the evenings, and the decision of which of them made it had become one of those small domestic frictionless things that resolved itself without requiring resolution. Tonight Cade made it. She set Priya's cup on the table. She took her own to the instrument shelf. "Thank you," Priya said. "Sure." The pause that followed was 2 beats too long. Both of them heard it. Cade looked at the instrument shelf. The barometric reading was steady, the wind logged, the rain gauge updated. Everything in order. She had no procedure to run, no instrument to check, nothing that warranted standing at the instrument shelf rather than sitting at the table, which was where the evenings happened, which was where she should be. She stood at the instrument shelf. Day 28 brought the coffee tin. It had been a running neutral ground since day 2, the coffee ratio, the deadpan negotiation, the rule card amendment and the margin. The tin itself had been present on the counter since before Priya arrived, dented on one side from the supply truck incident, a fixed feature of the kitchen area that had collected, over 28 days, the accumulated texture of their shared occupancy, the negotiated ratio, the 2 cups, the small rituals of preparation that had organized themselves into a pattern. On the morning of day 28, Cade went to make coffee and made a joke about it. The joke was dry, as her jokes always were, a comment about the supply manifest spice tin entry being the most consequential piece of documentation in the station's history, given the garlic situation. It landed accurately, she could see it landing, the way she could see the wind in the notch's canopy, and she waited for the response. Priya said, "I'll make sure to note it in the feasibility report." The delivery was right. The timing was right. The words were right. And it landed dead. Not the real laugh. Not the suppressed and escaped version that was one of the things Cade had spent 28 days, apparently, trying to produce. The social one, brief, correctly shaped, exiting on time and leaving nothing behind. Cade heard it. She saw Priya hear herself give it. Neither of them said anything. The coffee was poured and Cade went to the instrument shelf and made an unnecessary entry in the log and Priya went back to the feasibility report and the silence between them was the silence of a frequency that had changed. That evening, after dinner, Cade sat in her chair by the east window. Priya was asleep. She was asleep by 9:30 most nights now, the sustained alertness exhaustion of the second cell still working its way out of her, and she slept with the one arm over her face quality that meant she was deeply under and would not be disturbed by ordinary movement. Cade watched the mountain through the east-facing glass, the dark ridgeline against the slightly lighter dark of the sky, the specific and particular nothing that was nevertheless full of information if you had learned to read it. The weather log was on the table. She picked it up. She turned to the current page. She picked up her pen. She looked at the blank space where she should have been writing. The thing she was not saying was not a secret. It was not a mystery she was withholding from herself, some deep truth she had not yet excavated. She knew what she was not saying. She had known since day 25 with the clarity of someone who had been told a true thing and had recognized the truth of it because it matched the territory she had been observing. The problem was the mathematics. She had done this before. She had looked at something true and done the mathematics and found that the mathematics, while accurate, produced outcomes she could not afford. She had spent 4 years doing the mathematics with Elena. Yes, this is real. Yes, this costs me something. Yes, the cost is worth it, until the cost had not been worth it and she had paid it anyway because the alternative was the specific loneliness of losing even the version of connection that required her to be smaller. She had learned from that. She had come up here, specifically, to not do that again. The mathematics of Priya were different. She knew they were different. She had watched the difference accumulate over 28 days of evidence, the 45 minutes holding the frame, the coffee after the Maeve call, the 40 minutes on the observation deck waiting for a real answer without filling the silence. The careful, repeated, apparently effortless offering of care that did not require anything of its reception. But the mathematics still produced an outcome she did not know how to afford. Because Priya lived in a city. Because Priya was going back to her life when the road opened. Because Priya had a firm and a best friend and an apartment she was going to redesign and a past that was just finished enough to be actively present. Because the cabin was 412 square feet and the world outside it was not. She picked up the pen. She put it down. She sat with the empty log page and the sleeping woman and the dark mountain for a long time, and she felt the specific grief of a happiness she could already feel herself preparing to abandon, and she recognized the preparation and knew it for what it was, the old armor, the oldest move, and she sat with that recognition and did not resolve it. She did not write anything in the log. She turned off the lamp. She watched the dark. Chapter 16. The question she doesn't ask. On the morning of day 29, Cade went out to check the north drainage channel and did not come back for an hour. Priya watched her go from the south window, the particular quality of Cade in motion across the exterior platform, deliberate and unhurried even in the rain, jacket open as always, the specific authority of someone whose body had never learned to apologize for the space it occupied. She watched until Cade rounded the north corner of the platform and disappeared from view. Then she turned back to the cab. She stood in it alone. This was not unusual. There had been periods in the first 2 weeks when Priya had had the cab to herself for stretches of an hour or more, Cade on the platform or at the lower level doing maintenance work. But those had been the early days, when the cab had still been foreign, when she had moved through it with the careful attention of a guest who had not yet learned where things were. Now she moved through it as someone who knew exactly where things were. The stove and the coffee tin. The supply shelf with its spice kit in the bottom left corner. The hook on the sleeping hatch post where the spare headlamp lived. The instrument shelf with its radio and barometric instruments and the digital weather system that Cade used for reports and the hand-drawn log she kept for herself. The hand-drawn log on its nail. Priya was not going to look at the hand-drawn log. She looked at the hand-drawn log. She did not take it from its nail. She stood near enough to read the current page, the last entry, last night's, in Cade's careful small handwriting, the temperature and barometric pressure and wind speed and the series of notations in the margin that were part of the symbol system Cade had developed over 3 seasons. She had seen this page yesterday and the day before that and the 50-some pages before those. She had not been permitted to touch the log, Rule 8, the rule she had read twice on day 2, and she had not touched it. She looked at it the way she looked at buildings she was not supposed to be inside, with professional attention and the specific recognition that attention was not the same as trespass. The log was a record of watching. She had understood this in the abstract since the early days, since Cade had described the hand-drawn log on day 10 as the invoice, the record of the non-disaster, the evidence of all the fires that had not started because someone had been paying attention. But standing in front of it now, in the empty cab, in the gray day 29 light, she understood it differently. The record went back to the beginning of the season. 3 months of daily entries. Temperature, pressure, wind. The near events, the controlled burn southeast that had briefly run hot, the dry wind event in late July that had dropped the humidity to 12%, the 2 weather systems now complete and logged in full. The notations for each. And in the margins, occasionally, something different. Not data. Something else. A small sketch of the fork at a particular angle of morning light. The notation, latch fixed, frame, in a different ink, made after day 3 when they had reset the hinge together. A question mark beside a cloud formation entry from day 12 that she had noted but not identified. And, on the page from day 15, the day they had stood on the observation deck and she had asked what does it feel like, a single line in the margin that was not meteorological data and was not a symbol from Cade's system. It said, she asked. 2 words. In the careful handwriting. Beside the entry for the day's observation data, recorded as information. Priya stood very still. She looked at those 2 words for a long time, with the quality of someone who has opened a door they expected to find locked and has had to revise the entire architecture of the hallway they thought they were standing in. She stepped back from the log. She sat down at the table. She sat with her hands flat on the surface and looked at nothing in particular and thought about what she had been doing for 29 days in the specific way she had been avoiding thinking about it directly. She had been building a case. She had been doing it since the professional notebook and the thinking journal and the careful cataloging of Cade's behavioral patterns and load tolerances and the specific ways her competence expressed itself. She had watched and observed and noted and filed and assembled evidence with the same systematic diligence she brought to any structural assessment, telling herself it was curiosity, telling herself it was the natural attention of an architect in an interesting space. She had been treating Cade as a project. She had caught this recognition in CH13's terms, the intellectual understanding of the pattern. But the intellectual understanding and the embodied reckoning were different things, and what she was sitting with now was the embodied version, the version that had a weight and a texture and a specific quality of shame underneath it, not the crippling kind but the honest kind, the kind that arrived as information rather than verdict. Because the 2 words in the margin were not data. They were not a structural notation or a meteorological record. They were the thing that happened when a person who communicated in declaratives, who had built her entire professional and personal life around the principle that the useful information was outward, fire behavior, watershed drainage, atmospheric conditions, what was actually there, had received something that required a different kind of recording. She had not written what the question was. She had not written what the answer was. She had written the fact of the asking. She asked. Priya understood, sitting at the table with her hands flat on the surface, that this was Cade's equivalent of the thinking journal. The hand-drawn log was not merely the invoice. It was also the interiority she had told herself she did not have, the private record of what the watching felt like from the inside, encoded in a system of symbols and marginal notations that were not field guide entries and not weather data and not anything that could be precisely translated, but which were, nonetheless, a record of being alive in a specific place and paying full attention to it. She had been reading the field guide. She had not been reading the person. The distinction arrived with the clarity of a correct structural diagnosis, not painful, just accurate. She had been gathering data about Cade with the same energy she had gathered data about the for cab's non-standard modifications and the watershed's drainage behavior, filing it in the professional notebook and the thinking journal and the casework of her own observation, treating understanding as a thing you built from the outside in. As though understanding Cade were a building she could design if she collected enough measurements. Simone's voice, from the crackling satellite call on day 5, she sounds like the kind of person you have to deserve. She had been treating deserving like a project. She had been treating it that way since day 1 and had caught herself at it in stages, the intellectual recognition in the thinking journal, the moment on day 23 when she had put the pen down and said I don't want to design this, and she had caught herself and put the pen down and then, apparently, picked it back up, because the habit was not a thought she could simply decide to stop thinking. It was a practice she had spent 34 years performing. You did not stop a practice by recognizing it once. You stopped it by choosing, again and again, to do something else. She made herself put the analysis down. Not the curiosity was genuine and she was not going to pretend otherwise. But the analysis. The case building. The systematic assembly of evidence toward a conclusion about what Cade was and what she needed and what the stress points were and how to approach them. She was going to put that down and replace it with the other thing, the thing she had discovered she was capable of on the observation deck on day 15, the discipline of asking what does it feel like and then waiting, without filling the silence, for the actual answer. She looked at the empty cab. At the coffee tin, dented on one side. At the east window in its corrected frame, holding clean against the rain. At the instrument shelf, the radio at rest between check-ins, the barometric instruments doing their continuous quiet work. At the laguin on its spot at the corner of the table, a bookmark at page 132. She thought about the braid. She had learned to braid her own hair on day 8, out of necessity. The pins that kept her low knot in place had not been designed for sustained humidity and cold, and by day 7 the knot had been less a style than a capitulation. She had asked Cade, on the morning of day 8, if there was a mirror anywhere, and Cade had said yes, on the back of the equipment cabinet door, and then without further comment had handed her the small comb from the first aid kit and gone back to the Osborne. Priya had stood at the equipment cabinet with the inadequate comb and had attempted a braid, and the result had been imperfect in ways she found maddening, a slight unevenness in the plaiting above the nape that she could feel but could not see to correct. Cade had looked at it once, briefly, and had not said anything. She had looked at it exactly the way she looked at the east window frame in the early days, not dismissively, with the quality of someone who had identified the structural problem and was keeping that information available. She had never offered to fix it. She had never mentioned it. And Priya had felt, more than once, the weight of that withheld offer, not as cruelty, not even as restraint, but as the specific quality of care that did not reach unless it was asked. She had not asked. She thought she understood why she hadn't, now. Because asking would have changed something between them and she had not been ready, in the early days, for the change. And then later because not asking had become part of the structure of their cohabitation, one of the many small silences that had accumulated into something she did not have language for. The north drainage check took an hour when it was running well. It was running well today, she knew from the previous day's check, which Cade had done before dinner, when the water table had been elevated but controlled. Cade had been gone for longer than an hour. Priya took her thinking journal from the table and opened it to a blank page. She wrote nothing for a while. Then she wrote, "The question I haven't asked is not about the log." She looked at this. She crossed it out. She wrote, "The question I keep not asking is the one she's not asking either." She looked at this and did not cross it out and closed the journal. She went to the stove and made coffee. She made it at the negotiated ratio and poured it into 2 cups and set one on the counter near the door, where it would still be warm when Cade came in, and kept one for herself, and stood at the south window and watched the rain on the mountain and thought about what it meant to deserve someone you were not ready to stop observing from the outside. She heard the platform door. Cade came and went across the shoulders, the jacket doing its selective job, and went to the instrument shelf first, as she always did when she came in from outside, to check the readings and confirm nothing had changed. Her hands were slightly red from the cold. She moved to the counter and saw the cup. She looked at it. She looked at Priya. Priya was at the south window with her own cup and said nothing, because nothing was what the situation called for, and she had been learning, over 29 days, when nothing was the right answer and when it was the evasion. This was not evasion. This was the offer made without architecture. The cup. The warmth. The absence of a question about where she had been or why the check had taken an hour. Cade picked up the cup. She stood at the counter and drank from it and looked at the instrument shelf and then at the window and then, briefly, at Priya's back. "The creek's coming up," she said. "Upper drainage cleared but the lower crossing is still flooded." "How much longer?" 2 days. Maybe 3. A pause. "The road should open by day 31. Priya turned from the window. Day 31. At the rate the table's dropping. She set the cup down and began removing the wet jacket. "There'll be debris on the south shoulder. The road crew will need to run a pass before it's drivable. But it will open. It will open." She hung the jacket on its hook. She was looking at the hook, not at Priya, which was a thing she did when she was saying something that had more in it than its surface. "You'll be able to go." The word "go" sat between them in the cabin like an object neither of them had agreed to put there. Priya looked at her. At the profile, the set of the jaw, the gray-green eyes on the hook and not on her, the specific quality of someone delivering a factual assessment with the composure of someone who has been preparing the delivery for longer than the delivery takes. Okay, Priya said. It was not quite the right word. It was the only word she had that was honest and did not reach for more than the moment would hold. Cade went to the instrument shelf. Priya went back to the south window. Outside, the rain came down on the mountain with the patient, steady intention of something that had made its decision and was not reconsidering it, and inside the cab the two cups sat on their respective surfaces, both of them warm and both of them shrinking in temperature by the same small, inevitable, continuous degree. The feasibility report was finished. She had completed it the night before, the last section revised and notated, the drainage data from the station logs incorporated into the eastern site recommendation. It was the best work she had done in 2 years. She knew this without performance. It was the kind of knowing that arrived from the work itself, from having done the thing with full attention rather than partial attention, from having been in a place where full attention was the only thing available. She would submit it from the city, when she had signal. She looked at the south window. 2 days. Maybe 3. She was aware of something in her chest that she was not going to write about in the thinking journal. She was not going to analyze it or file it or build a case about what it meant. She was going to sit with it the way Cade had taught her, without knowing she was teaching her, to sit with the almost nothing, the thing that was going to be something before it had decided, the pale thread before it became smoke, before it became fire. She sat with it. The rain continued. The mountain was entirely itself, opinions and all. Chapter 17. The night before the road opens. Day 30 arrived like a last thing. Cade recognized the quality before she could name it, the specific atmospheric texture of something that knows it is finishing, not with drama but with the particular clarity of a system in its final hours, everything in it thrown into relief by what was coming. The rain had gentled overnight. The barometric pressure was rising at a rate she had not seen in 30 days. By 6 a.m. it was already evident, the road would open tomorrow. The morning was going to be different from all the mornings before it. She made her observation entry. She noted the pressure, the wind, the temperature. The temperature had dropped 5 degrees from the previous morning, which was the cold front behind the system settling in, which was the last of it. She noted these things in the hand-drawn log with the same care she had brought to every entry, and when she was done she set the pen down and sat for a moment in the quality of 5:47 a.m. that she had built her life to protect. She listened to Priya breathe. The cot was 6 feet behind her and slightly below, the 4 steps between the sleeping level and the cab giving the breathing a quality of distance that was not actually distance, and she had been listening to it, not deliberately, just as one element of the morning's data, the way she listened to wind speed and rain on the glass and the particular creak of the platform in certain temperatures, since day 3. 30 days of that sound. She knew its register in deep sleep and light sleep and the in-between state that was neither. She knew the slight change in it when Priya was awake but not yet ready to be. She knew it the way she knew the watershed, not from memorizing it but from having watched it long enough that it had become part of her interior geography. She had not examined this until now. Now she examined it. She thought about Elena. She thought about the 4 years and the 2 extra years and the math that had eventually stopped working, and she thought about the specific quality of the exhaustion that had followed, not heartbreak. She had been clear with herself about that. What she had felt was closer to a kind of defaced quiet, the quiet of a person who had spent 6 years performing a slightly incorrect version of herself and had finally stopped, and the quiet had been so enormous and so particular that she had needed to find somewhere else to put herself, somewhere that would not ask her to perform anything. She had found this mountain. The mountain had not asked her to perform anything. Priya had not asked her to perform anything either. This was the thing she had been circling for 28 days with the same methodical avoidance she brought to maintenance problems she was not yet ready to solve, the circuit around it, the inventory of adjacent facts, the cleaning of lenses that did not need cleaning. The thing at the center of all the circling was this. Priya had been in the same 412 square feet for 30 days and had not once asked her to be different. Had not suggested, by gesture or expression or the particular quality of a pause, that the way Cade occupied a room needed adjusting. Had not managed her. Had not softened her edges, had not offered a face of careful neutral expression when Cade's declaratives landed hard, had not performed tolerance the way people perform tolerance when they were accruing resentment under it. She had fixed the window frame. She had cleared the drainage channel. She had brought coffee after the Maeve call without being asked, without requiring acknowledgement, without making it into anything other than what it was. She had said "I think you're beautiful" and then picked up her book. These were facts. The facts did not resolve into a procedure. The barometric pressure read steady. The wind had backed around to the northeast, which was the sign that the system had passed, and what was moving through the territory now was the cold front's clean leading edge. Tomorrow morning the radio would crackle at 5:47 a.m. and Gil's voice or the automated emergency channel would confirm that Highway 12 was open, and Priya would pack her bag with the efficient precision she brought to everything logistical, and they would walk the trail down, and the world outside the tower would reclaim what the mountain had been holding. She turned off the overhead light and sat in the dark in the early morning and let herself feel the weight of it without converting it to anything else. At 7 o'clock the radio came on and she ran her check-in with Gil. He confirmed the weather system's passage and the road crew schedule. He said the lower crossing should be passable by early afternoon tomorrow. He did not ask about the stranded guest in the way that had stopped being what it was and had become something else entirely. Gil communicated in data, the same as she did, and the data he communicated was, tomorrow. She said copy that and set down the handset. Below, the cot creaked. She heard Priya surface. The day moved with the specific gravity of the last thing it was. They did not discuss this. Priya came upstairs at 7:30 with her hair in the imperfect braid she had been wearing since day 8, the slight unevenness above the nape that Cade had been looking at for 3 weeks with the same feeling she had when she looked at the east window in the days before the hinge reset. She could see the exact structural correction required and she had not been asked, and so she had not offered. She would not offer it now. Not today, not with this particular quality in the morning's air. Priya made coffee. She made it at the ratio and poured it and set Cade's cup on the instrument shelf and took her own to the table. She did not open the feasibility report. She did not open the thinking journal. She opened the log when Cade ran her extended rotation on the Osborne. The territory was clearing. Below the tower, through breaks in the lingering cloud, the drainage was visible for the first time in days, the creek running high and fast with the storm's runoff, the canopy below matted and bent from the sustained wind, the watershed doing its slow work of recovering toward equilibrium. She moved the crosshairs from landmark to landmark and found them where they had always been. The fork, both crowns intact. The anvil on its northeastern slope, darker from the rain. The notch holding the western saddle. She had been watching this territory for 3 seasons. She would watch it again next season. She did not think about whether that thought contained something it had not previously contained. The afternoon belonged to Priya. She had asked, at lunch, a question that was not the question: if there was anything left in the supply stores that should be used rather than packed out. Cade had said there were dried goods that would winter fine and fresh goods that would not, and had listed the fresh goods. Priya had looked at the list with the expression of an architect given a brief and had gone to the supply shelf and stood in front of it for several minutes, and what had emerged from this process was dinner. Not the functional dinners Priya had been making for 3 weeks, the competent meals assembled from emergency rations with the professional efficiency of someone who knew how to work with constraints. This was different. This was what she had been doing all along, perhaps, but without the particular intentionality of a last thing, without the quality of someone who had decided to use what was there and make it count. She used the full ration stores, the remaining dried lentils, the last of the preserved lemons from the spice tin Cade had not known about, the reconstituted vegetables, the emergency-grade olive oil that was not actually terrible, the herbs from the small cloth bag she had brought in her own supplies and which Cade had been watching diminish over 30 days. The cab smelled of lemon and thyme and the specific warmth of something being made slowly, with care. Cade set the table. She did this without being asked, the same way Priya had cleared the drainage channel and held the window frame and made the coffee after the Maeve call, because it was there to be done and she was available to do it, the quiet economy of 2 people who had learned each other's rhythms without discussing the learning. She set the 2 plates in their usual positions. She filled the water glasses. She moved the lamp to the center of the table where it had never been before, and then looked at it in the center position for a moment, and left it there. They ate slowly. This was unusual. They were efficient eaters by nature, both of them, people with better things to do with attention than extend meals past their nutritional purpose, and over 30 days their dinners had been characterized by the brisk competence of two people fueling themselves between more important activities. Tonight was different. Priya ate with the deliberate quality of someone tasting each thing, and Cade found herself matching it, and the meal extended itself into something that was not its nutritional function, that was something else, something she did not have a category for except the most obvious category, the one she had been not filing for 3 weeks. They talked. Not about the thing, about the things around it, the things adjacent to it, the things that were the shape of it without being it. The architecture of national park structures, which Priya had thoughts about, strong thoughts, a minor monologue on the specific failure of 1970s federal construction to account for the lived experience of structures built for extended solo occupation. Cade had thoughts about this too, which surprised her, and the conversation went longer than the topic warranted and arrived somewhere that was not where it had started. The reading habits of people who spent time in silence, Cade's field guides and the single Le Guin, Priya's 3 books simultaneously, and the thinking journal and the professional notebooks that had filled 2/3 of a second one over 30 days. The way you read differently when you had nowhere to be. The way you became different when you had nowhere to be. A theory Cade had been developing since her second season, had never shared with anyone because there was no one to share it with, about the relationship between elevation and patience, that there was something in the body's adjustment to altitude, the slightly reduced oxygen, the recalibration of the cardiovascular system, that changed your tolerance for waiting. That people at elevation were better at waiting. That this was perhaps not metaphorical. Priya listened to this with the quality she had when something was genuinely interesting to her, completely, without her attention fraying toward what she was going to say next, just the listening. I think. You're right, she said. Though I'd want to read the research. There isn't research. I know. That's why I'd want to read it. Something in Cade's chest did the thing it did when Priya was exactly herself, unprepared, direct, entirely her, and she looked at the lamp in the center of the table and felt the weight of tomorrow with full attention, not managing it, just feeling it. After dinner Priya washed the dishes and Cade made the evening log entry, the last one of the 30-day storm sequence, and she wrote it with full attention and looked at it when it was done, the data of the day, the pressure and the wind and the temperature, the notation about the road crew schedule. She did not write anything in the margin. They went to their respective places at 10 o'clock. Priya to the cot, Cade to the chair. They said good night, which they had been saying for 30 days, with the specific quality of a small, repeated ritual that had accrued meaning through repetition. Cade did not sleep. She sat in the chair and watched Priya sleep. This was not surveillance. It was not even watching in the professional sense. It was the kind of attention that had no purpose except to be paying it, the way she watched the mountain in the hour between dark and light, not because anything was happening or about to happen, but because the looking itself was the thing, the full and deliberate noticing of something before it changed. Priya slept with one arm thrown over her face. She had done this since the first night, when the storm had been at its worst and the adrenaline of arrival had eventually given way to exhaustion, and the arm had come up in sleep like the body's final private gesture. In deep sleep the imperfect braid came partially undone. Not fully, she had learned to braid more securely over 30 days, the technique improving with practice in the way techniques did, but the top section released and lay loose across her temple, and Cade looked at this and felt the specific quality of something she would not see again after tomorrow, because tomorrow the road would open and the thing that had existed in this tower would become a different thing, subject to the laws of the world outside rather than the laws of the mountain. She thought about Elena. She thought about being manageable and what that had cost and the debt she had accrued in those years, the debt she had spent 3 seasons paying down in solitude. She thought about whether she had paid enough. She thought, I could let her go. I am very good at letting people go. She sat with this. It was true. She was very good at it. She had learned to be, had practiced it with Elena and with the colleagues before Elena and with her family's version of her that had never quite matched, and the skill had calcified into something she had mistaken, for 3 seasons, for preference. She had not been alone because she preferred it. She had been alone because the alternative had always meant shrinking, and she had shrunk as much as she was willing to shrink, and so she had removed herself from the situations that required it. Priya had not asked her to shrink. She thought about this for a long time. The night was very quiet, the storm's aftermath settling into the residual drip of moisture from the eaves and the low, cold wind that moved through the platform's anchor points without finding anything to do. The cot breathed its particular creak of occupied weight. The east window held. At some point past midnight she thought, I am watching a fire that has already decided what it is. She had been watching it for 30 days. She had been noting the almost nothing, the pale thread, the slow accumulation of signs she had been trained to read and then had refused to name because naming it was the thing she could not afford, the mathematics she could not resolve, the door she could not walk through because of everything she had paid to stop walking through doors. She thought, I could let her go. And then, with the clarity she brought to things she actually believed, I do not want to. This was new information. She received it with the stillness she brought to all new information, completely, without moving toward it or away from it, waiting to see what it was before deciding what it meant. She watched Priya sleep until 4 a.m. Then she made her pre-dawn entry in the hand-drawn log, by feel in the dark, the handwriting careful as it always was. She wrote, 30 days. She leaves tomorrow. She put the pen down. She watched the east window begin, by the most gradual degrees, to lighten. Chapter 18. No weather for leaving. The radio crackled at 5:47 a.m. Cade had been awake since 4, which was not unusual. What was unusual was that she had not moved from the chair by the window in over an hour, the chair she had dragged to face east specifically so she could watch the light come up over the ridge, a ritual she had performed alone for 3 seasons running. She had not performed it alone last night. She had performed it with Priya asleep on the cot 6 feet behind her, one arm thrown over her face the way she slept when she was tired enough to stop being careful about how she looked. Cade had watched the light come up. She had also watched Priya breathe. The radio said, Highway 12 is open as of 0500. Repeat, Highway 12 is open. Expect significant debris on the south shoulder between mile markers 34 and 41. Cade turned it off. Behind her, Priya stirred. The cot creaked in its particular way, a small, known sound that had, over the course of 30 days, become one of the most familiar sounds in Cade's world. She filed this information without letting herself examine it too closely. Was that the radio? Priya's voice was thick with sleep. Highways open. A pause. The particular quality of that pause, the way it stretched and breathed, was something Cade felt in the center of her chest. Oh, Priya said. Just that. Oh. She lay still for another moment, and Cade stayed in the chair looking at the east window, at the light arriving the same way it always arrived, in small irreversible advances, the ridge first, then the upper slope, then the moment when the light broke the crest and became something that moved. She had watched this light for 3 seasons. She would watch it again next season, and the season after, and the season after that, because this was the work and she had chosen it, and it was still true that she had chosen it. It was also true, with the same weight in the same chest, that she had not been watching it alone for 30 days, and that was going to stop today. Priya was efficient about packing, which Cade had expected. She had learned this much about her: the practical things were done quickly, without ceremony, because the ceremony was for the things that mattered and the packing was logistics. She came up from the sleeping level with her bag mostly sorted, the roller bag that had caught on the trail route on day 1 reconsolidated to its original travel readiness, her work materials and notebooks and the 3 books at various stages of completion tucked into the front compartment. She moved through the lookout tower on her last morning touching things. Not carelessly, not as inventory. The way you touched things you were committing to an interior file. The crooked latch on the east window, corrected now, holding clean, but she touched the latch housing with the same 2 fingers she had used to hold the frame during the hinge reset on day 3 and on day 7, the specific tactile knowledge of a piece of hardware she had helped rebuild. The hand-drawn weather log pinned beside the instrument shelf, she did not open it, just let her fingers rest on the cardboard cover for a moment, as though the cover were a surface that held the information of everything inside. The coffee tin, dented on one side, which had been dented before she arrived and would be dented long after, its particular imperfection the imperfection of a thing that had been used and survived the using. She touched them like she was building something. Cade stood in the doorway and watched and said nothing, because saying nothing was the thing she was best at, the thing she had cultivated over years of being in places where her silence was the only armor that fit. "You're staring," Priya said, without turning around. "Occupational hazard." Priya laughed. "The quiet one. The one that meant something had gotten through." Cade added this to the file she was also not examining. She made coffee for the last time at the negotiated ratio and they drank it standing, which was not how they had drunk their coffee for 30 days, they had always sat, always at the table, the lamp or the south light between them, and she understood the standing as the preparation for moving, the body making the decision before the conversation confirmed it. "Gil will want an official checkout report," Cade said. "I'll send one from the city." Priya set her cup down on the counter. She looked at the cup for a moment, the way she had looked at the window latch, as a thing she was committing to the interior file. "The feasibility report is ready to submit. I'll cite the drainage observation records from the station logs, as you said." "Good. The eastern site recommendation is solid." The drainage data made the case. It was a good case to make. Priya looked at her. There was something in the look that was not the professional one and not the thinking journal one and not the charged lamp scene look from day 23. It was the unguarded one, the no-performance one, the look that she had only a few times in 30 days and that always arrived unannounced, just her face, just the thing she actually meant. "Thank you," she said. Cade looked at the coffee tin. "You would have figured it out. You were going to run the drainage analysis anyway." "Not the drainage." A pause. "For all of it." She picked up the roller bag. Cade picked up the pack. Outside, the mountain was doing what it did in the hours after a weather system cleared, a sustained, clean cold, the skies still pale at the edges, the canopy below holding its storm-weighted stillness. The drainage was audible from the platform for the first time in 30 days, not the roar of the storm's runoff but the regular, confident sound of moving water in a channel that had returned to its proper function. The trail down was clear enough, the storm's damage mostly in branches and standing water. Cade walked ahead, not because she needed to but because someone had to break the silence first and she was better at doing it with her body than her mouth. They were a quarter-mile out when Priya spoke. "I want to ask you something." Cade kept walking. "You're going to ask it anyway." A pause in which she could feel Priya assembling the thing, the way she assembled everything, carefully, testing the load before committing the structure. And then, "Come with me." The words landed like a stone dropped in still water. Cade felt the ripple move through her and kept her footing and kept walking and said nothing for long enough that the nothing became its own kind of answer. "Cade. I heard you. I know you heard me. I'm asking you to say something back." She stopped. Not because she had decided to, but because her body had made the decision before her mind caught up, the same way it moved in a fire, before thought. She looked at the trail ahead. The light was coming through the pines at an angle, the particular low gold of late morning in the mountains, the kind of light that made ordinary things look like they were worth painting. She had loved this light since she was 22. She had come here because of it. "What would I do there?" she said. It was not quite a question. "I don't know yet." Priya's voice was careful, the way she got when she was building something structural, laying the foundation before the reveal. "I've been thinking about it for 2 weeks. I don't have a full answer. I just know I want you there." Cade turned around. This was a mistake, maybe. Priya was standing in the middle of the trail with the pack on her back and her hair in the imperfect braid she had taught herself by day 8, the slight unevenness above the nape that Cade had been looking at for 3 weeks and had never offered to fix. She was looking at Cade with the expression she only got when she wasn't performing anything, no polish, no strategy, no architecture. Just her face. Just the thing she actually meant. Cade had seen that face twice before. Once on day 12 during the worst of the second cell, when the wind had hit the tower at 70 miles per hour and the whole structure had flexed and creaked and Priya had gone white and Cade had put her hand on her arm and said I've got it and meant every syllable. Once on day 23, when they had been sitting close enough to share a lamp and Cade had looked over and found Priya already looking back. She had looked away both times. She did not look away now. You've been thinking about it for 2 weeks, Cade said. Yes. And the answer you have is I want you there. It's the truest answer I have. Cade breathed in through her nose. Pine resin. Cold air. The smell of everything she had built here, everything she had retreated to and into and behind. She thought about the city. The bars and the offices and the way people looked at her when she walked into a room, not maliciously, often not even consciously, but the look that had to be managed, the slight recalibration she performed 60 times a day in cities. She thought about being misgendered by a barista and laughing it off. She thought about the colleague at her last city job who had called her basically one of the guys like it was a compliment. She thought about the specific exhaustion of being perceived by people who did not have the language for what they were perceiving. She looked at Priya. Priya, who had learned the difference between a cumulus and a cumulonimbus by day 10 because she wanted to understand what Cade was watching for. Who had asked, on day 15, not what are you but what does it feel like, and then listened for 40 minutes without filling the silences. Who had said, 3 days ago, unprompted, sitting next to her in front of the fire, I think you're beautiful. And then had picked up her book and kept reading like she hadn't just rearranged something in Cade's chest. She had been so careful with her. That was the thing. That was the thing Cade could not stop turning over, the thing that the mathematics kept arriving at no matter which direction she ran the calculation. She had been so careful. Not performing carefulness, not deploying it strategically, just being it, the way she was everything, completely, without apology, without the slight self-consciousness that most people brought to caring about someone. She had been careful the way the tower's engineering was careful, not because anyone was watching but because the structure required it, because the thing being held was worth the effort of the holding. Priya. Don't. I'm not, she stopped. Tried again, the way she tried everything, practically, without ornamentation. I'm not good at it. At what? Cities. People. Being, she gestured, a short motion toward herself, her flannel jacket, her work boots, the particular shape of her body in space. Being this. Out there. I'm tired. The last 2 words came out rougher than she intended. I'm tired of being read wrong in every room I walk into. I'm tired of explaining myself by existing. I came here because no one looks at you here, Priya said quietly. Cade went still. You told me. Day 6. You said the mountain doesn't have an opinion. She took 1 step forward on the trail. But I have one. I've had one for 23 days and I've been careful about it because I didn't want to be another person who made you feel like a problem to be solved. Another step. You are not a problem. You're not a thing I'm trying to fix or understand or categorize. Her voice broke slightly, rebuilt itself. You're the most honest person I've ever been stuck in a room with. And I know what I'm asking. I know it's not fair. But I'm asking anyway. The light through the pines had shifted. Cade was aware of her own heartbeat in the specific way she was only aware of it in emergencies. She thought about San Francisco. The 60 recalibrations a day. She thought about the window frame and the drainage channel and the coffee after the Maeve call and the 40 minutes on the observation deck and the quiet laugh and the hand-drawn log's marginal notation she did not know Priya had seen. I can't promise you I'll be good at it, Cade said. Any of it. I know. I'll be difficult. I'll want to leave. Cade. Priya's voice was steady. I designed a building once that required a foundation 30 feet deeper than the site report recommended. Everyone told me it was unnecessary. I was right. A pause. I'm not afraid of difficult. I'm afraid of easy things that fall down. Cade laughed. She didn't mean to. It came out of her like something released, like pressure equalizing, and Priya's face broke into a smile that was the most unguarded thing Cade had ever seen on it. The smile was what did it. Not the argument. Not the architecture metaphor, as good as it was. The smile, involuntary, delighted, a little startled by the laugh, like she had been hoping for it and hadn't quite believed it would come. Cade looked at her for a long moment. Then she looked back up the trail, toward the tower she could no longer see through the pines. Toward the east window. The coffee tin. The weather log. The life she had built for herself out of quiet and altitude and the specific mercy of being unwatched. She felt the weight of it. She felt how much she loved it. She felt how much it had cost. "I need to finish the season," she said finally. Priya blinked. "What?" "I have 9 weeks left on my contract. I need to finish the season." She picked up the pack from where she'd set it down. "And you need to go back to your life." "Cade. I'm not saying no." The words came out before she could second-guess them, rough and plain and completely without armor. "I'm saying not yet. I'm saying 9 weeks. I'm saying," she stopped. Breathed. "I need 9 weeks to figure out if I can do this without resenting you for it. Because you deserve someone who chose you on purpose. Not someone who got swept out by a storm." The silence was long enough to be its own thing. Priya looked at her. Her jaw was doing the thing it did when she was processing, the small tension, quickly released. 9 weeks, she said. 9 weeks. And then? Cade handed her the pack. Their hands touched briefly on the strap, just the edge of a knuckle, barely anything, and Cade felt it like a change in weather. "Then I'll come find you," Cade said. "Or I won't. And you'll know what that means." They stood on the trail in the clean mountain light and looked at each other, and the drainage was audible somewhere below them and the pines were doing their usual thing in the post-storm air, and everything was very still and very present and neither of them said anything else. Then Priya turned and walked down the trail. Cade watched her go. She watched until the trail bent around the second rock face and Priya was no longer visible and there was only the trail and the trees and the sound of the drainage and the light that came through the pines at the angle that made ordinary things look like they were worth painting. She stood there for a moment. Then she picked up the pack and turned back up the mountain. The trail was quiet under her boots. The tower appeared through the pines at the usual place, the platform and cab visible above the canopy, its specific elevation against the gray-white sky. She unlocked the door. She went inside. She stood in the 412 square feet and felt the quality of its emptiness, which was different now from the emptiness it had been 31 days ago, and she sat down in the chair by the east window and looked at the territory. The fork stood on the eastern slope. The anvil on the northeast. The notch in the western saddle. She picked up the Le Guin. She read to the end of the chapter she had been on. She did not put it down. Chapter 19. 9 weeks. September came in cold and clear. Cade had expected this. She had known, with the foreknowledge of someone who had spent 3 seasons reading this particular mountain's seasonal transitions, that the storm system's exit would pull in the early autumn air behind it, a cold front settling over the watershed with the decisive quality of something that had been organizing itself offshore for weeks and had now arrived to take up residence. The temperatures dropped 10 degrees from the August average. The sky achieved the specific blue of high altitude in early fall, deeper than summer, cleaner, without the heat haze that softened things in July and August. Everything was sharper. She worked. The fire watch protocol did not change because a person had walked down the mountain. The Osborne rotations happened at their prescribed times and her extended times. The log was filled with the handwriting that had always filled it: temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, wind direction and speed. The notations in the margins. The near events and the non-events and the one legitimate smoke report in the first week of September, a controlled burn in the southwest quadrant that had run hotter than the crew anticipated, visible from the tower as a pale column before it resolved into the organized gray of a managed fire, and she had made the call and logged the coordinates and the call had been received and the burn had been contained. She did the work. She also thought about Priya approximately 100 times a day, which was alarming and also clarifying in the way that alarms sometimes were. Not performing the thinking, not arranging it into a case or a procedure or a set of conclusions. Just the ongoing presence of her in Cade's interior geography, the same way the fork and the anvil and the notch had entered her interior geography over 3 seasons, not by choice, simply by sustained proximity and attention. Priya had been in Cade's attention for 30 days. 30 days of full attention was enough to leave a mark on the territory. She thought about the city. She ran the accounting she had been running, in fragments, since before the road opened. The 60 recalibrations a day. The specific exhaustion of being in a room with people who were looking at her and arriving at conclusions she had not arrived at herself, who were resolving her into categories she did not occupy. The last time she had been in San Francisco, she had walked into a hardware store looking for a specific bolt gauge, and a man she had never met had said, in the tone of reflexive helpfulness, "Can I help you find the women's section?" And she had laughed, the short adaptive laugh, the one she kept for these situations, and had said, "I'm looking for metric hex bolts in M6. And he had been helpful and completely uncomplicated about the correction, and she had stood at the bolt bin for 5 minutes. Afterward, thinking about the toll. Not the malice. The toll. The daily accumulated cost of existing in a body that other people needed to categorize before they could relate to. She thought about Priya's face on the trail. "I'm not afraid of difficult. I'm afraid of easy things that fall down." She thought about the braid she had never offered to fix. She thought about the laugh. In the second week of September she called Teddy. Not from the satellite phone, which was capricious, but from the radio on the day he was at the Valley Station, the reliable connection, his voice coming through with its characteristic clarity and the specific quality she valued most in him. He did not require setup. "You sound different," he said. "I sound the same." "Okay." The non-argument. "How's the watch?" "Clear. 1 controlled burn southwest. In the log." "I saw it." "Good call." A pause. "The comfortable kind." "The architect leave?" She had told him on the check-in the day after the road opened, briefly, that the stranded guest had made it down safely and the road was passable. She had said nothing else. Teddy had said good and had not asked anything else, which was the Teddy version of giving her room, which was an offer she had appreciated and was now deciding how to take. "She left the day the road opened," Cade said. "Right." Another pause. "The kind with something in it." "The feasibility report came through the agency," Teddy said. "Eastern site recommendation. Good drainage analysis." The station chief was impressed. "She's good at her work." "Sounds like it." "A beat." "You doing okay?" "Yes." "Okay." "Teddy." "I know." The voice that delivered hard truths with the same register as weather reports. "You could call her." The specific flatness of it. Not a suggestion with a recommendation attached. Not you should or you ought to. Just, the option exists. It is available to you. You could do this thing. "I know," Cade said. A long pause. Long enough that it had become comfortable and then something more than comfortable, the pause of 2 people who had been in silence together enough that the silence itself was communication. "You could call her," Teddy said again. Cade looked at the east window. Clean in its frame. The weather seal holding. "I know," she said. "Okay," he said. "Okay." She turned off the radio and sat in the chair by the east window for a while, looking at the territory in its September clarity, and she did not call Priya because the 9 weeks was the honest thing, was the thing she had said on the trail and meant, and she was going to honor it. She thought about this for 7 more weeks. The thinking had a different quality from the avoidance she had practiced before the road opened. The avoidance had been the circle around something she could not afford to look at directly. This was different. This was a genuine reckoning, the kind that required the full duration, that could not be accelerated by wanting it to be over. She ran the accounting and ran it again and found the same numbers and then sat with the numbers until they stopped being abstractions and became actual costs, the recalibrations, the exhaustion, the bars, and the offices and the 60 times a day. She looked at every one of those costs directly, without flinching, and she asked herself whether the cost was worth it, and she found that the asking required more information than the mathematics could provide. The information she needed was not about Priya. She already knew about Priya. She had 30 days of Priya, the most detailed observational record she had kept of any person she had ever been in close proximity to, and the record was clear. Priya was careful with her. Priya had earned the word. The information she needed was about herself. Specifically, whether the exhaustion she had been running from was the condition she thought it was, the permanent defining quality of her life in cities, or whether it was something else, something that had been true for a particular set of years and a particular accumulation of experiences, and that might, in different conditions, with a different foundation, be a different thing. She had rebuilt herself here. 3 seasons of solitude and the mountain's indifference and the work that required everything and asked nothing, and she had done the rebuilding she had come here to do. She knew this. The version of herself that had arrived at this station at the beginning of the first season, the version that had been compressed and was still slightly compressed from the compression, the way a joint that has been under load for years still carries the load even after it's been relieved, that version was not what was here now. What was here now was someone who had reclaimed enough of herself to have an accurate accounting. The question was whether that reclaimed self could survive the city. She thought about the lobby of a glass building. She thought about walking into a room that was not built for her. She thought about her reflection in a surface she did not recognize. She thought, still her. Still this. In the first week of October she finished the Le Guin. She sat with it for a long time after the last page, the way Priya had told her you could sit with a book when you read it the right way, for the moments when what you already knew became something you understood. She had found several of those moments. She filed them in the location she kept for things that had arrived at the right time. Then she picked up the thinking, the actual, embodied thinking she had been doing for 9 weeks, and she looked at it directly. She could do the city for specific durations. Not indefinitely, not without the mountain as a returning place, not without the seasons here as a fixed structure in the year. But she could do it, the way she could do difficult terrain, with the right gear and the right knowledge of her own limits and the knowledge of what she was doing it for. That last part had been the thing she had not had before. You needed to know what you were doing something for. Otherwise the cost was just a cost and the math stopped working. She knew what she would be doing it for. She sat with this knowledge for 3 more days. Then she finished her October watch, filed her end-of-season report, and packed her gear into 2 bags. In San Francisco, in the second week of September, Priya submitted the feasibility report. The eastern site recommendation went through with unusual speed. Gill Station had apparently been waiting for a study that accounted for the drainage patterns correctly, and Priya's drainage analysis, built from Cade's 3 seasons of observational data, was the first one that did. She filed it on a Tuesday morning from the glass-walled conference room on the 4th floor, sent the notification email, and then stood at the window for a while looking at the city. The city was doing what it did in September. The fog had retreated to the evenings. The daytime sky was a particular clear blue that the city achieved in its best weeks, the light hitting the east-facing facades of the buildings across the street at an angle that reminded her of something she did not immediately name and then named. The fork, lit from the west. She went back to work. She redesigned the apartment in the weeks after she returned, not all of it, not in the scorched earth way she had done things before when she was trying to make a space feel like hers by changing its contents. She moved 2 pieces of furniture that had been Sasha's aesthetic and replaced them with nothing, the empty space being, she had decided, more hers than anything she could put in it right now. She bought a print for the wall above the sofa, a topographic rendering of a California mountain range, unsigned, found at a small shop on Valencia Street. The lines of elevation. The drainage patterns implied by the contour intervals. She hung it herself. She talked to Simone twice a week in the first weeks, and once a week by October, not because things were worse but because they were better, because the acute need for Simone's particular clarity had resolved into the ordinary ongoing want of a best friend. "How is she?" Simone said, in the 3rd week of September. "I don't know. I don't have her number." A silence. "You don't have her number." She said 9 weeks. She said she'd come find me or she wouldn't. "And you're just waiting." Priya was at the kitchen counter, making coffee. She made it slightly stronger than she used to, had been making it slightly stronger since she got back, the ratio adjusted upward by a quarter tablespoon without quite deciding to. I'm not waiting. I'm living. Which is different and also the same, and I've learned to tell the difference. Priya. I know. She sounds like the kind of person you have to deserve. I know. She poured the coffee. I'm working on it. Simone was quiet for a moment with the quality she had when she was reconsidering something she had thought was simple. Are you happy? Priya thought about the topographic print. The conference room window and the fork light on the east facades. The slightly stronger coffee and the empty space where the chair used to be and the feasibility report filed on a Tuesday and the particular clear blue of the September sky. I think so, she said. Not the performed kind. Good, Simone said. That's the only kind that counts. She worked. She went to the office and attended the site meetings and took on a new commission in October, a residential project in the outer Sunset, a client who wanted something built for extended occupancy, for someone who was going to live there fully and for a long time rather than in the transient quality of spaces designed to impress. She liked this commission. She found herself bringing different questions to it than she had brought to projects before. Not what does it look like from the outside? What does it feel like from the inside? The 9 weeks moved. She did not look at her phone the way she had expected to. She looked at it for work, for Simone, for the ordinary traffic of a life that had returned to its regular pace. She did not look at it waiting for a specific thing. She had said she was not waiting and she had meant it, and she had found, as October deepened, that the meaning held. On the last day of September she stood in the glass-walled conference room at 5:47 a.m. She was there early for an East Coast client call, the building quiet around her, and looked at the city in the pre-dawn light, the particular darkness that preceded light even in a city that never went fully dark. And she thought about the east window and the hand-drawn log and the specific quality of a woman watching the ridge for the light to break. She thought, I did what I said I would. I went back to my life. She thought, 9 weeks was October 1st. She went to her desk and prepared for the East Coast call. October came and went. She was not waiting. She was watching for almost nothing. Chapter 20. She drives south. On the morning of the 4th of November, she filed her end-of-season report. The report was thorough, which her reports always were, the fire events logged and cross-referenced, the equipment status documented, the maintenance issues noted with the same specificity she had brought to every prior season's inventory. The east window latch, repaired twice during the season with a permanent fabrication solution requested for the spring supply run. The southwest deck railing, addressed and holding. The instrument calibration records. The single smoke event, the controlled burn that had run hot, the call made and received and resolved. Everything in its proper location. Everything accounted for. She filled out the end-of-season occupancy report, dates of residency, duration, any incidents or deviations from standard protocol. In the field for additional occupants she wrote, Priya Mehta, structural architect, civilian contractor, stranded per Gil Turiente's order, days 1 to 30. She noted the feasibility report citation, the drainage data provided from station records, the clean professional resolution of the situation. She looked at the field for additional occupants for a moment after she had filled it in. Then she packed her gear into 2 bags she had learned over 3 seasons to carry efficiently, the distribution of weight that let you move quickly over uneven terrain without the load becoming an argument, and she did the last walkthrough of the cab. The hand-drawn weather log, complete for the season, she left on its nail. It was station property, a record that belonged to the place, and she had always left it. On this occasion she stood in front of it for a moment and looked at the last page, the end-of-season entry, the data of the final morning, the pressure and the temperature and the October wind, and in the margin she had written, in the careful small handwriting, 2 words that were not meteorological data. She closed the door. The trail down was frozen in the upper section, the October cold having taken what the rain had left in the overnight, and her boots were loud on it in the pre-dawn dark, the headlamp picking out the ice on the rock faces and the standing water in the lower section that was not yet frozen and would be by the time a future lookout walked back up in spring. She moved efficiently. She had walked this trail dozens of times in 3 seasons, in every light and every weather, and her body knew it the way it knew the Osborne's rotation arc, not from memorizing it but from having moved through it long enough that the movement had become interior. The trailhead was visible through the last stand of pines. Her truck was where she had parked it at the start of the season, in the small lot at the trail access point, the body of it gray with dust and weeks of sitting. She set the bags down and opened the back and loaded them with the efficiency she brought to everything logistical. Then she stood at the driver's side door. The accounting she had been running for 9 weeks ran one more time, in full, with the detail it deserved. Not the abbreviated version, not the version she had run in fragments to reassure herself she had thought it through. The whole thing. The recalibrations. The exhaustion. The 60 times a day. The hardware store and the laughing it off and the colleague who had said basically one of the guys and the specific quality of a life spent in rooms that processed her arrival as something requiring adjustment. This was real. She was not going to minimize it or pretend that the 9 weeks of mountain solitude had resolved it. It was real and it was ongoing and it was the thing she had come here to recover from and she had recovered and it would cost her again, in the city, every day. She ran this accounting to its full conclusion. Then she ran the other one. The window frame. The drainage channel. The coffee after the Maeve call. The 40 minutes on the observation deck and the discipline of the waiting. The spice tin. The imperfect braid she had watched for 3 weeks and never offered to correct. The hand on her arm in the 70-mile-per-hour wind, I've got it. The quiet laugh, the real one, the suppressed and escaped version. The 2 words in the margin she had not known Priya had seen, she asked. I think you're beautiful. And then the book. And then nothing, because the truth had been worth saying and required nothing from its reception. She ran this accounting to its full conclusion. The math was not simple. It was not going to become simple. She had always known this and had been trying, in some part of herself, to find the place where it became simple before she acted on it. And she understood now that the place did not exist. The math was going to be complicated for as long as the situation existed. You could not resolve it from a distance. You could only decide whether the complication was the kind you could afford, and the only way to know if you could afford it was to go and find out. She looked at the truck. She looked at her reflection in the driver's side window, work jacket, cap, the pack-carrying solidity of her, the particular shape of herself in this light at the beginning of November at the base of a mountain she had been returning to for 3 seasons. She looked at herself looking at herself. Still her. Still this. She stood at the trailhead for 4 minutes, she counted, not from deliberateness but from the habit of counting things that mattered, the same way she counted wind speed and pressure drop and the duration of smoke columns. 4 minutes of looking at the truck and looking at the mountain through the pines, the tower invisible from this elevation but present in the territory above, the east window oriented toward the ridge where the light had been arriving at 5:47 a.m. for 3 seasons. She had loved this mountain since she was 22. She would come back. That was the thing she had understood in the 9th week, the understanding that had finally resolved the accounting into something workable. The mountain was not something she was leaving. She was not being extracted from it by force or by compromise or by the accumulated cost of someone else's requirements. She was choosing to go towards something, and choosing to go towards something and choosing to leave something were not the same thing. She had conflated them for so long, had spent 3 seasons conflating them, because the last time she had gone towards something it had required leaving herself, and she had learned that lesson so thoroughly that she had stopped going toward things entirely. That lesson was not wrong. It was incomplete. Priya had not asked her to leave herself at the trailhead. Priya had said, I want you there. All of it. Difficult and retreating and tired. The whole structure, 30 feet deeper than the site report recommended. She got in the truck. She sat for a moment with the keys in her hand. The dashboard was dusty. The cab smelled of old coffee and the specific mineral quality of mountain air that had worked its way into everything she owned. She looked at the rearview mirror. Work jacket. The cap she had been wearing since June. The gray-green eyes that people described differently depending on the light. Still her. She put the key in and turned it. The truck started without argument, which was either good engineering or good fortune and was probably both, and she ran the heat against the October cold and let the engine settle for a minute, and in that minute she thought one more time about the east window and the coffee tin and the hand-drawn log and everything she was carrying with her that was not in the bags in the back. She turned south. Not north toward the highway that would take her to the next fire station posting. Not the loop back into the mountains. South, the way the water went from this drainage, the way the road ran from the trailhead lot down the valley and then down from the valley onto the plain and then onto the interstate that would carry her through the agricultural flatland and into the bay, into the specific geography of the city that had not been built for her and which she was choosing to enter anyway. The road ran straight through the pines for the first mile and then curved with the terrain, following the creek drainage down, and she drove it at the pace she drove unfamiliar roads, not slowly, but with enough attention to read what was there. The storm damage was mostly cleared, a few shoulder debris piles the county crews had pushed aside, the creek visible through the trees running high and clean with the early season snowmelt from the upper elevations. She watched it through the passenger window for a moment. The drainage always knows where it's going. She drove south. In the city, if Priya was at her desk at this hour, 7 a.m., a Wednesday in late October, she would be in the glass-walled fourth-floor conference room or in her own office or at a site meeting somewhere in the outer sunset, doing the work she was excellent at, the work that had brought her to the trail below the tower on a late July morning that had turned out to be the beginning of something neither of them had been planning to begin. Cade did not know Priya's phone number. She had not asked for it on the trail and Priya had not offered it, and the 9 weeks had run without direct contact, and this was the terms she had set and she had meant them and she had honored them, and now she was going to drive toward the person who had said I want you there and see what happened when she arrived. She had found the address through Teddy, which had taken 1 phone call and 7 words. Do you know anyone who knows Priya Mehta? Teddy had said give me a day and had called back 6 hours later with an address in a neighborhood that still had trees, which he delivered with the same even register he used for weather forecasts and hard truths, and which he followed with a pause, and then, I'm glad. She had said I know. He had said, good luck. She had said, I know that too. She drove south through the morning. The interstate was ordinary and vast, the way interstates were, the landscape opening from the mountain country into the valley and then the sprawl of the bay approaching from the north, the bridges eventually, the specific gray-gold quality of the city's light from the approach. She had driven this road before, in other seasons. Going south at the end of the season and north at the beginning, and the drive had always had the specific quality of transition, the compression of self she could feel beginning somewhere around the I-80 junction, the slight tightening of something in her chest as the density of the city resolved out of the distance. She felt it this time too. She acknowledged it without converting it to procedure. It was information. It told her the thing in front of her was real. She was terrified, which she recognized from fires, the moment before you went towards something that most people were running from and which she had learned to treat not as a signal to stop but as a signal that the thing in front of her was real, and that real things were worth the terror. She exited onto the city streets. The building was in a neighborhood that still had trees, as Teddy had said, a medium-sized building in a block of buildings that varied in age and character and had achieved the particular quality of a place that had been inhabited for long enough to feel like itself. She found it on the first pass. She drove past it once, reading the entrance and the lobby through the glass front, the warm light inside, a woman at the reception desk. She drove around the block and parked on the adjacent street. She sat outside for a while. This was not hesitation. She was being thorough. She had learned, over years of fire work, that the difference between going toward a fire and running into a fire was preparation, knowing what you were walking into, having assessed the terrain, having given the moment its proper weight before committing to the action. She sat in the truck and gave the moment its proper weight. She was choosing this. She had driven 4 hours to choose this. She had spent 9 weeks on a mountain choosing this, running the accounting until the numbers resolved into something she could carry. She was choosing it on purpose, in full information, as a voluntary act. She got out of the truck. The street was doing its mid-morning Wednesday thing, foot traffic, the sound of a coffee shop a block away, the ordinary city sound she had spent 3 seasons not missing and was now walking through with the same attention she brought to the mountain, the same quality of being entirely present to what was there, without performing presence. She pushed open the lobby door. The lobby was glass and warm light, and the woman at the desk who looked up with the professional neutrality of someone whose job was to mediate arrivals. Cade stood in the center of the lobby and looked at her reflection in the glass wall to the left. Work jacket, the cap she had removed when she came through the door and was now holding in one hand, the pack-worn quality of someone who had come a distance. She looked at herself in this space that was nothing like any space she had come from. She looked at her reflection and thought, still her. Still this. Can I help you? The woman at the desk said. I'm looking for Priya Mehta. Do you have an appointment? No. A pause. The professional calculation of someone deciding how to route an unscheduled arrival. Your name? Cade told her. The woman's expression shifted, just slightly, the small update of someone who had been given a name that matched a piece of prior information, not clearly, not enough to read anything specific from, but the shift was there. She picked up the phone. Cade stood in the lobby. She looked at her reflection in the glass wall and thought about the east window and the 45 minutes holding the frame and the coffee at the negotiated ratio and the observation deck and the pale gold of mountain light in late October and all the things she had built here, in herself, over 3 seasons of deliberate solitude. She looked at her reflection and thought, I am still the person who chose this mountain. I am choosing this city. They are not contradictions. She thought, you can build a shelter anywhere. You just have to decide what you're sheltering. The elevator opened. She turned. Chapter 21. The lobby of a building that wasn't built for her. The elevator opened. Cade turned. A woman stepped out, not Priya, a colleague of some kind, mid-conversation with a phone pressed to her ear, who moved past the lobby without looking up. Cade turned back to face the glass wall. The woman at the desk was still on the phone. Her eyes moved briefly to Cade and then back to her screen with the practiced neutrality of someone accustomed to managing the space between arrival and purpose. Cade stood where she was. She had been told 1 moment. 1 moment, in her experience, was an imprecise unit that could mean anything from 40 seconds to 5 minutes depending on the structure of the thing requiring it. She was not impatient. She had spent 9 weeks building a specific quality of patience and she was prepared to use it. She looked at her reflection in the glass wall. Work jacket, the brown canvas field jacket she had worn for 3 seasons, its pockets in the right places, its fit practical and entirely hers. The cap she had removed at the door and was holding now in her left hand, turned once in her fingers the way she turned things when she was thinking about something adjacent to what she appeared to be thinking about. The boots she had laced that morning in the truck stop bathroom off the I-80, the same boots she had worn down the frozen trail at 5 in the morning, still holding a faint trace of mountain mud at the welt. She looked at herself in this space that was nothing like any space she had come from. The lobby was glass and warm light and the particular quality of a professionally maintained interior. The reception desk was pale wood, a clean horizontal surface, and behind it the woman was writing something on a notepad while she talked. The chairs against the far wall were low and modern, the kind that looked considered from across the room. The floor was a dark concrete that had been polished to a matte finish. She noticed this automatically, the way she noticed structural surfaces, and thought that it was a good decision, that the polish took the industrial edge off without erasing the material. She thought, this is the kind of building Priya works in. And then, this is the kind of building Priya designs. And then she stopped thinking about the building because the elevator had opened again. This time it was her. Priya walked out of the elevator with the particular efficiency of someone moving between one task and the next, her attention distributed across the lobby in the way attention moved in a person who occupied professional spaces with long familiarity. She was in work clothes, a structured blazer and a deep olive, dark trousers, her hair in the low knot she had worn for the first days at the tower before it had come loose by the end of week 2. She looked exactly like herself. She looked like the person she was in her life. She stopped when she saw Cade. Not a stumble. Not a visible disruption. Just the particular quality of a body registering a thing it had been carrying in the back of its attention for 9 weeks and finding it suddenly, materially present. A small recalibration. Complete stillness for 1 breath. Then she looked at her. The unguarded look. The no-performance look, the one that had appeared on the trail and in the worst hour of the second cell and at 5:47 a.m. when the road opened, the look that arrived without strategy and without the practiced warmth she brought to professional spaces. Just her face. Just the thing she actually meant, offered without revision. Neither of them said anything. The woman at the desk had finished her call. Cade was aware of the small ambient sounds of the lobby, the ventilation, the muted traffic from the street, and aware too that the lobby had the specific acoustic quality of a space designed to manage arrivals, not to witness them, and that none of this mattered. Priya crossed the lobby. She moved the way she had moved through the tower on that last morning, with full attention, without performing it, and stopped at what would have been, in any other context, a professional distance. Close enough to speak quietly. Close enough that Cade could see the small gold hoops she was wearing, the same earrings she had not lost in the storm, the ones she had put back in every morning for 30 days. "You're late," Priya said. Her voice was steady. The specific steadiness of someone who had prepared for both outcomes and had chosen, between them, to be steady. "I know. 9 weeks was October 1st. I know." A pause. The lobby continued its ambient work around them, indifferent. Cade felt the particular quality of a silence she had learned to read over 30 days in 412 square feet. This one was not empty. This one was waiting. "What took you?" Priya asked. Cade thought about it. She thought about the frozen trail and the rearview mirror and the 4 minutes at the trailhead and the 9 weeks of accounting she had run until the numbers resolved into something workable. She thought about the specific distinction between going towards something and running from something, the distinction that had taken her 9 weeks to make correctly, that she had spent 12 years conflating. "I was making sure I was choosing this," she said. "Not running toward it. Not running away from something else." She held the cap in both hands now, turning it once and stopping. "I wanted it to be a choice." Priya was looking at her. Not the professional assessment, the other one, the one that looked without agenda, without the reflex to analyze or improve or design. Just looking. "Is it?" she asked. "A choice?" Cade looked back at her. She looked at the blazer and the earrings and the careful professional composure and underneath it the jawline tension that appeared and released quickly when Priya was processing something she didn't have language for yet, the tell that she had learned on day 4 and had been reading ever since. She looked at the woman who had held the window frame for 45 minutes without speaking. Who had brought coffee after the Maeve call and asked nothing. Who had said "I think you're beautiful" and then picked up her book. She thought about every room she had ever been recalibrated in and about the specific exhaustion of being perceived by people who did not have the language for what they were perceiving. She thought, this is not that. She had known this. She had spent 9 weeks making certain she was not confusing the knowledge with the feeling, that she was not choosing Priya because the feeling was large but because the knowledge was sound. The knowledge was, Priya had looked at her for 30 days and had not needed to manage what she saw. Had not softened it or translated it or introduced her as a friend. Had asked what does it feel like. Had been careful with her the way the tower's engineering was careful, not because anyone was watching but because the thing being held was worth the effort of the holding. The knowledge was sound. Yes, Cade said. The word cost her nothing. That was how she knew it was real. Something shifted in Priya's face, not quite a smile, not yet, the thing that preceded a smile, the specific involuntary quality she had seen on the trail when the laugh had escaped. A small release. Pressure equalizing. I redesigned the apartment, Priya said, after a moment. Her voice had changed slightly, the professional composure had not gone but something underneath it had relaxed, the structural tension that held a building at a particular pitch releasing by one careful degree. I removed 2 pieces of furniture. There's more space now. More space is usually better than more furniture. That's a structural opinion. It's a factual one. The almost smile completed itself. The real one, the quiet one, the one she tried to suppress and couldn't quite, the one Cade had been producing for 30 days and had been filing for 9 weeks in the location she kept for things that had arrived at the right time. It came now the same way it always did, without permission, a little startled by itself. Cade felt something in her chest pull taut and release at the same time, like a line going slack. Like a weather system reaching the end of its pressure differential. Like the particular relief of a structure settling into the load it was built for. The woman at the reception desk had the specific quality of someone deliberately not looking at the two people standing in the middle of the lobby. "I have a meeting in 20 minutes, Priya said. "I know. I'll wait." "You can wait in my office." "All right." They walked toward the elevator. Cade fell into step beside her and felt, with the particular alertness she'd brought to new terrain, the specific quality of moving through a space beside someone she knew, the slight adjustment of pace, the awareness of proximity, the way it felt different from walking alone and different again from the way it had felt walking the mountain trail in the wind with the pack on her back in the second cell building on the western ridge. It felt, she thought, like something she could learn. The elevator doors opened. They stepped inside. The doors closed on the lobby, the glass walls, her own reflection standing in a building that had not been built for her, wearing the jacket she had worn for 3 seasons and the boots still holding mountain mud at the welt. She thought, still her. Still this. The elevator rose. Chapter 22. You're late. The meeting ran to 40 minutes. Cade waited in Priya's office and did not find this difficult. The office was a corner room on the 4th floor, glass on 2 sides, the city spread out below in the late morning light, the fog having retreated to the bay edges the way it did in November, leaving a particular clear cold that fell through the windows in a quality she recognized without expecting to. Mountain light. The same physics at a different elevation, the sun at a low angle this time of year, the shadows long and horizontal. She looked at the city. From this elevation, not 4,000 feet, but enough, she could see the structure of the place, the grid where the terrain allowed it, the diagonals where it didn't, the ridge line of twin peaks interrupting the southern view, the bay to the east catching light. She could see, if she looked, the logic of how it had been laid out, the decisions, the compromises, the places where function and necessity had created their own kind of beauty. She thought, a city is a kind of terrain. She had always known this, academically. She had never, standing in it, been able to feel it the way she was feeling it now, from above, from outside, with the specific quality of a woman who had spent 9 weeks learning the distinction between the things she was leaving and the things she was entering, and who had gotten the distinction correct. Priya's desk was orderly in the way Cade had expected, the drafting tools in their proper positions, the file squared to the desk edge, a mug that had been there long enough to leave a faint ring on the pale surface. A rolled drawing in the corner, partially unrolled and then re-rolled, held with a rubber band. 2 books with papers sticking out of them at irregular intervals, which was a different system from the 3 books simultaneously method, a professional variant. On the wall above the desk there was a framed print, a topographic survey of a stretch of California terrain, unsigned. The contour intervals were tight in the upper quadrant, the elevation changed sharp. She could read the drainage pattern without effort, the lines told her where the water went, which told her where the steep ground was, which told her the shape of the territory under the abstraction. She stood in front of it for a while. When she heard the door she turned, and Priya came in with the specific quality of someone who has held a professional posture for 40 minutes and is, consciously or not, releasing it. She set a folder on her desk and looked at Cade. "You found the print," she said. "It's yours. I bought it on Valencia Street. A month after I got back." Cade looked at it again. The contour intervals, the drainage pattern implied in the spacing. The particular mountain range it described was not the one she had been on, the ridge geometry was different, the valley orientation wrong for Cold Creek, but the logic was the same. The same physics. The same reading of what the territory required. "It's a good one," she said. Priya came to stand beside her, close enough that Cade was aware of her presence as a kind of warmth, the specific proximity of a person she had spent 30 days learning in 412 square feet. She did not move away. "I thought about calling," Priya said. 6 weeks in. I had your satellite phone frequency, technically. From the official documents." A pause. "I didn't. I know. I wasn't sure if you would want me to." Cade turned to look at her. "I would have wanted you to. I also needed you not to." Priya met her eyes. "I know." A small pause. That's why I didn't. The city continued its work outside the glass walls. Somewhere below, a delivery truck was navigating the intersection, its brakes sound brief and municipal. The fog was sitting on the bay in a long low band, the bridge visible above it, the kind of view that people who lived in this city for years still sometimes stopped for. Cade looked at Priya. She looked at her the way she looked at things she was trying to understand correctly, with the full attention she brought to weather patterns and smoke columns, the quality of looking that did not interpret ahead of the evidence, that waited for what was there. She had been looking at Priya this way for 30 days and had kept some internal register of what she had accumulated, the hierarchy of laughs and the way she gestured when she was explaining something structural and the specific quality of her attention in the 40-minute silence on the observation deck, the way it had felt to be genuinely asked a question and have the person wait for the actual answer. She thought, I have been carrying all of this for 9 weeks. I have been carrying it carefully. She put the cap on the edge of Priya's desk. Priya watched her do this. Her jaw did the small tension and release that meant she was processing something she didn't have language for yet. She opened her mouth. Cade said, I drove 4 hours. I know. I sat outside your building for 20 minutes. I saw you from the window. A small beat. The second-floor conference room. I had an 8:30 that ran long. Cade absorbed this. You saw me. I saw a truck I didn't recognize parked on the adjacent street and a woman sitting in it who had the specific stillness of someone deciding something. Priya's voice was careful in the way it got when she was building something structural. I went back to my meeting. I thought, if it's her, she'll come in when she's ready. If it isn't her, I'm not going to perform certainty about a truck. Cade looked at her for a long moment. You were counting, she said. 9 weeks was October 1st. Yes. It's the 4th of November. Yes. A pause. I was aware. I needed 3 more days. Priya's voice did not change in pitch. I know. You said it in the truck stop voicemail. Cade went still. I didn't leave a voicemail. You called my office line. Not my cell, you don't have my cell. My office line. Priya's expression was doing the thing it did when she was being careful, when she had decided how much to reveal and was measuring the delivery. You called at 10 in the morning on October 29th. You didn't say anything. I could hear road noise. And then you hung up. A small, precise pause. My assistant noted it as a missed call from an unknown number in Oregon. Cade had not known she was going to do that. She had pulled over at a truck stop in Klamath Falls, had found the firm's number through directory assistance, had dialed it with no clear intention, and had sat in the truck in the diesel-smelling parking lot with the phone to her ear until she heard Priya's office voicemail and had then, not hung up so much as simply lowered the phone. She had filed this action at the time under inadvisable and had not examined it further. You knew it was me, she said. I thought it was probably you. Priya looked at the topographic print instead of at Cade, and in the looking there was something careful and also something that was not careful at all, something that had lived for 9 weeks in a glass-walled conference room at 5:47 a.m. and at a kitchen counter with slightly stronger coffee and in the specific quality of not waiting, of living, of doing the thing she had said she would do and meaning it and finding that the meaning held and cost her something anyway. I chose to treat it as probably you. Cade thought about the frozen trail and the rearview mirror. She thought about the specific courage of the thing she was doing, which she had identified 9 weeks ago at a trailhead as the same feeling she recognized from fires, the moment before you went towards something that most people were running from, and which she had learned to treat not as a signal to stop but as a signal that the thing in front of her was real. Priya, she said. Priya turned from the print and looked at her. And Cade, who had spent 12 years in exile from this specific kind of moment, who had made herself competent at everything that could be done with hands and tools and the body's authority over terrain and had made herself very carefully incompetent at this, said nothing, because the thing she needed to do was not said with words, or not only with words, and they had both been careful for 30 days and then 9 weeks and she was done being careful. She took 1 step forward. Priya did not move back. She tilted her face up slightly. The 4-inch differential between them had never mattered in the tower, They had been at the same elevation in most of what had passed between them, but here it resolved into something specific, and her expression was the unguarded one, the no-performance one, the one Cade had seen 3 times and looked away from twice. She did not look away. She kissed her. It was not tentative. She had not been tentative about a thing in 12 years, and she was not going to begin now, with the one person who had looked at her for 30 days and had not needed to manage what she saw. It was deliberate and careful, and entirely, unhurriedly itself, the same quality she brought to every action she took with her hands: full attention, no wasted motion, the specific certainty of someone who has assessed the terrain and committed to it. Priya made a small sound against her mouth. Not surprise, she was not a woman who was easily surprised, but something that was recognition, the specific quality of receiving something you had been holding the space for. Her hands came up. One settled on Cade's shoulder, the specific grip of someone who knew how to hold a frame, and the other found the lapel of the field jacket and held it, not pulling, just holding. An anchor. A choice. They stood in the corner office on the 4th floor with the city laid out below them in the November light, the fog sitting on the bay, the delivery truck completing its municipal business somewhere below, and neither of them moved for a long moment after the kiss had ended. Cade kept her forehead against Priya's. She was aware of her own heartbeat in the specific way she was only aware of it in emergencies, and she thought, this is the whole thing. Whether you stay yourself in rooms that weren't built for you. She was still her. She was still this. She was in a glass office in San Francisco wearing mountain mud on her boots, and she was completely, exactly herself, and the person whose forehead was against hers had known this about her from day 6 and had not once tried to revise it. "You're still wearing your jacket," Priya said. "I just got here. You were in my office for 40 minutes. I was looking at your print." A small exhale against her cheek, not quite the quiet laugh, the suppressed one, but its immediate predecessor, the thing that happened in Priya's face just before the real laugh escaped. Cade leaned back just enough to see her face. There it was. The quiet one. The involuntary, delighted version, the one she tried to suppress and couldn't quite, the one that had been getting away from her for 30 days and that Cade had been filing for 9 weeks in the location she kept for things that had arrived at the right time. She thought, I am going to spend a considerable amount of time producing that laugh. She thought, I have decided this on purpose. I have a site meeting at 2, Priya said. Where? Outer Sunset. Residential Commission, new build. The client wants something built for someone who's going to live there fully. Good commission. I've been approaching it differently. Her hands were still on Cade's jacket lapel, not quite holding but not having let go either. Asking different questions. What questions? What it feels like from the inside. Her eyes came up to Cade's. Not what it looks like from the outside. The city was still doing its city things outside the glass. The light was moving the way light moved in November, the angle changing perceptibly in the time they had been standing here, the shadows lengthening slightly on the east-facing facades of the buildings across the street. Come to the site meeting, Priya said. You want me at a site meeting? I want you to see what I'm building. You spent 30 days showing me what you watch for. A small pause. It's a fair trade. Cade thought about the east window and the Osborne fire finder and the 40 minutes on the observation deck when she had tried to explain what it felt like to watch for something that hadn't happened yet. She thought about Priya standing beside her on the deck in the still lull between storm cells, her eyes moving across the terrain with the specific attention of a person learning to read a new kind of document. She thought, the same quality of attention, applied to what she builds. All right, she said. She picked up her cap from the edge of the desk. She turned it once in her hands, the small habitual movement that meant she was settling something internally, and then she held it by the brim instead of putting it on. I need to find somewhere to stay, she said. I didn't. You can stay with me. She said it with the same even register she used for everything structural, for the weight-bearing decisions that were too important to present with anything other than their own plain truth. Priya. You drove 4 hours. You sat in your truck for 20 minutes. You called my office from Oregon and said nothing because you didn't have the words yet. Her jaw did the tension and release, quickly. You can stay with me. There's more space than there used to be. Cade looked at her. The November light was doing something specific to the office, coming through the south-facing glass at the low angle of the late season, long and warm, the kind of light that made things visible that the overhead fluorescence would have flattened. It caught the gold hoops at Priya's ears. It picked out the small scar on her left hand from the Day 9 incident with the supply tin that she had treated as a minor logistical inconvenience and had been applying the antiseptic to each morning with the careful attention she brought to small problems. Cade had watched her do this for 3 weeks and had not said a word about it. She thought, I know the particular way she treats small problems. I know the hierarchy of her laughs. I know she asks questions the way some people take notes, and I know when she has stopped asking questions what that silence means. She thought, this is not a feeling. This is knowledge. All right, she said. I'll stay. The almost smile again. The real one arriving behind it, 3 seconds later, unguarded and involuntary and entirely itself. Good, Priya said. She picked up her folder from the desk and her coat from the back of her chair. She moved efficiently between tasks, always, and she looked at Cade one more time with the unguarded look, the one that had taken 30 days to arrive and 9 weeks to hold in place and which now appeared, Cade thought, with the ease of something that had been true for a while and had simply been waiting for the terms to be correct. The site is 40 minutes from here, Priya said. Traffic depending. I'll follow you. You can ride with me. We'll get your truck after. They left the office together and walked down the corridor toward the elevator, and the people they passed nodded to Priya in the way of a workplace where people knew each other, and 1 or 2 of them looked at Cade with the quick neutral curiosity of a space encountering someone it didn't have data for yet, and Cade felt the beginning of the familiar compression in her chest, the 60 times a day recalibration beginning its approach, and then she felt Priya's hand at the small of her back, a brief, easy pressure, here and then gone. The kind of touch that did not announce itself or ask for anything. Just, I see you. Just, you're here. The compression did not complete. It arrived at the beginning of its approach and found that the territory had changed and redirected accordingly. Cade thought, this is what it costs. And also, this is what it comes with. The math was complicated. The math was going to stay complicated. She had decided in a truck at the base of a mountain that the complication was the kind she could afford and that the only way to know if she could afford it was to go and find out, and she was going to find out, now, starting with a site meeting in the outer sunset and a corner office and a topographic print on a wall that described a mountain range she had never stood on but could read as easily as her own. The elevator opened. They stepped in. The doors closed. Outside, the city was going about its business in the November light. Cade watched the floors descend on the indicator panel and felt the specific quality of being in motion, downward, toward, into, and thought, with the clarity that had come from 9 weeks of running the accounting until it resolved. She had chosen this. She was choosing it still, with every floor the elevator descended, every inch closer to the street, to the city, to the life she was about to start inhabiting. Choosing, she was learning, was not a thing you did once. It was a thing you kept doing. The lobby appeared. The doors opened. They walked out into the warm light and the muted city sounds and the particular quality of a Wednesday in November in a city that had not been built for her and which she was choosing to enter anyway, carrying everything she was and nothing she wasn't. Still her. Still this. The door to the street was glass, and she pushed through it, and the cold hit her face like the mountain cold, like every morning she had ever started with a barometric reading and a cup of coffee and the light arriving in small irreversible advances over the ridge. She thought, you can build a shelter anywhere. She thought, yes. Chapter 23. What she's sheltering. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a building in the Mission that had been built in 1924 and had survived 3 earthquakes, 2 recessions, and at least 1 significant renovation that had replaced the original windows with something more thermally efficient without erasing the original trim. Priya pointed this out as she unlocked the door. The window frames are not original, she said. But the trim is. The previous owner was careful about it. The trim is good, Cade agreed. I keep the windows cracked. The building breathes better that way. She pushed the door open and they went in. Cade stood in the entryway for a moment and took in the apartment the way she took in any new space, fully, without rushing, giving it the attention that let her understand what she was looking at before she moved through it. The entry opened into a living area that was larger than she had expected. The building's bones were generous, with wood floors that had been refinished at some point within the last decade, a good pale gray. The walls were white, not the flat white of a freshly painted rental but something with more warmth in it, a white that held light without being reflective. The furniture was sparse. There was a sofa, low, gray linen, the kind of piece that committed to its function without decoration. A small wooden coffee table with the surface worn at the corners in the way of something that had been used rather than displayed. Against the east wall, a bookshelf, fully loaded, organized with a system she would need time to decipher. 2 empty spaces where furniture had been, one near the west window, a rectangular impression in the rug where something had stood for long enough to compress the pile, one in the far corner, the paint slightly different at that height, the specific off-white of a wall that had been partially blocked from light for years. The empty spaces were not sad. They were honest. They were the marks of a decision made deliberately, without replacement. On the wall above the sofa, the topographic print from the office. No, she looked again. A different one, larger, in a dark wood frame. The same terrain description, the same language of contour intervals and drainage patterns, but this one was the original map, not a reproduction. She could see the age of the paper at the margins, the specific quality of a document that had been handled. The contour lines showed a range she recognized. Her range. Cold Creek drainage. The station at 4,000 feet marked with a small inked cross. Cade looked at it for a long moment. I found it at an estate sale in August, Priya said, behind her. Somebody's great-uncle had been a surveyor. There were 7 maps in the lot. She paused. I kept that one. Why that one? I'd been at the station. I knew the terrain. A brief pause with the quality of honesty being assembled. And I knew where the tower was. The inked cross on the survey. The small deliberate mark indicating a structure at 4,000 feet, a position on a ridge above Cold Creek drainage. She thought about Priya standing at an estate sale in August, 3 weeks back in the city, finding this map in a lot of 7 and keeping it. She thought about the 9 weeks the map had been on this wall while she had been on the mountain doing the accounting. You hung it yourself, Cade said. I always hang things myself. She turned from the map. Priya was in the kitchen. The apartment was open plan, the kitchen occupying the north end without a barrier, the surfaces continuous, and had set her work bag on the kitchen table and was filling the kettle with the specific efficiency she brought to things she had done enough times that they were below the level of conscious attention. She had taken off the blazer. Underneath it she was wearing a dark green silk shell that Cade had seen before, or something very like it. She had worn this kind of layering in the tower, silk under flannel, the one small luxury she had maintained throughout 30 days of storm and rationing. Tea, Priya said. It was not a question. All right. Cade moved into the kitchen. The kitchen was organized the way she would have expected, everything at a useful height, the frequently used items accessible, the arrangement reflecting how work actually moved through the space rather than how it was supposed to look. The coffee setup was specific, a pour-over stand, a burr grinder, a bag of beans she recognized from the brand as good without being performatively good. You adjusted the ratio, Cade said. Priya looked up from the kettle. 1/4 tablespoon stronger than I used to make it. Her expression was level. I noted it at the time and decided it was acceptable. Acceptable. An improvement. A brief pause. I'd been known to revise upward when presented with evidence. Cade looked at the pour-over stand and thought about 30 days of the coffee negotiation, about the morning on day 2 when she had made both cups at the station's standard ratio and Priya had drunk hers without comment, and then, on day 3, Cade had made it stronger by the same 1/4 tablespoon and Priya had looked at the cup and then at Cade and said nothing, and they had never discussed it, and this had been, in its small and functional way, the first thing they had resolved together. She leaned against the counter. The kitchen was narrow enough that they were in proximity, the same quality of shared space they had inhabited for 30 days in 412 square feet, and it settled over her the same way, not crowded, not managed, just present. The site looked good, she said. The foundation work is solid. The client made conservative choices and I pushed back on 2 of them. Priya set out 2 mugs, plain ceramic, the heavy functional kind that held heat well, not the decorative kind. I was right about one. He may have been right about the other. We'll know in March when the framing goes up. What did he get right? Ceiling height. He wanted it higher than I recommended and I argued for structural economy and he held his position. She measured the tea loose leaf, a small tin from the shelf above the kettle. Turns out he's 6'3". The rooms will feel right to him. I was designing to standard and he was designing to himself. Cade absorbed this. You don't usually miss that, she said. No. A brief pause. I was thinking about other things. The kettle reached temperature. Priya poured. The kitchen filled with the specific smell of good tea steeping, warm and slightly vegetal, and Cade stood at the counter and felt the quality of the ordinary, 2 people in a kitchen, the evening coming in through the east window, the sounds of the Mission neighborhood at 6 o'clock filtering through the slightly cracked glass. She thought, this is what it is going to be. Not the crisis of it, not the emotional infrastructure of the last 9 weeks, not the accounting and the deciding and the frozen trail and the rearview mirror. That was over. This was what came after, a kitchen in November and tea steeping and a woman she had spent 30 days learning who was now standing 2 feet away making the same small efficiency of motion she brought to everything. She thought, I can be here. I can be here and still be myself. These are not contradictions. Priya handed her a mug. Their hands touched briefly on the ceramic, not the knuckle touch on the strap, not the 45-minute frame hold, but something in between. A small deliberate moment of contact, here and acknowledged. Priya did not let go of her end immediately. She held the mug for 1 extra beat, her eyes on Cade's, the unguarded look. Cade held the other end. Then Priya let go, and they carried their mugs to the sofa, and Priya sat at one end with her legs tucked under her in the way Cade recognized from the tower, the reading position, the settled-in position, the one she adopted when she was going to stay, and Cade sat at the other end. And the topographic map of Cold Creek drainage was on the wall across from them, the inked cross at 4,000 feet, small and precise. Tell me about the new posting, Priya said. I don't have it yet. I requested the transfer in my season-end filing. Gil processes them in November. Do you know which station? There's a tower about 40 miles northeast. Similar elevation, shorter trail access. She wrapped both hands around the mug. Similar sight lines. You looked it up. I looked it up in September. A pause. When I was running the accounting. Priya was quiet for a moment with the quality she had when she was letting something land fully before she responded, not the jaw tension, not the processing tell, but the other one, the one that meant she was present to what was being given her. You were planning for it that early, she said. Planning is separate from deciding. I run options. It's how I think. I know. Her voice was gentle. I do the same thing. The tea was good. The kitchen was still carrying the smell of it, and the east window was showing the last of the daylight, the sky moving through the particular sequence of November dusk in a city, the building lights coming on before the sky was fully dark, the specific quality of artificial and natural light coexisting in the transition. Cade looked at the map. She thought about the tower. The 412 square feet. The east window latch, repaired twice with a permanent fabrication solution requested for the spring supply run, she had written it in the end-of-season report and had noted, writing it, that she would not be the one to install it. Someone else's season. Someone else's fix. She thought about the Le Guin, finished on the first day of October. The margin note she had written in the weather log at the end of the season, the 2 words in her careful handwriting that were not meteorological data, still her. I'm going to want to go back, she said. Each season. That's not a problem with this. It's the structure. I know. Priya was looking at the map too. The structure is that you go up in July and come down in October and the city is the rest of the year. If that's... Cade. She turned from the map. Her voice was the steady one, the architecture metaphor voice, the one she used when she had already thought this through completely and was presenting the conclusion rather than the calculation. I spent 6 years designing my life around Sasha's preference for movement. I know the difference between a structure that works and one that accommodates. A pause. This works. You come down in October. I get October through July. She looked at the map one more time. I get the part of you that's been in cold storage for 12 years. I think that's a reasonable trade. Cade looked at her. The lamp beside the sofa had come on. Priya had reached over and clicked it at some point without Cade noting when, the move habitual, the evening light reaching the threshold where the lamp became necessary without either of them marking it as a transition. The lamp was the same kind she had used in the tower, a warm incandescent quality, the specific temperature of light that made reading comfortable at close range. She thought about Chapter 13. Day 23. Sitting close enough to share a lamp, Priya already looking when she looked up. She thought, the lamp. The quiet. The shared light. Same as always. You're reading 3 books right now, Cade said. Priya glanced at the bookshelf, where 3 volumes were marking their respective places with different objects, a receipt, a folded corner, a small sheet of drafting paper. Yes. Which one are you actually reading? The middle one. The receipt is in the one I'm supposed to be reading for a professional development thing and I'm about 70 pages behind. The corner is in the novel. A small pause. I dog-ear. I know you have feelings about this. Cade did not have feelings about dog-earing. She had, in the abstract, a preference for bookmarks, but she had spent 30 days watching Priya fold corners with the specific authority of someone who had decided that the book was a tool and tools got used, and she had found, over time, that the dog-ears were a kind of record. You could see where she had stopped, where she had returned, where the text had been worth marking. The novel, she said. What is it? Le Guin. Priya looked at her with the almost smile. Not the same one. I looked her up after you. There are several. I know. You finished the one you had. First week of October. She set her mug on the coffee table. The surface was worn at the corners in the way of something that had been used, and she liked this about it without being able to articulate precisely why. Took me 3 seasons. Was it worth it? Cade thought about the last page, the specific quality of sitting with a book after the final paragraph, the way Priya had told her you could sit with it when you read it the right way. She had found several moments in the last chapters where what she already knew became something she understood. She had filed them in the location she kept for things that arrived at the right time, and some of them, she thought, were still resolving. Yes, she said. Priya reached for her own book, the Le Guin, the one she was actually reading, and settled it open against her knee. She did not immediately read. She looked at Cade for a moment with the unguarded look, the no-performance look, and in it there was everything that had accumulated between them from day one of a storm they had not chosen to be in, through 30 days of 412 square feet and the slow, incremental process of 2 people learning each other past the point of armor. There's a drawer in the bedroom I haven't used, she said. And room in the closet. Not a lot of room, but some. I travel light. I know. A small pause. 2 bags. 2 bags, Cade confirmed. Priya opened her book. She read the way she did everything, with full attention, the slight forward tilt that meant the text had her finger moving occasionally to the corner of a page she was considering marking but hadn't yet decided about. Cade reached for the book she had noticed on the coffee table earlier, Field Guide, California Flora, the kind of reference text she recognized. She opened it. It was annotated in the margins in small, precise handwriting, not Priya's architectural shorthand but something more deliberate, the notes of someone who had been teaching themselves something specific. She turned to the front inside cover. In Priya's handwriting, in pencil, very small, Cold Creek drainage. Native species. Summer. Cade held the book for a moment. She thought about the observation deck in the storm lull, the afternoon of uncanny stillness before the second cell arrived, Priya asking the names of things and Cade naming them, the pinecone formation, the lichen varieties on the north-facing rocks, the specific small plants at the drainage edge that had no reason to be beautiful and were. She had not known Priya had been keeping a record. She set the book back on the table carefully. Across the sofa, Priya turned a page. The lamp held them both in its warm radius. Outside, the mission was doing what it did at 6 on a November evening, the restaurant sound starting up, the foot traffic shifting in quality, the city's evening register. The fog was coming back in from the bay, she could feel it in the drop of temperature even through the closed windows, the specific advance of the marine layer that would cover the city by 10. She would learn to read this the way she had learned to read the weather on the mountain, not by memorizing it but by watching it long enough that it became interior. She thought, she has been learning the mountain. I have been learning her. We have been learning each other the same way. She picked up her own mug, found it still warm, drank. On the wall, Cold Creek drainage held its elevation in contour lines, the inked cross at 4,000 feet, small and precise and permanent. She thought, that tower is still up there. She thought, it will be there in July. She thought, between now and July there is an apartment in the mission and a kitchen that smells like tea and a woman reading Le Guin with her legs tucked under her, and this is not a compromise. This is not a cost to be absorbed before returning to the real thing. This is the real thing, in a different form, with different light. She thought, you can build a shelter anywhere. She thought, I know what I'm sheltering. She leaned back into the sofa cushion. Priya glanced up briefly, the quick check, the small acknowledgement of shared space, and then returned to her book. The lamp held them both. The city moved outside the windows. Cade found, with the particular quality of a woman who had spent 12 years in deliberate solitude and had always, in her most honest accounting, known what it cost, that the room was exactly the right size. Chapter 24. The Tower, in season. Spring came to the valley in the second week of April, which was later than the calendar suggested and exactly when the snowpack data had predicted. Cade drove the access road in the early morning, the truck loaded with the start-of-season kit, the supply boxes from the ranger station, the equipment she had carried down in October repacked and rechecked, 2 bags in the back that she had learned over 3 seasons to distribute for mountain terrain. The road was clear above the lower switchbacks but still patchy with snowmelt runoff in the upper section, and she drove it at the pace she drove things she was learning, with attention, without rush. The forest was doing what the forest did in early April, the snowmelt already running in the creek below, audible through the passenger window at the first curve, the tree canopy sparse enough this early in the season that the light came through at angles it would lose by June. New growth in the understory, pale green. The specific quality of a landscape waking up, not dramatic, not sudden, but present in every detail if you were paying attention. She was paying attention. She was always paying attention. It was her professional qualification and her primary pleasure, and she had arranged her life, over time, so that these two things occupied more or less the same space. The tower appeared through the pines at the usual place. Not her usual tower, that was 3 ranges to the north, the station she had left in October with the end-of-season report and the 2-word margin note and the knowledge that she would not be the one to install the permanent latch fabrication. Gil had processed the transfer in December with the characteristic understatement of a man who had been doing this work since before she was born and had seen people request transfers for any number of reasons and had learned to take the paperwork at face value and the human factors at a considered distance. Ridgeline 14, he had said, in the December call. Good station. Shorter trail access, comparable sight lines. Previous occupant left a note about the Osborne calibration. What about it? She says it reads 2 degrees east. You'll need to compensate. I'll recalibrate it. There's a note in the supply request for a new instrument entirely. I told them the current one is adequate if properly maintained. It is. A pause with the quality of a man arriving at the actual subject. You'll be closer to the city. About 40 miles. Another pause. Good. He had said nothing else and she had not required him to, and this was one of the more functional things about Gil Turiendes, that he understood when a conversation had arrived at its end without either party having to perform its ending. Ridgeline 14 was a station she had worked with twice in prior seasons, not posted there, but in communication range, the overlap in their firewatch territories requiring the occasional coordination radio call. She knew the station chief at the adjacent post. She knew the terrain in the general way of a person who had studied the relevant topography and made a number of sightline calculations during the winter months. She did not know the specific quality of the light on the eastern ridge at 5:47 a.m. She would learn it. The cab was smaller than her previous stations, a detail from the transfer documents she had noted and filed, and the trail access was 40 minutes shorter, which meant that on clear evenings in July and August, when the fire risk was low and the protocols permitted, she could drive down the mountain and be in the city in an hour and 15 minutes. She had not discussed this with Priya in detail. She had mentioned the drive time, once, in January, and Priya had looked at the math the way she looked at structural load calculations, with the specific attention of a person determining whether the numbers bore the weight placed on them. That's a reasonable commute, Priya had said. For certain values of commute. For certain values. On clear evenings. When the protocols permit. Priya had nodded. She had not said, so I'll see you on weekends. She had not said, so you'll come down when you can. She had let the math stand on its own terms, which were, sometimes, and voluntarily, and not because the distance required managing but because the proximity was a thing both of them were choosing to maintain. Cade parked in the small lot at the trail access point. She got out, stretched the drive from her shoulders, and looked up the trail. The mountain was doing its early April thing, the snowpack still thick in the upper section, the lower trail clear and running with the particular mud of the melt season, the air at this elevation already carrying the cold that would stay until June. She breathed it in. Pine resin. Mineral cold. The specific smell of altitude at the start of a season. She loaded the pack. The trail was 40 minutes by the transfer documents, which meant 35 for someone who knew mountain terrain and carried weight efficiently. She covered it in 32, because the trail was clear and the pack was well distributed and the morning was doing its thing with the light and she was not in any particular hurry to arrive at the end. Arriving at the beginning was its own thing. She had learned this over 3 seasons. The start of season walk-up, the moment when the tower appeared through the pines, was its own specific pleasure, not the same as being already there, but the particular quality of returning to something after an absence, finding it still itself. The tower appeared through the pines. It was similar to the station she knew, 4-sided cab at the top, observation deck on 3 sides, the specific elevation of a structure built to see from rather than to be seen. The supporting structure was painted the same Forest Service gray. The trail approach came from the southwest, which meant she got the east face first, the face that would hold the morning light. She noted the east window. It appeared sound from below, the frame flush in its housing, the hinges clean, no visible warping. A detail. She would know more when she'd been up in it for a week and learned its particular habits. She went up the exterior steps. The door was padlocked with the start of season hasp, her key from the supply kit. She undid it, pushed the door open, and stood in the entry for a moment taking in the cab. The previous occupant had left it clean. The log was in its place on its nail. The Osborne occupied the center table on its rotating mount, the instrument's angular precision familiar and correct. She walked to it and adjusted the alidate a few degrees, yes, reading east, just as Gil had said, and made a mental note to recalibrate before her first formal observation. The kitchen area was arranged in a different order than her previous station. She would rearrange it. Not because the current arrangement was wrong but because the arrangement needed to be the one that made sense to her hands, and her hands had their own geography. The east window latch was slightly loose. She stood in front of it for a moment. Then she went back to her pack, unzipped the front compartment, and found the small adjustable wrench she had packed specifically because she had noted, in the transfer documents, that the station had flagged ongoing maintenance issues with the east-facing hardware. She tightened the latch. It held. For now. She stood at the east window and looked out at the territory. It was new territory, the drainage was different, the ridge geometry unfamiliar, the specific landmarks she would need to learn still unnamed in her own private geography. She would name them. She would learn them the way she had learned Cold Creek drainage, by watching them long enough that they became interior. To the north, a double-peaked formation that would catch afternoon's shadow at a specific angle. She would learn what that angle meant in terms of wind behavior. To the east, a long ridgeline running northeast, the kind of ridge that channeled weather. She would learn its patterns. Below, barely visible through the early canopy, the drainage running south, the creek finding its way down the mountain the way water always did, following the path the terrain had prepared for it, going toward the lower ground. She pulled the observation log from its nail and uncapped her pen. The handwriting was careful, same as always. She noted the temperature, the barometric reading from the instrument shelf, the cloud cover, the direction and approximate speed of the wind. She noted the date, April 14th. She noted the station designation. She noted, in the right-hand margin, in very small writing, what she always noted at the start of a new season and had not noted at the start of any season before this one: transfer request, approved. Gil Turientes, Ridgeline Base. She put the pen down. She looked out at the new territory. She thought about Priya in the city, 40 miles south, not in a glass conference room at this hour, not yet, but in the apartment on the third floor with the mission sounds coming through the cracked windows and the map of Cold Creek drainage on the wall above the sofa and the field guide with its margin notes in careful pencil. She would be awake. Priya was always awake early. It was one of the things Cade had learned between November and now, one of the details that had accumulated over the winter months with the same quiet steadiness as every detail that had come before. She thought, below the mountain, Priya is awake. She thought, she will be in the conference room by 8, and at the outer sunset site by noon, and in the apartment by 6, and the lamp will be on, and there will be tea. She thought, in July I will drive up this trail and it will already be familiar, and in October I will drive back down and the city will be where it is, 40 miles south, holding what it holds. She thought, the mountain will be here. She thought, she will be there. She thought, this is the structure. It is sound. The sky above the eastern ridge was doing its early April thing, the darkness resolving into that particular mineral blue, not quite luminous yet, the color that preceded the light by about 20 minutes if you knew what you were watching for. The pines below the tower were still dark shapes, undifferentiated in the pre-dawn, about to become individual trees. She knew what she was watching for. She picked up the log. She made another entry. She was, as always, watching carefully, the crosshairs of her attention sweeping the tree canopy from northwest to south to east and back, looking for the earliest possible sign of something burning, the pale thread of smoke that would mean something had started and she was the one positioned to see it first. Nothing. Cold sky. Good. She was at the peak of her chosen life. Below, somewhere in the city, Priya was awake. Cade set down the log and looked out at the new territory and felt, with the specific quality of a woman who had learned the difference between solitude and isolation, between self-sufficiency and self-punishment, between the mercy of being unwatched and the particular, harder mercy of being watched by someone who knew what they were looking at, the particular satisfaction of her position. Useful. Necessary. Watched for. The light broke the ridge. She was ready for it.